Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website.
All right, Madam Mayor.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, thank you everyone for being here this morning. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I would love Brad Fitch to lead us in the pledge. There's Sam. I was looking for him. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you to call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor Breckus. Dewar. I believe Councilmember Dewar had called in, but it sounds like she's going to need to call us back in, so we'll mark her absent at this time. Delgado? Weber, absent at this time. Jarden? Here. Reese? Sheevy? Here. Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. Madam Mayor, your next item on your agenda today is public comment. This time I would like to remind all public commenters in the audience, your public comment is limited to 3 minutes. We ask that you address the council forward-facing and as a whole. Please be reminded of being respectful while in this area. Anyone who is clapping, yelling, stamping of your feet, whistling, applauding, or otherwise may be given a warning. If this behavior continues, you may be asked to leave chambers. Please be respectful. First to speak today is Ana Martinez, followed by Amir Herrera, followed by Tammy Holt Still.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Ana Martinez, you can head to the front podium.
Good morning. I'm here today to stand to ask to get pushed to work for the city of Reno. I would like to go into the police academy. I know that my legal status is no different than any others. I have done my research, and I know that I wouldn't be the first immigrant to work as a police academy. So I stand here today to ask a chance. I am a student. I do everything that I could to be good for this community, so I'm asking here to have a chance to work for the city of Reno.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted that Councilmember Dewar, can you hear us?
Ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar is present. It should be noted for public commenters that council is not allowed to take any action on anything presented to them today, but your comments will be recorded into the record.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you will, I'm going to have Mark Gregerson, our HR director, just talk to you a little bit outside about process and how to go about doing that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Amir Herrera, followed by Tammy Holt Still.
Yeah. That's a girl who goes after what she wants. Yeah. Right? Good for her.
Am I ready?
Go ahead.
Thank
You're ready, sir.
My name is Amir Herrera. I live on the Econo Lodge in South Virginia and South Virginia and Plum. I just want to say that you guys are doing a great job in the city of Reno, especially the mayor and all the city council. And I just want to say that I think this city of ours is a great city. I'm a veteran of the Israeli military, and I want to say that I'm looking forward to the parade and the 11th for the veteran. I'm a veteran myself. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we look forward to seeing you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Tammy Holt Still, followed by Ivy Antanowicz.
Usually not.
Yeah. I don't need it, but okay. Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. For the record, the water's still there. I'm still here. I don't know if I'm going to be here when you finally get to D6, so I'm going to speak on impact fees and affordable housing. I decided to do some research into what are the impacts of you reducing impact fees and that kind of stuff for the developers. Well, first of all, I know because there wasn't the proper impact fees and the proper foresight, we know what Swan Lake looks like at the current time, what it's looked like since 2017, because there wasn't the foresight to do so. Well, one of the things I think should be done is a thorough investigation using HUD for grants before moving forward with reducing your impact fees. The second thing I found doing my research, that the state of California has set up their impact fees when they are reducing them. It's not for affordable housing for 1 year like you have currently. It is for at least 30 years for rental and for sales. 30 years, not 1 year. What you're doing right now is you are putting money in the pockets of the developers, and it's short-sighted because they're making the money and they're leaving. Some of them think of them as carpetbaggers. I think we all know the history of carpetbaggers and how that worked. So why do we want to have all this development and have something affordable for only 1 year when it should be affordable for 30 years? If you're reducing the amount of fees you're going to get for your infrastructure, like a good example would be, it was Washoe County that got those kids who stole the vehicle and was taking the bumper off on Sky Vista. Well, Sky Vista is not Washoe County's jurisdiction, really. It's the city of Reno's. So why is it that the city police there used to be a substation out instead, and whenever the decline in the development or decline in the economics happened, you pulled a substation. There's only one cop out there. One. Infrastructure, traffic. For me to get to the meeting yesterday at 8:30 in the morning, I left my house at 7:25. I did not get to Washoe County for the meeting until 8:25. That is ridiculous. I have photos of the traffic on North Virginia Street. I have a picture of the traffic on the freeway. Infrastructure is created because of those impact fees. And you start taking that money away from yourself, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and you're taking the protection away from the citizens. You have fire issues, you have police issues, you have traffic issues, you definitely have water issues. Thank you.
Ivy Antanowicz, followed by Terry Brooks.
I just want to make sure Rick Caldera gets with you. I'd love for you to meet Amy Jones from Reno Housing Authority. Those long-term HUD grants that you're talking about, those come through Reno Housing Authority. So it would be great if you sat down with her and gave her your feedback too. I'm going to have him connect you. All right.
Hello, I'm here to speak about the Eddy. And to start off, I just want to play a 15-second video of something that occurred not even 2 weeks ago. This is unbelievable. That music that you hear is with my windows closed and my TV on. How this is okay. 6 months ago, you guys approved, or actually back in March, you approved a 6-month period of allowing the Eddy double occupancy and extended hours. What that has done is absolutely created a nightmarish situation. It got so out of hand that, thank you, Ms. Jordan, intervened and kind of got the boys to behave themselves. Back in 2016, the Planning Commission said that they could have live music until 9 p.m. They, on their live music events, go after 10 p.m. They are only allowed a certain decibel level for their live events and for regular events. But as Mr. Buckhorn explained it to me, it's not a decibel ceiling, it's an average. So what the Eddy has discovered is by allowing 85 decibels to go on for about 15 minutes and the band or the DJ take a break for 5 or 10 minutes, their average is lessened and they meet their decibel restrictions. It is absolutely a nightmare since their occupancy doubled, the noise is doubled. I would invite anybody from the city of Reno who measures decibel levels to come to my loft and do an actual decibel reading from there. I really believe that the noise moves up and has just created an absolute nightmare. We have issues with parking. In 2016, the Planning Commission gave them a limited easement. They were allowed to pull their trucks in and out, the food trucks, and that's it. They use our drive. It's not a parking lot. They use our drive for all of their deliveries. When their vendors come for their special events, they literally bottleneck the entire drive so you can't get in or out. They park on the red zone, also creating an area you can't get in and out of. Trying to get with Reno Direct is a joke. One of my complaints with Reno Direct took 6 months for them to address. So telling us to go to Reno Direct just doesn't work. It's a hassle. They don't address the problems as they are occurring. And by the time you do get the complaint, like I said, there's huge delays and nothing is ever done. We're talking about people parking along a red zone. You know, God forbid there should be any kind of an emergency. They're out of luck because the Eddy they take the entire area that is supposed to be free and open. I just ask that you do not allow their expansion of hours and occupancy. It has been an absolute nightmare, as Naomi Jordan has discovered through my contacts with her. So please, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Harry Brooks, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by David Frazier.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. I spoke here 2 weeks ago, and in the last 2 weeks, my concern about homelessness has continued to grow. I've noticed in several meetings there are others who express their concerns and/or their opinions on the subject of homelessness. I have learned that there are several factors involved, all of which need to be examined for this problem to ever be solved. I've also learned that all of these factors are somehow interrelated, which at first made me feel like the problem was even more complicated. One of those factors is real estate, the values and prices of which have soared, to the price of which many buyers or renters cannot afford. When so many people do their best but can't afford room or board, that's a major factor here that needs to be explored. There are those who for a long time could afford to pay rent, that is until they found themselves in a state of unemployment. Then they find themselves choosing between a place to stay or food to eat, and that's how many of them wind up homeless and on the street. And another factor preventing employment might be lack of access to transportation. Another factor could be the lack of access to education. Or if someone is too ill to work and lacks access to health care, that's another burden that is too heavy for anyone to bear. There's so many people with a physical or mental disability, and there are also a lot of people with a severe sense of insecurity. All of these and other factors I plan to explore, and as I learn more about each one, I'll probably discover even more. I will look into each of these issues, and as I take one small step at a time, I will reflect on each one of them and then write about them in a rhyme. I want to thank you all for letting me speak here again today and for listening again to what I've had to say. Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you. Did you notice it was a poem?
Michael Pidkin, followed by David Frazier, followed by Robert Daly.
My name is Michael Pitkin. I take a very unpopular position. I believe in harm reduction and that all street drugs should be legalized by the U.S. government and should be regulated like alcohol. This would help to break the cartels and mafia. I want to talk about housing in Reno and criminal justice reform for people who use meth and heroin. Do actively participating drug addicts have human rights? I am asking this area to come up with a harm reduction program to coddle and enable the West Coast bum explosion, as Fox Media calls it. I am asking under H.R. 3884 National Emergencies Acts and Stafford Act Title 42 U.S. Code 5121 Federal Disaster Assistance for a housing emergency to create locally and nationally tent cities for those who use drugs and can do so with dignity and safety. My experience in Reno is the service providers do not follow through. The service providers appear to be only in it for themselves. I believe there is a local system set up for intentional entrapment or failure. I believe there is a faith-based law enforcement attitude in Reno of making sure people who use drugs either stay in the system or get frustrated enough to move on. As an example, I live in an apartment where my deck looks out upon another building downtown that is notorious for drug use. In 4 years, I'm able to see the area where furniture is disposed of. The furniture monthly is put in a giant waste management construction bin. Monthly, I count about 5 to 10 mattresses. That is 120 a year. After 4 years, that is 480 people whose lives are not stable. This is one example of what I believe is a system of failure in Reno. To me, harm reduction for a person using drugs is to meet the individual where they are at. Encourage self-care such as 1, pay bills first. 2, get plenty of nutrition and liquids. 3, stay off the streets high so as not getting arrested. 4, be mindful of the neighbor's rights. 5, keep cleaned up, surroundings and hygiene. 6, be open to care when ready to be sober. 7, know that people care. Abstinence-only programs are not realistic. Thank you.
David Frazier, followed by Robert Daly.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dave Frazier. I am a member of Action and have been advocating for affordable housing solutions locally and statewide for the past 2 years. I have worked on the Motel Improvement Team, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the Eviction Protection, and a statewide low-income housing tax credit program. I am a resident of Reno, and for the past 9 years, I have lived in trailers, weekly motels, and low-income apartments, and on the streets of Reno. Despite working as a professional EMT for much of my career, being forced to leave after I developed PTSD from my experiences, I cannot afford to live in Reno due to the cost of housing. Since being in Reno, I have been living on my Social Security, of which nearly 100% of that income goes to rent. Currently, I have been able to get out of homeless thanks to my apartment complex, which until recently kept my rent low through federal low-income housing tax credits. Unfortunately, those tax credits expired earlier this year, and my rent has steadily crept up from $550 a month to $1,083 in 1 year. This is a case of many of the low-income housing tax credit units in northern Nevada. It is estimated that hundreds of more units will lose their tax credits in the next 5 years, further increasing our already 19,000 unit shortage of affordable housing. I thank you, Mayor and City Council, for bringing the prospect of implementing SB 103 to the table as one tool as part of a larger toolbox for addressing this affordable housing shortage. We look forward to seeing this ordinance implemented quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will you make sure you give your address to Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert Daly, followed by Katana Barnes, followed by Heather Matthews.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Robert Daly, here on behalf of Pastor Cesar Minera for the purpose of prayer.
Thank you.
I would like to share a scripture, if I might, from the book of 1 Timothy, chapter 2. The Word of God says, I exhort, therefore, that first of all, supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings, and for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. So I would like to pray. Father, I thank you for these precious individuals, not just on the City Council, but within this entire room, because they are here by your designated design and for the purpose of the eternity that you have stretched out in front of us. I ask that you would cause your wisdom would be manifest and rise to the surface within the hearts and minds of those who stand in a position of authority, confronted with the difficulties and the problems that they face, that the wisdom of heaven would be operative in bringing solutions that indeed would benefit all men, particularly here within this city and county. With expectation of your hand of protection upon all who hear my voice, I do give thanks, and in through the blessed name of Jesus, my Savior, risen from the dead. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
Katana Barnes, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Katana Barnes. I'm a member of Action, and I just wanted to be here today to thank you for bringing forth the prospect of implementing SB 103 and adding this important tool to the toolbox for addressing the issue of affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather Matthews, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Paul Lenart.
My name is Heather Matthews, and I'm a graduate of California State University, Sacramento, with a Master of Science degree in counseling, summa cum laude. I'm also the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. Approximately 4 years ago, I wrote a book called Walking Between the Shadow and the Light. California State University has been interfering in the publication of this book, which is violating both my civil and constitutional rights. I had a case going before Judge Wilson in District Court in Carson City, and he dismissed everything I did. I'm now having to take my case to the Supreme Court and spent the entire day yesterday filling out papers and a docketing statement and writing a brief that I had to turn in. Now, I'm wondering, where does all this money come from that the California State University is paying to both police departments, to judges, and other officials and people in the Reno area to take bribes to also participate in this. A bribe is a felony in the state of Nevada, punishable from 5 to 15 years in prison and a $150,000 fine. Also, the Bible tells us that cursed is he who takes a bribe for the slaying of an innocent person. The only way to stop this from happening is to cut off the money supply to the California State University. First and foremost, I think that government funding should be cut off to them. And then all of their donations should be audited, and their charitable arms, such as university enterprises at California State University, Sacramento. I believe they dump millions of dollars into charitable foundations and then draw the money out for their own usage. I implore everyone not to give donations to California State University, because I can attest to the fact that the vast majority of those donations do not go to education, but go into their own pocket for evil and malicious intent. Now, I have had all of these rights of mine dashed to pieces. But a man does not win by strength. He wins by having the favor of God upon him, which I have. And those who continue to oppose the Lord and stand in the way of these books going forward will be shattered. Because my God has not given me the spirit of cowardice and timidity that California State University has exhibited, but he's given me the power of courage, love, and a sound mind. And I have also been given the authority to trample on snakes and scorpions such as themselves, and to overcome all power of the enemy, and no harm will come to me, because greater is he who's in me than those pieces of crap that are in them and their father Satan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Dene, followed by Paul Lenart, followed by Lisette Aguilar.
Sam, Dene. That's me, the heart, soul, body, and mind in Reno government. I'm the guard angel for the government against the bureaucrats. And I have to remind everybody now and then that I continue to become an expert on the mayor's favorite book, Be Nice or Else. She recommended I read a copy the very first day I arrived here, and I've become the best gunny sergeant in the world, the empathetic gunny sergeant. At any rate, I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've been to virtually every city council meeting since 1993, so I know something about just about everything that happens in the community. I come down here to all of these meetings with a figurative shotgun. I have all of these different issues. And the other day I mentioned a citizen over at Washoe County who is becoming an expert at using a sniper rifle figuratively, but actually I misspoke, because that young lady has become an expert with a figuratively speaking shotgun. She is learning more and more and more and more about mainly the problems going on in Reno. Anyway, I want to remind the folks, see a few new faces in the audience, and remind the folks not only that I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, I've been around the world. I flew fighters and bombers defending our nation against enemies inside and outside of the border, but I've done so many things for Reno in these 26 years that I've been philanthropically overseeing the government. Let's go back. Actually, when I was in the Air Force, I created a procedure in the B-52 bomber that has saved the nation over $1 billion, and that's verifiable. If I had more time, I would tell you about it. That was in the Air Force. Now, since I've been coming to the government meetings here, I'm responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno, either directly or indirectly. And anybody who wants to change that or argue and say it's only 85% or 92%, come on up here. You got 3 minutes. At any rate, let's go back and just oversee a few of the things. I was and this is in no order of importance, but I was responsible for saving the beloved Burning Man. The government wanted to shut it down back in 2003. I went to the podium and said, don't, they owed a baby, and now we still have Burning Man, and so many people love it. I'm the person who brought, at least speeded up the process of having legal marijuana in Reno. The government was against it, scared, whatever, and I said, no, it's legal. They did it, and now we have legal marijuana, pot. Thank Sam for that. The beer crawl, and the beautiful artwork you see all over the buildings in Reno. I'm directly and indirectly responsible for that, because when they had the beer crawl, they came down long ago, and only person who spoke in favor of it, other than the people themselves, and they had the beer crawl. An extension of that was the concept of all this beautiful art all over the community. I could go on and on. Can I have another 5 minutes, Ms. Mayor? No, just kidding. I'm satisfied with my 3 minutes. I got to get some coffee.
Thank you,
All right, good job, Sam. Thanks.
Sam Dene, followed by Lisette Aguilar. Paul Lenart.
That was a-
That's a hard act to follow. I guess my name is Paul Leonard. I'm a Reno resident, 30-year respiratory therapist. People's lives often in my hand, blah, 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 blah. You know, I guess we've had a precedent for establishing bona fides, so those are mine. SB 103 will marginally, very marginally, improve the situation of housing, perhaps. Like most other measures that municipalities and states are forced to consider to deal with the housing problem, it's basically a matter of bribing the rich to do what we cannot compel them to do, giving them tax breaks, incentives of one form or another, so that they will go ahead and build housing that people can actually live in. None of these measures will ever solve the problem. We know that. It's a matter of mitigating the damage, that's all. To solve the problem, one of these days we're going to have to consider a completely different approach to things, and that will involve much more than any municipality or even state government can ever do. I hope someday we'll get on to that project. I believe that it will take a massive people's movement to make us, and those in authority in particular, respond to such initiatives. It's not as though this is the first time this came up. The Black Panther Party, back in the late 1960s and early 1970s, as part of their 10-point program, demanded the provision of housing as a right. Believe it or not, there are societies that have actually done that. It's not unheard of. Very difficult in this socioeconomic system. Systems change. Empires collapse. People eventually get what they need. It would be good if they got it with the help of those who have positions of power rather than in opposition to them. Thank you.
Lisette Aguilar.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Kathy Kelly Ballinger. I'm the Youth and Inclusion Manager for Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. And we're here to tell you about our event, our Trunk or Treat event at Trainer Middle School. I'd like to introduce Lisette Aguilar. She's been the coordinator of this event. It's been going on about 15 years. She's been the coordinator, I think, about the last 8 years. So she's going to tell you about her event.
Good morning. My name is Lisette Aguilar. I have worked for the City of Reno for 11 years as a part-time employee in the Youth Service Division. 5 of those years I've been working as a recreation leader and a senior recreation leader. 8 years ago, I was assigned to the Trunk or Treat event, assigned at Trainer Middle School. The program was created to promote safe trick-or-treating for the Halloween experience for families in the underserved neighborhood, and this serves over 300 children participating in the evening of fun and safe and controlled environment. Several City of Reno departments support the event, including Reno Fire Department, the RPD, Reno Dispatch. Additionally, community organizations, local businesses, and car clubs also volunteer their time and resources worthwhile event for the families, including REMSA, RTC, Washoe County School Bus, Washoe County Library, Washoe County Junior Cadets, Nevada Health Link, Division of Welfare, Street Kings, Boys and Girls Club Teen Center, Swift Car Club, Nevada Storm, football team, and MVP Dance. Each year, our goal is to have a minimum of 20 vehicles that are decorated and handing out candy from their trunk or bed of their vehicle. They also hand out valuable information for local services in the community, which bring awareness and services that are available to them. Thank you and for continued support for this fun neighborhood event. And thanks for Oscar Delgado for taking your time and to showing up to the event.
We look so young in those pictures.
I had
What
hair.
happened?
Yeah, that one was from a few
Dated.
years ago.
I was dated.
Daryl? Yes,
Yeah.
Daryl.
When it was at Pat Baker.
Yeah.
Just saying how much we miss him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
you do a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
And I know Councilman Delgado never misses a year.
Yeah,
And it's
nope, he
it's
supports me.
it's really fascinating to see how much engagement that you get
Yeah.
from that and how those children rely on that event.
Yep, every year.
They really do. They rely on that event.
But Madam Mayor, if I may, and I usually out of protocol talking during public comment, but just Lizette has been such a huge asset to the Northeast community. She still lives in the Northeast community. She's grown up there. She knows, and it's all about trust and relationships. And so I lean on her heavily too in terms of keeping me informed about what's taking place on the streets. So to have her to be also an employee of the city of Reno, to be a staff member, to be a community advocate is huge on our end. So thank you for all the hard work to all the staff and the Parks and Rec staff that put it on. I was out there, it was cold,
Yep.
but I'm telling you, you saw that line.
Yeah.
They're without failure. They are out there just ready and eager. All the kids will go out there and grab candy the day before Christmas. So thank you guys. You guys are tremendous, huge asset. Thank you. And look forward to you staying with us. I heard you say part-time. I'm hoping that's full-time. We don't want to lose.
That's because she's
It's
running
about
for city
retention. We don't
council.
want to lose her. So,
She's
so
gonna run
thank
for
you,
city
Lizette.
council next.
Thank you, thank you,
Councilman.
thank you.
Good job.
All right. Please, please, please,
I appreciate you guys.
please. Thank you.
Great job. I was just, Councilwoman Jordan and I were also talking about what a great way actually to implement that in all wards, because now more than ever, do you know that Halloween is one of the deadliest times of year for children that trick or treat, especially in the streets. And we've been obviously plagued by what's happened with some of the pedestrian fatalities and some horrible, horrible situations. So I think it's something to look at so that they, have a way to trick or treat without being out on the streets where it's dark and dangerous. Yeah, because it's safe. Yeah. So can you implement it in all wards? We'll talk to Sabre about full-time.
Right? Thank you.
Great job.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comments signed in at this time for general, and we will be transitioning to approval of your agenda. I'll send it to the manager with any changes or updates that she has.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Manager and Madam Clerk. I have 2 items that are requested to be pulled off of this agenda. Item D is in dog 4, approval of agreements with Sky Tavern. We'd like to move that to the December 4th agenda for you in order to allow more time for Sky Tavern and the Mount Rose organization to meet and confer in the meantime. Also, item D11, 705 North Virginia Street, possible disposition of city-owned property to sell the Jimmy John's business for relocation. We have a request to move that to your next agenda on November 13th, as President Johnson will be there at that meeting for this presentation and for any questions. Also, there's a couple of requests to move things up on the item. One is D7 concerning the SB 103 implementation for affordable housing. That's requested to be heard sometime earlier in the agenda, I think as soon as possible. And then item L5, presentation on RDA areas 1 and 2 and extension of plan period for redevelopment area 1. I would like to move that up at some earlier time, just not leave it towards the end of our agenda because it is quite the meaty issue. And those are all the changes that I have, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Could I have a clarification, please?
Go
Yes,
right ahead.
ma'am.
Yeah, I understand the Sky Tavern item is proposed by you to be extended to December 4th because the attorney for Mount Rose ski area reached out to you. My understanding that they've come in before when we've been ready to move forward with agreements and have expressed their concerns, but never in a written form to the council. And I understand they haven't reached out to the Sky Tavern people also. So I'd like to, one, confirm that this is not too time pressing to Sky Tavern because they've got snow season ahead of them, and also request that the specifics of what Mount Rose's concerns are be placed in writing to the council so we can understand the issues. I felt like last time there's too much verbal and not enough written understanding for the council to be able to be in a position to deliberate. And if that could come sooner than later.
Yes, Councilmember Breckus, I did receive email correspondence just this morning for your request and distributed that to council and to Madam Clerk. So that is in your inbox and will be part of the record. And I agree, what we're trying to do is allow for time for them to meet in the meantime. But in my mind, the December 4th date is a hard date. I likewise don't want to push this off much longer, but it was a request that I don't think is unreasonable to grant at this juncture.
Okay, I just want to confirm that if the purpose is for the attorneys for Mount Rose to meet with the Sky Tavern people, the Sky Tavern people are here and have told me to date they haven't heard from them. So do we know when they'll be reaching out to them very soon?
Yes, my understanding is today or if not already, this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we'd be looking for.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask council members, give me approval of the agenda. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, at this time, we will head to the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment on consent.
Madam Clerk, go right ahead.
Sam Dene would like to speak.
Sam Dene, that's me, Air Force Academy graduate, advocate for the government of Reno and arch enemy of the Reno Gazette, which should have been dismantled long ago, but the city council came up with $7 million to save the bankrupt Reno Gazette, and so they're still in business. What we have here is we have the consent agenda where they're going to vote on several things all in one vote. And if you have an agenda handy, you'll see that the main thing on the consent agenda is a bunch of grants, about $1 million worth of grants. And a lot of people don't know what a grant is. It's basically a handout from usually a government organization to, in this case, another government organization to be used for certain purposes. So we're getting some handout. Reno is getting some handouts from various organizations. Looks like most of it's law enforcement. And I'm not speaking for or against anything on this consent agenda. The last thing on the agenda is what looks like, and it's on the consent agenda, so these folks wouldn't necessarily even get any credit for it. On this one here, if you look at the last one on there, Apple, the gigantic Apple is going to, of all their benevolence, grant and donate $150,000 over a period of 3 years for some do-gooding things. And what folks don't really realize, because most of you haven't been at a meeting before, but I've been to all of the meetings, and I was at the meeting whatever it was, 8 years ago when the Nevada government gave Mighty Apple millions of dollars of tax breaks. Mighty Apple, and they're not the only ones. I'm not picking on them. You got Tesla. I could go on, but you've got this Mighty Apple, and so it sounds like if you look at it, sounds like there's some wonderful people donating $150,000 to some probably important situation. I don't know for sure. And anyway, I just thought I'd come up here and voice my opinions about what I think about the consent agenda and remind you that we almost had the Reno Gazette dismantled until the Reno City Hall came up with $7 million cash to buy out their defunct old building.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further consent public comment today.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask staff members to pull items off the consent agenda. And then before we hear those items, because sometimes that discussion that gets pulled can be a little lengthy. And I do want to jump into, because I know there are people here just waiting for, I believe, item D7. And so we'll move up to that, and then we'll go to consent on the items that are pulled. Okay? All right. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Jordan. Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Nothing.
Councilman Reese. And Councilwoman Breckus. Okay. Then I'm going to ask for approval.
Councilmember Dewar?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you're still on there. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Just chime in, because unfortunately we forget that you're up in the sky.
Second.
I have a
No
motion
problem.
and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, we'll move to item D7 per your request.
Okay, do you have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
I have no public comment signed in for D7.
Okay, thank you so much. Please. Hey, come on up, Claudia.
Oops. Thank you. Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager with the City Manager's Office. Today before you under D7, we have the first step in your three-step process to adopt an ordinance. This is putting into effect Senate Bill 103, which went into effect July 1st of this year. The purpose for this change would be to assist in maintaining or developing affordable housing by enabling the city to reduce or subsidize, in whole or in part, impact fees, building permit fees, or fees for the purpose for which an enterprise fund was created. So we have building permit is under an enterprise fund, as well as sewer hookups, not ongoing sewer rates, but sewer hookup or sewer fees. Sorry. The bill was an amendment to NRS 278-235 and requires that any of the projects that come forward under this opportunity serves an average median gross income of 60% or lower. So the average of the overall project. And we also need to adopt an ordinance to establish criteria, putting into effect the relevant portions of the master plan. For each project that comes forward looking for this opportunity, we would need to hold a public hearing to review concerning the effect on the reduction or subsidization on the economic viability of the general fund and the enterprise fund. So this would allow us to use the general fund or the enterprise fund to cover sewer hookup fees or the building permit fees for affordable housing that meets the criteria, and to use general fund or enterprise fund for that purpose. We have a number of criteria listed in the staff report. We had an amended staff report where the criteria changed. We have more changes to those criteria as this was delayed, so we've had additional discussion on that. We anticipate more changes on that and kind of focusing in more on the master plan elements to make sure that it's a smooth process if any project comes forward to use this opportunity. So we anticipate when the ordinance comes back to you, if you choose to move forward, when the ordinance comes back in most likely December, we would have a further amendment and further analyzing of what those criteria would be. And we're open for direction of where you would like to see those go. So staff is recommending that council direct staff to bring an ordinance back to implement this opportunity, and we're happy for any direction or comments on this
All right.
item.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions. First of all, we're all aware that the city has a sewer assistance program. And it opens up, I think, every year with our budget year of July 1. And people who meet certain eligibility criteria can apply to, I think the finance department administers it. They queue up in the corner over there, and then it closes when it's all full. How much money does the city provide direct subsidy to the individuals? I know that it's eligible for property owners and homeowners. And do we have an ordinance related to that?
The record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. We can, I don't think any of us here have that off the top of our head.
Don't have that?
We can certainly
Okay.
give you that information. That is a program, as you said, that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
But we can certainly provide you the quantities in terms of how much.
Okay.
and per
No one
individual.
else in staff knows how much we allocate on that?
I don't think off the top of our head.
Okay.
no.
I seem to recall it's about $200,000, 270 maybe. And it comes out of the sewer fund.
That's correct.
And I can't remember the eligibility. In my mind,
It's an income-based.
it's
you have to prove your
income-based.
income, yes.
In my mind, as I watched this bill come through the legislature, I like that program a lot. It was here when I started. I wasn't even aware of it, but I like that program a lot, and that I'd like to see enhanced. And I have some other ideas about impact fees, the enterprise fund, the general fund. I want to hear what my colleagues are. But to me, the impact fee that needs the most need to work in concert with our master plan goals is the RTC Regional Road Impact Fee that I think we heard was $6,000 a multifamily and $9,000 a single family, because we just redid the GAM. And that's the one, to me, that would be most beneficial across the board in the urban environment, non-income dependent. And then the other question I have is, compliance is always difficult. And I wonder what dialogue you've had with both the market rate apartment builders about this program, because they have to then have some compliance that we would be doing, and how much interest there is. Or is the easier way to marry this up with the programs that are already in subsidy, like the home and the tax credits, and then put this in as a deeper subsidy so we know those programs are already in a compliance? And have you given any thought to that?
We have, and I think the way we want to approach this is to throw a very large net out and then maybe adjust. In other words, if the benefit that we're looking for, which we think is what the council wants, is more affordable housing, then we believe the strategy should be make it as broad and as open as possible. So we're not just adding additional money to projects that would already come about, but perhaps getting people to mix some affordable units in their projects. Maybe they can't do 100%, 60% AMI, but maybe they get a few units because we offer this opportunity. So initially our thought was to make it pretty open-ended, see what we get, because we're not being overrun by people wanting to build 60% AMI housing. If it looks like we have large amounts of people coming that want to build this, then I think we could revisit the council to say, how do we want to do this differently? But right now, there is no run on the bank of people trying to build affordable housing at that level because it's so difficult to do.
I guess just for me is I'd like to hear, before we go through the ordinance process, some dialogue and feedback from those who build units, both work in the subsidy market and the market. And I'm also
We'll reach out to them, yes.
No, just, have, that you had some roundtables that maybe we could understand and pick their brains, because if it's not workable, I don't know. But the last point I want to know is how this works in concert with prevailing wage requirements too.
I assume we'd have to follow the way the bill was written. I don't think it exempts it from prevailing wage, so we would have to look at that, and we'll have answers to that when we come back with the ordinance.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I am very excited to see this. I know it's something that we've talked about at length of ways to spur on the affordable side, and it's something certainly that I've brought up over the last few years about the sliding scale. And I understand we want it to be very broad at this point to see what triggers or entices to do affordable. But my thought was if you get somebody that does a project that's on the affordable spectrum, and I know that's a very broad term, and it's checks one box for a reduction of fees. And then if it's within the core, it checks another box and another reduction. And then if it's on a transit line, it checks and then another reduction. And if it's a rehab, it checks another. And maybe the amount of affordability within a project gets them a steeper discount than 5% or 10%. And maybe that's getting too complex at this point, but I think getting to some formula to entice all of the things that we want as priorities and have been talking about for quite some time, to see what, in your discussions, what gets that going. I will say this, which was kind of a discouraging conversation that I had with experts in the field of development and construction, that they indicated because of the cost of land and labor and steel and lumber, that even if we waived every fee, they still couldn't make an affordable project pencil, which was very disheartening. Maybe that meant because it was an affordable project in a totality. Maybe if it was a percentage of, they could get there. So I hope that's not the case, and I hope this will help spur, along with the other things we're doing, to get more affordability. So thank you for your work on this.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to the public comment, everyone else we've said, it's one tool of many more that we need to suggest and bring to the table for us to utilize to obtain more affordable housing. Quick question, and I know the other part, just for clarity, staff, I know the enterprise fund currently exists. I know one of the big questions we've had as a council for many years is how do we have access to those funds? Do you guys know off the bat how much we currently have in the enterprise fund in terms of what that looks like?
Again, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. We can give you the actual dollar amounts. I think it's safe to say that fund is healthy.
Yes.
And really one of the catalysts for this legislation was frustration, particularly from the city council over the years, of people coming to you and asking you, can you waive, can you reduce, can you do something about our fees?
Right.
And the council being trapped by saying only if we have general fund to supplant it.
Right.
So this law allows us to do something different, which really is to look at varied fees to try to encourage affordable housing. So we will certainly be looking at the building enterprise fund, as well as other funds, to see if there's a way not to supplant, but basically to reduce the charges for these types of projects.
And that's the general understanding. I know we are currently very tight in terms of our general fund. An opportunity that we've seen for many years is looking at the enterprise. So this allows us the opportunity to look into that. I know the mayor and I, maybe it's been several years where we pushed an ordinance until legislation came from the state to waive impact fees up front, to push them at the permitting at the COO, to allow us an incentive. But this looks like they will supersede that opportunity to allow for us for even more opportunities to, if that's an opportunity. But I think this is great. I think it's just one piece to it. But again, it's limiting in terms of our general fund because we know there's not much there. We need those funds for public service and public safety and everything else. But the enterprise piece is what's important, and also know how much is currently in those funds to see how we can help support affordable housing.
Yes. Yeah, Claudia was just reminding me, which is to the point of your issue, Councilmember Delgado, is part of this, to implement this, is we'll have to have a public hearing whereby we look at each of the funds that would provide this benefit so the council can be assured, which is required by the law, that those funds are financially healthy enough to afford reducing the fees for these particular projects.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus, did you? No? Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. I guess, I mean, obviously it's going to be a balance, you know, as you pull off the sewer rates, by my calculation, have gone up 34% to households since I came on office in 2012. So it's obviously a balance. My concern is having a framework that's tight enough that there's not, that there's true public benefit in who's stepping forward and who's getting this benefit, and it directly flows to the tenants in need. And so that's why I do favor the direct payments more, you know, a program that we have that works on the payments of the sewer assistance and enhancing that off the sewer fund. I'm glad Mr. Delgado brought up did you have a question?
I was just going to clarify that this is only for the hookup fees. So this is not for the ongoing.
Yeah.
So the
payments to sewer.
statute doesn't allow for sewer the rental assistance?
No, this is just regarding connection fees.
The statute didn't discuss this?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and that's helpful. But, you know, on the other hand, we know we're going to be spending about $500 million in debt on the sewer fund in the next 8 years. So it's a tough budget. I'm glad Mr. Delgado brought up the enterprise fees, because we're going to be talking about impact fees later. And I think we need to get rid of the enterprise fund for the building permit program. I think that's a way to enhance the general fund, and I think it's overtime to that. So I'm not really supportive of skimming off of that, because I think that needs to be a general fund movement at this point. I would like, if we do move forward, some of the best information I'm reading about in terms of local governments assisting affordability is very individualized to single homes, small properties, not big complexes. It's like, and I'll just tell you, in the community that I grew up in, one county, I believe, is paying for accessory dwelling units where those are allowed in the zoning districts, and those units are being built then. So it's very small, modest, but it's keeping people in their communities. And maybe that's a stronger way to go, or shouldn't be off the table, if properties have the ability, even if it's room sharing sort of arrangements, and then you can covenant for 10 or 15 years if $20,000 comes in on a hookup or something like that. So I don't want to see that one lost off the table. But I really would like to emphasize conversations to understand workability before we drop an ordinance in that we haven't particularly sketched out with, like Ms. Jardin said, the market.
All right. Anything else? No other council members? I want to say thank you so much for putting this on the agenda. I need to stress, and my colleagues did a very good job of kind of explaining it a little bit, but I do want to stress, this is just one piece of the puzzle to continuing to sort of stabilize the market, one piece. So I want everyone to know, because sometimes out in the community, I hear, you know, people thinking that we're just doing one component of the whole process. This is a big one. This is really critical. So I'm really glad to see you bring that forward. I think Councilman Breckus brings up a good point, looking at, you know, how to enhance the general fund. I think that's could very well be something that is, you know, something to really pay attention to. So I just want to stress to people, because I think sometimes they don't realize all the moving parts that we've been putting in place to, you know, spur affordable housing. And so these are just, you know, more of the tools in the toolbox. So we got to continue to keep doing that and keep doing that. But it's not just one piece, because whenever I get out into the public, a lot of people think, oh, you're just, you know, doing that one thing. It's going to take a lot of things. It's going to take a lot of different things and different ways of thinking and solutions. So, and sometimes government doesn't have all the answers. So I think it's really important to always reach out to the public and say, what are some of your ideas? Because some of those are great creative ideas as well. So I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate your hard work on this. Good job. Okay, so at this time, give me a motion, Councilman Reese.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job, guys.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we will transition to our public hearings. Our first item is item C1. This is a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Police Protective Agents Association.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received.
And I do want to just let the record reflect that we are now opening the public comment in case the public hearing, in case I did not specify that.
Thank you.
Okay? And we'll let staff take it away. Hello.
Good morning. My name is Mark Gregerson. I'm the Director of Human Resources. Before you this morning for your consideration is a tentative labor contract agreement that's been reached with Reno Police Protective Association. The tentative agreement is for 3 years, starting July 1st of this year, 2019, and running through June 30th of 2022. There's a couple of changes, and I want to go through and highlight those changes for you. Vacation, there is the increase in vacation of 1 hour of accrued vacation per pay period. Annual sick leave, there's included in the contract is an opportunity to cash out 450 hours of sick leave during employment. Currently, that privilege is only allowed at retirement. There's salary increases that are included. There's a 2.5% salary increase starting the first pay period after council adoption of the tentative agreement. There is a $1,229 one-time payment in lieu of retroactivity. There's a 1.25% increase in July of 2020. Another 1.25% pay increase in January of 2021. And finally, there's a 2.5% increase effective July of 2021. Standby time, there's increasing standby time to being paid at time and a half rather than straight time. Health insurance, there's an agreement to reimburse both the Medicare and the Medicare supplement deductibles. And finally, I mentioned the term before, but it's 3 years, July 1 of 2019 through June 30th of 22. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion, but before I do, I wanted to ask one question. One of the things that I understood was a discussion point, but which did not get very far along in it during the process, was about shift trades. And so I am someone who wants to understand a bit more about shift trades and how those might positively impact our budget on a moving forward basis, meaning, as I understand it, shift trades are used in various public safety entities to essentially avoid overtime as a general rule. And so although it's not a part of this agreement, it apparently did not make it that far in however process you engaged. I'm happy with the agreement you've reached. It's just something that I would like us to look at more broadly so that I can understand what the practical ramifications of it are as it relates to this body. So that's more of a general, I'm asking you for that information at some other point in time, but I'm happy to move to approve.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next item is item C2. This is a public hearing. I would like to note it is in Ward 4 and Councilmember Weber is not present. However, council may choose to proceed forward or we can wait. Just wanted to alert you of that.
Did Councilwoman Weber
She
request to hold off on this? till
She did
she's
not
here?
request to hold off on it. I just knew that she's not present yet. She is trying to join us in a bit. However, that time is still to be determined.
All right,
But
let's
she did not
let's
specifically
move it,
request to
and
hold
then-
on.
Maybe if we could trail this item until Ms. Weber joins us.
Okay, so then we will transition to item C3, which is the public hearing for the Eddy.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, at this time, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and we received one letter from a concerned resident. Tutsi Muscant is concerned with no direct position.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask council members, do you have any disclosures at this time? Seeing that there are none, staff presentation, come on up.
Thank you, Mayor Sheevy, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. I just have a brief overview, if the council would like, of where this item has been. It's originally from a 2016 case, if that would be helpful.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, I'm gonna let Nathan go ahead and give us a small presentation. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, I'll be brief. This is
He
origin-
worked on this for 2 weeks, so I really want him to. I'm just kidding. I don't know
Yeah.
how long you worked on it, but I know that staff puts in a lot of time and they do a great job. So I just want to make sure.
Appreciate that.
that we're looking at your hard work.
I think we're all familiar with the site located on Sierra Street adjacent to the Truckee River Walk. This is originally a 2016 approval. That special use permit itself was for a reduction in floor area ratio and variations to the downtown riverfront design guidelines. So the special use permits were structural in nature. The bar use itself and 24-hour operations are allowed by right in the zoning district. So this item was approved by Planning Commission, was appealed to Council. Council added several conditions of approval related to operational concerns. The project was constructed. The privilege license was approved in 2016. In March 2018, the Council made a motion to continue with the annual review and conditions as they were. Adopted in March 2019, Council approved some modifications to the adopted conditions of approval and put in the requirement that they check back in for a 6-month review. Code enforcement, over the 3 years of operation, 5 code enforcement complaints were received. All cases investigated and were dismissed. They were received from the same individual. Condition number 10 prohibits noise exceeding 65 decibels. Part of the conditions of approval were sound monitoring equipment placed on the eastern property line that monitors sound in real time and is available for code enforcement and adjacent property owners to review in case there are any concerns. No violations have been recorded. The applicant is requesting conditions for annual review be removed. For council's consideration, standard code does allow for council to call up a special use permit if violations are perceived and go through the public hearing process to review the conditions, add more, or possibly revoke the special use permit. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, great job. Thank you very much. Okay, any questions from council members? No?
I have a question.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. We heard earlier, I heard 2 things or 3 things I wanted to follow up on. One, the speaker said that the complaints were dismissed, and I wondered, were they dismissed because the people didn't observe them happening, or there weren't good records, or they were found to be unfounded?
For the record, Joe Henry, Senior Code Enforcement Officer. Councilwoman Dewar, the complaints were dismissed because the complaints were found to be invalid or unvalid. We could never verify that the actual violation as described existed. The complaints for noise, we use their actual noise meter. They have a report that's printed out and emailed to us on a weekly basis, and they have not exceeded that. Other complaints concerning parking are in a red zone were routed to parking enforcement, which is the red zone is actually a fire zone, a fire lane. And so our parking enforcement do not enforce that on private property, but I know fire had monitored that regularly and did not find any violations of that.
Okay. And then earlier today, we heard from the speaker that she played a clip that sounded very loud, even from remotely. And I wondered, she made a comment about the decibels, and I've never heard a principle of average decibels, because you could average, like, it's quiet in the day and noisy at night, and the average is below, a number. I've only ever heard decibels as a limit, as a high-end limit. Could you address that?
Yes, ma'am. Condition number 10 specifically says noise levels shall not exceed 65 decibels on a reoccurring basis. So because a car can drive by and you'll exceed 65 decibels. Me speaking to my children usually exceeds 65 decibels on a regular basis. So we have to take what a reoccurring basis is and we have to average that out. And that's why we use the LAEQ, which is an average.
So, but is it an average of a period of time, like she mentioned, they would stop playing for 15 minutes and they might go up to 85. I mean, do you see those kind of numbers? I mean, what she played on in the public comment was far louder than you talking to your children.
No, but I've gone out there on several times. I've been out there at least over the last 6 months. I've probably been out there at least 6 or 7 times. I've never experienced where the music was loud, exceeding loud. You'll have I've had exceed by drive-by cars, music exceeding that, or actually people sitting on the Riverwalk playing boom boxes exceeding it. But never at the Eddy have I ever experienced that noise was ever exceeding that level.
So I was worried when we said we couldn't verify what maybe we weren't there at that time. And then finally, it sounded like Councilwoman Jordan got involved. I just wanted to hear from her and what her take on this whole situation was.
Perhaps we should take a recess until she can reconvene to the table.
Oh, she's not there?
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, are you finished?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear, since it sounded like Councilwoman Jordan got involved to resolve an issue. I didn't know what that was.
Oh, okay, so I know Councilwoman Jordan's worked really hard on this issue. She did have me go out to the location a couple of times, and I'm not saying that there isn't any validity to some of the complaints. It's just whenever I was out there, I didn't notice anything, but I also want to be very sure that, that we are addressing some of those complaints. I know that Alex has done a fantastic job, and he continues to go out there. You've been out there probably, 24 times, Alex? And I think that's important for people to understand, because I know that she spoke about Reno Direct, and a lot of those come in, but then it triggers Alex to come out, and I just want clarity that you've been out there several times addressing it.
So Alex Willie, City of Reno, Assistant Neighborhood Services Director. So I will state for the record, ma'am, that I'm very good at delegating. So I have been having, Joe Henry's been the one who's actually been physically going out there. But I will state for the record that we have weekly meetings with the police department, code enforcement, and on a regular basis, we're informed, because the police officers are there every weekend, every evening, and there are certain businesses that are identified with either ongoing problems or issues or things that we need to keep an eye out for. And I can tell you unequivocally that the Eddy has never been on any of these meetings has it been mentioned with regards to any kind of issues, noise, or what
And
have
every
you.
time I've met with them, they have been incredibly open and willing to do whatever they can to, mitigate any situations. I have to say, it's great to see, because not all businesses sort of operate
Correct.
that way.
Yes, ma'am.
But I really appreciate you taking the time and continuing to, explore what's happening through Reno Direct, and also, just through code enforcement and all that you're doing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's not going unnoticed. Okay, at this time, I'm gonna.
Madam Mayor, final comment. Perhaps we could provide some clarity on this condition 10 so that we're not caught in the middle. And, it's very vague about reoccurring and how often. And, my understanding is there's a 65 decibel limit at every property boundary, not just the Eddy, but my house, your house, everybody's house. And so I wonder if we could just stick to that, and so that it's not like, I don't think they're calling if a car is passing, but if there's ongoing noise that exceeds 65, if we could just make that the standard and not have this reoccurring thing that makes it difficult for Joe Henry or Alex or anyone to interpret what that means. And maybe that's something that can just be done with Rebecca Venus.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I think you make a very good point. But I would also say that if we're going to look at something generalized throughout the city, this probably isn't the item to do it on.
No, it already is. I'm saying there already is a requirement. It's already in place throughout the city.
I don't.
So
and maybe Joe, you can clarify. I don't think there is. Am I right?
For the record, Joe Henry, Senior Code Enforcement Officer. I think what Councilwoman Dewar is speaking about is the residential adjacency standard under
Okay,
Title
gotcha.
18, which this would not apply to residential adjacency.
Right.
The fact is that sound is not a simple, let's just put a hard number on it. It's impossible to do that way. You can speak to any sound experts. Over the last 29 years, I've become somewhat of a sound expert myself in dealing with this. So the way we have it in the language that we have is shall not exceed 65 on a reoccurring basis.
Right.
It is easy for us to monitor that way. I would not adjust that condition.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
All right, thank
I'm
you.
gonna
Thank
move
you.
on since everyone has exhausted their time. Councilwoman Reese, go ahead.
I move to approve the staff recommendations, including the removal of condition number 15.
All right, I have a motion from Councilman Reese, a
Discussion.
second from Councilman Delgado. Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable procedurally that we are not moving this to a point later in the agenda when Ms. Jardin is returning. Is she returning later?
My understanding is she had to step out
She
for an
might have
emergency
to-
call.
yeah, she
So
might have
I'm
to
not sure
leave.
when that
So,
will be.
I mean, we just moved an item to wait for Ms. Weber to call in. Maybe we should wait for this vote for her to be here.
When she left, I asked her, would it be okay if we just move forward? She said it was fine.
Okay, she'll miss this vote then of her constituents, but that's fine. I am not going to be supporting this. I didn't support the effort before in increasing the numbers, and I didn't support the hours either. So I'm not in a position to support it again. But I want to know if this does go through, are we going to continue to have this annual reporting? It's something we haven't done a whole lot, and frankly, I think it doesn't rise to the level of council attention. So even though I'm not going to be supporting it, I want to know if we're going to be seeing this again under the conditions that would be issued. How's that work out?
Well, that's a point of order. That is the
You're right.
condition which my motion removed.
Was it? Oh, okay, thank you. And actually, we don't have questions from staff afterwards. So that's the full of 15? Yes. The annual reporting is gone? Okay. Well, I'm still not supporting. I thought we had it right before. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion
No.
carries.
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay.
No, we
I'm
need a
opposed
majority
as
of 4
Oh, you
here.
do? Okay.
So we got to wait for her to come back.
Okay, Madam Mayor, would you like to transition to another agenda item while we are?
Can I just seek some direction from legal counsel?
go
Can you just tell us what happened there?
A motion of those, a majority of those council members present would carry the vote.
Under
don't
what
need-
regulation is that?
Just in our general code, there's no code requirement that you have a majority
Okay,
of the entire
okay.
body.
That's
of the
different than
membership.
how it was yesterday with our joint meeting. But thank you.
So motion carries?
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item C4, a public hearing. Madam Mayor, this is a public hearing, and at this time, we can transition over to the city attorney to read the bill.
Send it to you, Carl Hall. our
Thank you,
city
Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7103, case number LDC 20-00012, Wellcrest of Northwest Reno zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 5.10 acre site located on the southeast corner of the intersection of Mayan Avenue and Grand Point Way, from professional office to neighborhood commercial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. I'm just going to put this on the record for you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. I want to make sure you have that. Proper notice given, any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We did receive one letter in opposition on this case.
Okay, thank you so much. Do any council members need to make any disclosures? None? Okay.
Mayor, I do have public comment if you
Go
would
right
like
ahead.
to proceed. Mighty Baron? Mike Baron? Mike. Close. Mike. We're going to go with Mike. Thank you. Please state your name for the record so I can make sure it's correct. Thank you.
Mike Barrow, Barrow. I may be too late in this procedure. I just came here today hoping to learn about what's happening out there. I live out there in that little section of Ward 1. I moved out there shortly after McQueen High School was built, so I've been there for 30-some years. I'm a recently retired Washoe County school teacher, so that gives me the chance to come here when my neighbors could not come here, of course. And I'm in town, so we're concerned about changing, like always, traffic and things going on up there, and changing what's, has been an empty lot forever and probably best to be left at the level of zoning it's at. We would hate to see a fast food place put in there for the kids racing down from McQueen High School, or something that really contributes to that area. Having lived on that corner, that part of Mayan, there's a bow in the road there between my street, Shadow Park, and Grand Point. And maybe that's something I can contribute here that you may not be aware of, but I'm not prone to exaggerating. I carefully think about my numbers as an ex-math teacher. There have been literally dozens of accidents on that curve. It is a disaster for racing up and down there, and I'm not sure what causes it. Causes people to crash into the block walls, and the poor person that's right behind this development or this change, his wooden fence has got metal posts stuck in there trying to keep them from crashing into his backyard. So there really are traffic issues here, and I would hate to see anything happen there that contributes to that, particularly something on the level of a fast food restaurant or something like. There is just to the west of this, just to the west of Rob, there's a strip mall there that's half empty. I don't quite understand why we need more higher level commercial space up there than we have. There seems to be plenty of empty zoning rooms up there also. Well, I may be off base on what's happening up there, but I, concerned about changes that may be happening. That's all I have there, but for 40 seconds, my daughter lives in Ward 1 also, is in her second apartment, and she pointed out to me yesterday that none of her apartments do recycling. So she brought a bag of recyclables up to the house so I could recycle them. And just a point of thought, why do apartment systems not have some sort of recycling setup thing on there?
Yeah,
You're probably aware of that.
You're exactly right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell my
We
daughter.
have
the
a
mayor said-
sustainability manager here that if you would like to sit down with her, she has a whole
I
comprehensive plan,
told
but
my
you
daughter,
make a
"That's your
very good
job.
point.
I'm retired. You go get it." Or maybe I should.
Great comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on this item, and we can transition to staff presentation if council desires one.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. So I see in the map obviously the parcel we're talking about, the commercial that's kind of behind it. What commercial is in there? I'm just trying to get my bearings on the,
Madam Mayor, that's a post office.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, the Rayleighs, right? Okay, I got it. And I
Rita's.
think it's so interesting that this is actually in Ward 1.
Ward 1, through the last redistricting,
Yeah.
took a piece north of the freeway, which I call the Mayan Loop, and it has Simon's Drive and Shadow
Yep.
and Avenida Delanda.
I just
Anyway,
thought it was Councilwoman Jardin's, but little carve out.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All
so.
right, I'm going to send it to you,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Breckus. Would you like a
Well-
presentation?
Well, I'm familiar with the property, I'm familiar with the project, but let's maybe have a brief
Go ahead.
presentation because the fast food restaurants with drive-throughs are not allowed, and and see, and anything goes through a special, well, you can bring it all up.
That's correct. And I apologize, I wasn't aware that we don't have an overhead projector, so I'd ask that you refer to your packets for the graphic. But yes, this is a request to go from professional office to neighborhood commercial. The uses are very similar. Professional office allows for slightly less commercial intensities than the neighborhood commercial. The applicant has stated that their intention is to do an assisted living facility center, which is allowed in the neighborhood commercial. Both zoning districts are deemed compatible, the most compatible commercial zoning adjacent to single-family residential zoning. Any commercial development would require a special use permit before being approved. Any development on the site would require residential adjacency development considerations. That's a 1-to-3 height step back ratio, a solid 6-foot fence, 10 feet of landscaping, noise considerations, et cetera. So as far as traffic concerns, any development will need to adopt adopted traffic standards, and most developments on this site would require some sort of discretionary review for public input.
Okay, and I'm familiar with this, and I like the concept. We know this is a growing housing type that is in need, and I like the idea that it's next to the shopping center, because someone who's in assisted living communities, their auto use is not that great. Sometimes they don't drive, and there's a lot that they can take advantage of in the shopping center next door. So I'm excited to see it go in this residential, institutional maybe way. And if the request was to go to some of the higher zoning districts like we've seen lately, and then if the project didn't materialize, I would have concern. But I think the NC zoning district is very modest jump anyway, and with the backstop of the special use permit, I think it's going to be a good way for us to examine it, the planning commission look at it, and a good product to come forward. So I'm supportive.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. Madam Vice Clerk.
Madam Mayor, sorry. Let's see. We are on item D1.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have none registered at this time.
Okay, all right, Heather, is it all you? You and Michael? Okay, come on up.
That's right. Good morning, council members. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record, and with me today is also Michael Chomp, the Business Manager.
All right.
And I have a presentation for you, and I will make it as brief as I possibly can. This is a presentation on the topic of packaged alcohol, both packaged alcoholic and...
I apologize, I don't mean to cut you off. We have a quorum, but I am going to step out for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Jordan had to attend to a family matter. I don't know when she'll be back or if she's going to be able to even come back at all. But I did want to point out you would have a quorum with, I just want to be clear. Is Councilwoman Dewar on the phone?
We've been at it for 2.5
I am.
hours. I could take a 5-minute break.
I think Councilwoman Breckus brings up a good point. I think we all should, I apologize, but I do need everyone to kind of get up and go to the restroom and kind of be refreshed. So
Absolutely.
let's do that. And
Okay.
then we'll come back and make sure we do have a quorum.
So, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, we will reconvene
No,
at...
let's do 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor. At this time, we will reconvene your meeting. Just to let everyone know, I believe Councilmember Dewar is on the phone.
Yes, I am.
Okay. With this, Madam Mayor, we are on item D1. This is an update on privilege licenses for packaged alcohol.
Okay.
I was like, is my mic on?
And I think Heather was getting into, thank you, Heather, for your patience. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record. And I think my presentation is going to be coming up in just a moment. So this agenda item is related to packaged alcohol and packaged wine and beer licenses. As council will recall, back in May, council adopted a moratorium for the period of approximately 1 year on the issuance of packaged alcohol and packaged wine and beer license in order to allow staff with some adequate time to conduct some research, some public outreach, and then to come back to City Council with a draft ordinance. City Clerk, does this, where do I point it? It's not working. Oh, there we go. All right, thank you so much. And so council has, over the past few years, expressed some concerns with packaged alcohol and packaged wine and beer license, generally beginning in 2016, and followed up with the moratorium to allow for staff to move forward with some research to bring forward an ordinance. Council provided guidance to staff to evaluate how the impacts of a packaged alcoholic beverage license or operation can be mitigated. And direction was provided to come back to City Council to identify those key areas that we would like to move forward, and to then engage business owners and the public in the drafting of the ordinance. So staff has taken a look at the materials and presentations and input from council and has identified 3 main topic areas. The first is operational standards, which council had expressed a desire to address aspects of a business that would potentially impact the neighborhood within which a business is located. Topic 2 is establishing a more robust enforcement process with possible review of procedures and penalties that are currently in place for noncompliance of standards and for the development of additional criteria for business operations. And then topic 3, specifically focused on the downtown Reno area to review the established procedures within the downtown to identify if those specific standards need to be modified. And so with that, I'll jump into topic number 1, which is operational standards. Council has had discussion as to what the right way to proceed with addressing that topic are. It was discussed that maybe special use permits may be a way to go. After taking a look at special use permits versus business license standards, staff would recommend that business license standards in Title 4 and 5 be utilized as the tool to address council's concerns that you may have with specific business operations and their impacts on the surrounding area that they're located within. Generally speaking, special use permit is granted to an applicant, and those conditions of approval are general based on location and compatibility for that request. And any future owners or operators inherit the conditions of approval that were originally placed on a request, and those conditions aren't always entirely related to a specific business model. On the alternate, business license standards are specific to each owner and operator, and if standards are expanded upon in Title 4 and 5, each business owner will have that opportunity to review and agree to the standards that they are expected to operate under. Businesses may have a different effect on a neighborhood, and conditions could potentially be added to a business license to specifically address the specific impacts of that business on the neighborhood within which they're located. And so business license standards may be expanded to include operational standards that apply to new business licenses and also to those that carry existing business licenses, possibly through business license renewal. The addition of findings for the issuance of a packaged alcohol or packaged wine and beer license, and in association with those findings, the potential for a conditional approval of a specific license. Moving into topic 2, enforcement process. Really, this item would identify or clarify expectations for operation of a business that has packaged alcohol or packaged wine and beer, establish those additional operational standards, and may include findings and conditions as council felt necessary. This could possibly establish a process for new businesses and applicants of those packaged alcohol and wine and beer licenses to demonstrate compliance or intent to comply with their business license application, and could possibly set a timeline for existing businesses to demonstrate compliance as well. And then also, this enforcement process may include a process for continued compliance. On the topic of downtown Reno, as council is aware, there is an established expanded RDA 1 area within which there are limitations to packaged alcohol licenses alone. Currently, or as of June 2019, there were 18 packaged alcohol licenses and 16 packaged wine and beer licenses. And I did want to note that the packaged wine and beer licenses are not subject to the limitations within the downtown area. And so this map really demonstrates that expanded RDA area and the business licenses that were issued as of April of earlier this year. And so really, staff is coming forward today to request direction on these 3 topics and any other topics that council would like staff to evaluate for potential inclusion in a future ordinance, so that then we can move forward with community outreach and collaboration to draft an ordinance that would be brought forward at a later date to City Council. Following that community outreach meeting, a business impact statement process would then kick off, where we can publish the proposed or anticipated draft ordinance for input. And following that business impact statement process, we would then schedule the draft ordinance to be heard before council. And so that really summarizes my presentation for you today. You have the materials in your staff report, and this slide really just summarizes those 3 topics that staff had identified. And we are definitely open to any other additional direction council may have.
All
Thank
right,
you.
great job, Heather. Okay. At this time, any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna let council weigh in. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is never an easy issue, is packaged liquor. Never easy. I think it's almost increasingly more difficult as zoning districts go more mixed use. You don't have so much segregation. You're really trying to encourage a lot of uses. And obviously, the council before us had an issue with it because they put into place the downtown redevelopment area cap. In my experience, coming on in 2012, that cap has allowed 2 liquor stores basically right across City Hall, and I was downtown Saturday night and saw those, a lot of packaged liquor, and I was downtown late at night, Saturday night. And I think that that there's broad availability that's even increased with the ban. So not making opining whether or not, the effects of it, just saying it's increased downtown to my view. Since I've been in office, there was a convenience store with package that was approved by special use permit through the Planning Commission right across from Reno High when I came in. And the liquor license came forward right when I sat in an office, but they had a special use permit, so it was very difficult to deny. And then another one came in on one of the shopping centers that the gentleman earlier today mentioned is half empty over there, the Quail, the Rob Drive one. That came in. And I think, so those are my wards. That's my experience. I think there's been other ones, primarily in Ms. Jardin's ward. And then we know the Wells Avenue neighborhood put a cap on since I've been on. I don't think the 3 options that staff has provided us get to where I think the council has expressed a desire to go. I think putting in 4 and 5 with operational characteristics or enforcement doesn't get to the root problem that the council's had, which is a lot of establishments having packaged liquor. And I think the best route to go, and it may be opposite of where staff would like to go in terms of the special use permit process, but I think certain package uses, and those are going to be pretty broad, need to go through the special use permit process. And we need to engage the Planning Commission on that, or a hearing officer for conditional use. I think they need to be looked at case by case on geographic appropriateness, concentration of other uses around, other package liquor around, neighborhood compatibility. I think they need to be looked on a case by case zoning process. Maybe you exclude retail establishments of a certain square footage. Maybe you exclude, bars can sell package. Maybe you, which is very common in some frameworks. Maybe you exclude, limit the square footage or the sales volume so that if it's part of a Target environment or a grocery store environment, you don't get there. But I do not see that the options that are being brought forward, enforcement, business license, what was the third one? Downtown, because we already have downtown, are going to get us there. So that's just my suggestion.
All right. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly believe that Councilmember Breckus has some very important points to make. And so I guess what I'm inquiring about for our staff is you've identified these 3 items, and I am in favor of you exploring all of them to the full extent that you want to go explore them and bringing back things to us. Is it, are we able to add the additional things that Councilmember Breckus is indicating could be options? It's not that I believe necessarily that those will be the ones that the body votes on, but you aren't saying by this item, an action item, that it's to the exclusion of other options, because I do think those are worth exploring. And at the end of the day, Councilmember Breckus has significantly more experience than I have in these areas, and so I want to listen to those things. So can we add those concerns that she's raised here? I mean, I think broadly our body wants to figure out the balancing act between some zoning issues, some policy issues. We are wanting to make sure that good actors are allowed to operate within the confines of where we've identified the areas where they can locate. So at the end of the day, I think we're rowing in the same direction, and we need to explore all of the options that would give us the tools to do those things successfully. So does it make sense what my question is?
It does, yes. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner, again for the record. So the 3 topics that were presented to you today are just the staff identified topics. If council chooses to move forward with additional topics, we will definitely include those as a part of our process moving forward. I did want to note if it includes an amendment to Title 18, that would require an initiation of that amendment by the council. Yes.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. And it was a lot of work, and yet still much more work to do. I know this was an issue that's very important to me, and something that I was really wanting to see some changes with. And I think Councilwoman Breckus highlighted a few of those issues. And maybe again, to Councilman Reese's point, is just diving in a little bit more in terms of what some of these aspects look like, some best practices as we start to see with mixed-use communities and the changing of communities. In a very simplistic view, for me, it's looking at my communities and seeing a decrease of produce grocery store and so forth, and making that not and not seeing the change of an increase of packaged liquor, right? And then seeing the detriments in terms of what those do to communities. And so for me, it's finding out some creative ways of saying if you're selling packaged liquor or other items, and let's talk about square footage, let's talk about other amenities that you're going to be supportive of the community in general. And again, you could look at big box versus smaller neighborhood commercial access opportunities and seeing, and I know it's not innovative, it's done across the nation, so it's just seeing best practices in terms of how we can apply those to our local communities that are growing and changing. And so I appreciate some of the aspects in terms of how we were able to better look at those pieces. Now, I see the SUPs in terms of the differences between the two. But and on one end, I'm seeing the flexibility and allowing us to look at each individual license and applying conditions. But I could see that at some point, if I'm not sitting at the seat anymore, or any one of us, once we are termed out, that can change and sway the community in terms of maybe supportive. Or I mean, that might just change depending on the elected official at the time. But basically, what I'm trying to say is, I get worried. And I know this isn't innovative practice to look at how we can, again, apply those conditions maybe as an SUP. I'm not saying if that's an appropriate way, so making sure that the land carries forward or not. So just being open to all those pieces. But that's kind of where I was really trying to plague to, is the impacts that I've seen, especially in many neighborhoods in my communities, that we're losing a lot of, fresh opportunities, foods, et cetera, losing access to those, and we're seeing an increase of others.
Thank you. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. I just wanted to chime in a little bit here. The operational standards that we're suggesting here would not be to replace special use permits or kind of land use standards. It's an additional tool. I'm hearing some appetite to use both tools, but the real distinction there is special use permits run with the land, not with the business. And it can include a bunch of different business models, a bunch of different types of operators. So by adding this operational standard, we're able to put conditions on a business license that's tied to an individual operator. That could be done instead of a special use permit or in addition to. So it's kind of an additional tool because we've found that our land use standards aren't really getting at the topic at hand fully. So I just wanted to add that little additional piece of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Woolley, for the record, Assistant Neighborhood Services Director. To add on to Arlo's point, from staff's perspective, if the council's desire is to address the operations of these businesses and the licenses, whether it's approving or rejecting or even denying or removing or suspending, we believe from staff's perspective, from an enforcement perspective, that most of that power and ability is in the licensing and not in the land use. That's why from our perspective, if the idea is to facilitate our enforcement, whether we want to suspend, revoke, or what have you, for us, it's easier for us to deal with the operator of that exact business, because we've had many businesses that have come here before you that get a special use permit with the best intentions and great behavior, and then a couple months or a year later, we get a whole new operator, and then by the time you hear about it, there's already been a bunch of bad stuff going on.
Yeah,
And then we have to go through that process. So that's why we like the ability of dealing with the operator and going from that perspective. Not to say that there's anything negative with the SUP process, but we think that definitely we have a lot easier access to address and to, if necessary, penalize the operators and the owners.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think you make a great point. Good job, Alex. Councilwoman Beckus.
I think Ms. Weber wants to chime in first.
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you both came up and spoke about this, because as Councilman Reese suggested, this is a hard thing for somebody that hasn't been experiencing a lot of this, the changes. So I appreciate your comments, and I agree with you that I really like the licensing part more than the land use part, as you suggested. And yet I appreciate all these comments by all of you. So I'm want to do what you want to do, but I really think that we need to hear, we heard from both of you about the direction that I believe we need to go. So, and how we can do that together and work together on it.
Yeah. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just chime in, and I can even make a motion if we're ready. I don't know if, is Ms. Dewar on the line? Okay. Anyway, I appreciate Ms. Stockham saying it goes with the land, and that is a critical distinction because once one is issued in a zoning district through the special use or conditional use permit, then there's awareness in that neighborhood. There's one package liquor store. It's when you start getting 2 or 3 or 4 within a concentrated area that then I think the problems do start to come in because it's a land use that in one, you know, in concentration, I think does start to have issues. And the special use permit can allow you to make them be a full, you know, they call them bodegas, or they call them also in urban cities, you know, neighborhood grocery store, you know, with a mixed use. So I think that the land use is critical because it's a way to control the concentration, and the concentration is when you start to having adverse neighborhood effects. So if we'd be ready, I'd make a motion to follow through with the options, kind of flesh them out a little bit more, and include the land use component of a discretionary review and bring that back to council.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Oh, is Councilwoman Dewar?
Councilwoman Dewar is on the phone.
Yeah. And I don't think Councilwoman Jordan will be able to call in. So she had to tend to a family situation, so.
Okay. With that, Madam Mayor, I believe the city attorneys have reviewed and wanted to chime in.
Right, so I'd like to direct council's attention to item C3. And in reviewing our code, there is 4 votes required on that particular item. So what happened was there was no action taken on that since we had a 3-2 vote. So I would ask council to reconsider making another motion on that item.
This is item C3, the Eddy, for
C3, the
clarification.
Eddy.
Well, it's not technically a reconsideration. You're saying no vote was made one way or the
I'm
other.
saying, yes, there was no affirmative action taken since there was a 3-2 vote, so you need 4 to actually take an official action, so.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay,
Second.
go ahead. So I have a motion and a second. All those,
Well, no, I need to make my motion.
oh, go ahead. You said a motion.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I move to approve staff recommendations and include the removal of condition 15, which required annual review for this particular business entity.
Okay. I guess just clarification, Carl, we don't need to do a reconsideration, correct?
No, it's not a
okay.
reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion.
Madam
and a
Mayor?
Second, go ahead.
Is that me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to request, and I'm willing to support this, but I'm very concerned about condition 10, that it has great interpretation. And I really, you know, Councilwoman Jordan, myself, you yourself, Mayor, have been called many times, and we don't want more false alarms. And so if this passes without a change to the condition, I'd like to just strike on a reoccurring basis from condition 10. If we don't want to do that, if there isn't support to do that, then I would recommend that we direct staff to get together and discuss what condition 10 means and under what conditions, you know, it's not violated, so there's more clarity, you know, so that we're not caught in this situation. And we don't have to maybe come back if there are more complaints, as our staff said, and reconsider the SUP, you know, on the basis of complaints. I'd rather get clarity now if we're taking off the condition to come back in 6 months. So that would be my request, either to strike on a reoccurring basis off condition 10. That'd be my request to consider for the motion maker.
Okay, Councilman Reese. Councilman Breckus, did you have your, no? Okay. Councilman Reese.
I appreciate the concerns of Vice Mayor Dewar, but I'm not inclined to change my motion.
Okay. Did you want to weigh in, Councilman Weber? No. Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. All right.
Opposed. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would at least like to get some clarity with the existing motion since we didn't change the condition so that all of us can, have more clarity. And I'm going to ask staff to do that if they can research that and figure out what these words mean so we all know what they mean. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with that, we will go to item C2, a public hearing for Golden Valley Commercial Zoning Map Amendment. Madam Mayor, this is a public hearing, and we can send it to the city attorney to read the bill number.
C2 or E2?
All right. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, this is a public hearing. It should be noted for the record, we're opening it at this time. Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right.
At this
Any
time,
council members have any disclosures? Seeing that there are none. Let's see, applicant presentation.
I'll go ahead and read the.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Ordinance introduction. So
Thank
this
you.
is, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction number 7104, case number LDC 20-00010, Golden Valley Commercial Zoning Map Amendment. Request for a zoning map amendment from plus or minus 1.8 acres of single-family residential, 15,000 square feet, to plus or minus 1.8 acres of arterial commercial. The plus or minus 1.8 acre site consists of one parcel generally located south of North Hills Boulevard, north of US Highway 395, and west of Golden Valley Road. The project site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use.
All right, thank you so much. Okay.
Hello, Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the project applicant. I submitted a presentation, but I'm prepared to go. I've got it printed out if it doesn't come up.
we have staff's presentation.
Sure, I can use the overhead if that.
Overhead is out of commission today. It is. It does not work. It is broken and removed. We are going through our records right now.
Madam Mayor, move to refer.
All right.
So, Madam Mayor, it appears that we do not have a copy of, you do have a motion on the floor to move to refer if you would like.
That's fine.
To accept the
I have a
motion?
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with that, you're all set. I would recommend at this time that council move to open the redevelopment agency item, so we can open the board and have discussion on that prior to council taking another break.
Great. And I think, yeah, that was,
That was the request of the manager.
yes.
Okay,
Do
so
it.
at this time, we will take roll call for the redevelopment agency. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado?
Here.
Weber? Absent at this time. Jarden? Absent. Reese? Shivi?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. Your first item on this is general public comment, of which we have none signed in.
All
We
right.
would be looking for approval of the redevelopment agency.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, looking for approval of the minutes from August
Second.
26th.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, opening item L5. This is the redevelopment debt and financial status discussion.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, Deborah. Good to see you, and go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. There is a presentation, so hopefully they'll get that up there.
We can get it back up and going?
Yeah. So it's the overhead that doesn't work. And I believe this is on. There we go. So we're going to go, I just want to show you again a map of the redevelopment areas so that you see where they are. We'll briefly discuss the financial information and then talk about where we're headed with this item. So again, just to remind you of where the redevelopment areas are, the yellow portion on the map is redevelopment area 1. That's known as the downtown redevelopment area. And the pink, which is shown in 2 maps because one section is very far out of the area that's not contiguous, that is redevelopment area number 2. For the redevelopment areas, for bonds, there is an outstanding bond in redevelopment area 1, and current outstanding balance is $18.3 million. There are no bonds outstanding in redevelopment area 2, but it does pay for some debt obligations we have, which you'll see on one of the next slides. One of the questions that comes up often is, when do the areas run out of money? I mean, we've been talking about redevelopment area 1 running out of money, and you can see by this chart, we can pay the debt service in 2022, but we cannot pay it in 2023. So it essentially runs out at the end of the calendar year 2022. And that has been pushed out. I think originally when I got here, the date was 2019, but it's been systematically pushed out just a little bit because we've started to see increment coming back to the area. But it's not adequate to pay for the debt service. So we do show a combination of the 2 areas as a request from the council. There are issues with this. Based on our research with the NRS, the law says that you can use increment within and without the area, but that does require that you prove a nexus. So if you wanted to use the area funds, we can, because the area 2 is so spread out, it's very difficult to make that nexus. And also we would, as you can see from the chart, we really don't even have enough increment if it's combined until 2024 to start paying the debt service. There's just not adequate funds currently. And RDA 2 area is not eligible to be extended, so we would be bound by the shorter of the 2 periods if we combined them, which is RDA 1, which expires in 2027. So we show, with the possibility of restructuring the debt, we do show that both areas are able to pay their obligations on a go-forward basis. So RDA 1 would be extended out to 2043, and you can see while it's tight in the first 5 years, it does begin to show some positive cash flow. In those first 5 years, we have pushed the obligation for baseball into RDA area number 2. So you see the debt go down in RDA 2 because we push it back up into RDA 1, which we feel is a more appropriate area to pay for that particular agreement. So what we're asking the council to consider is an extension of the plan area in redevelopment area 1 by 15 years, and then authorize us to go out and come back with a bond structure that works for the city. So if we're able to do that and restructure the debt, that would avoid a potential default, well, an actual default. I mean, we show that we will default in a couple years if we're not able to do that. It also makes the payments more manageable. It allows the RDA 1 area to pay the baseball agreement, which we feel is more appropriate based on how, where the baseball stadium is. And we can attempt to get a negotiated settlement with the bondholders to try and reduce the principal amount owed so that we can alleviate maybe having to have a general obligation backing or something like that. So we wanted to lay out a time frame of what that looks like. So today we're asking for direction to extend the plan period by 15 years and to begin the process of negotiating a bond structure, a redone bond structure. To amend the plan, we would need to come back. There's public hearings that have to be held and then an ordinance. So that would be done the December, January timeframe. During that timeframe, the finance department would be out negotiating what's the best structure that we can actually get going forward. So we would plan to come back to council in late January with a proposed bond structure and maybe some options for you to consider. And then if we so get that, we'd come back with an ordinance in February.
Okay.
So that's kind of the layout of the plan.
Okay.
So our recommendation as staff would be that council authorize us to extend the plan period of RDA 1 by 15 years, and then authorize me to begin the negotiation process to refund those bonds and get a structure that we can all live with. And with that, we are here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Just really quickly, this is sort of one of those issues where I think it leaves the general fund really vulnerable. And so you're saying we would obligate the general fund, am I right?
Not necessarily.
okay, 'cause I
My goal would be to get a bond structure that does not obligate the general
Yeah.
fund.
I think that would be really critical, and if there's anything, I would be more willing to, look at the room tax because, I want to be very, very careful about, touching the general fund. I think that's really critical. I want to stress to this council, because I've kind of said this over and over again, that public safety and city services are so critical, and using that room tax to keep away from the general fund, I think most of us would probably feel a lot better with, but also looking at special events and going to the RSCVA for those special events, because I think we looked at it and it was about $750,000. It's a big chunk, so I would. Well,
No.
this is special. This is special events, and I've asked the council, and I appreciate everyone's, I think, general support on that. But it's a big chunk, and I think our CVA should be paying for it. So I want to, if anything, room tax, general fund, room tax good, general fund bad.
Right. Well,
Right?
and what the goal would be is to maybe some of those larger institutional investors would take a haircut on the back end in order for us to restructure it, and then we could maybe do a graduated payment to get up to full payment, like in the year 10. That gives us that breathing room during those first 5 years, which are the tough years. The goal would be to not have to obligate the general fund, but even if we did, we would have the primary source of funds would be redevelopment first. We could make room tax a second source, and which really means that likely you're never going to have to touch your general fund.
Yeah, and I think that's
That would be the goal of
the
set
goal,
something
yeah.
up, something like that.
That's where I would be supportive. I also want this council to know that I have been very vocal with RSCVA about this. So I want to make sure this, as we get into budget, that we don't get, what happened last time is we got a little too far down the road, and it was a little difficult to explain to people that had already been funded for those general, for their special events. So I just want to make sure that everyone's prepared, paying attention, because it's something that I'm going to be watching closely. Okay, thanks so much. Councilman Breckus.
Madam Mayor?
I'm going to go to Councilman Breckus, and then I'll come to you.
Great.
Thank you. We've known this day is coming for a long time, right? And default is the last option. I think a default is not something we want to do. But having said that, we don't want exposure to the general fund, as the mayor was saying. And we've experienced exposure to the general fund off of bonding before with the revenue back bond, with the geo back bonds for the event center. And so history is always the best predictor of the future. So for me, I will not be comfortable with a geo-backed revenue bond. However, the room tax also concerns me, and I want to interject that because the room tax under our current ordinance really does work as a general fund infusion when you look at the parks budget, where it backs the vast majority of the parks budget. And there's also allowances for it to go to general fund. So I think we need a completely different source. And I believe that we should be doing a plan that merges 1 and 2. We know TIF is going to occur on 2, and marry those up to the shorter expiration date and present that out there on the table. And that's where I'm at. Would like to see the plan done. That makes that nexus, as you mentioned, because I believe there is a nexus here. I have a long history in seeing these drawn up. They both have met the test of blight, and put them out and marry them to the shorter expiration of RDA 2 and tell those holders that's where we're at. And I'd like to back baseball out of that. The baseball agreement was always going to be an annual obligation of the council to go yay or nay. And if there isn't room from TIF because it's going over to debt, I think the council should retain that and not bundle baseball into an instrument, because then it tightens baseball up into an ongoing commitment where we always reserve the right to pull it out and not vote on it one year. I know one year Mayor Sheevy did not vote on it. So that's where I'm at, is default is the last option, combining 1 and 2 modeled, and going with the shorter year and the plan that makes the nexus. Thank you.
All right, any other council members' comments? Nothing? Okay, nothing? Oh, go. Sorry, I forget that you're out, you're out there. Go ahead.
I'll keep it brief. First of all, I wanted to compliment Debbie Lochner for being so thoughtful and looking forward at this financial picture. I know that she's taken each issue that we've been facing one by one and bringing to us proactive strategies to, get our finances in good order. So I really appreciate that. Number 2, I wanted to support what you said as well, Madam Mayor. I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head. And when I had a pretty extensive briefing with Ms. Lochner, it became clear to me, I wanted to get her to respond to this concept of merging RDA 1 and 2, because after I talked to her, it sounded like she had consulted with a number of attorneys and found out, at least from maybe 3 or 4 different attorneys, that was not an option the way that RDA 1 and 2 is structured. However, it sounded like a very appropriate option is to use RDA 2 to pay those certain items that Ms. Lochner identified. And I just wondered if she could just address those 2 issues.
So the issue with combining the areas and being bound by the smaller time frame is there's not an adequate funds to pay the bonds in by 2027. That's just simply, there is not enough money for that in the increment as projected. And I don't know what your second question was.
Well, the second question was, you had proposed, at least in the briefing, and what I thought I just heard, was using income from RDA 2. You said that was appropriate to use to pay off encumbrances in RDA 1. Could you just go over that again?
It's only goes towards the baseball agreement because that actual property sat in both areas. And so only that particular agreement could be paid by either. This year it is being paid by RDA 2.
Okay, so that seems like good flexibility, because I think most of the indebtedness in RDA 1 is the baseball agreement. Is that true?
No.
No, RDA 1 is the one with the bonds, the $18.3 million of bonds.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Exactly. I apologize. I meant RDA 2. So,
Yeah, RDA 2 is essentially unencumbered.
right. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to make a motion then, if I
Go
could.
ahead.
And this is a motion to know that default is the last option of the council. Please go forward with an instrument of a workout in conversation with the bondholders that would involve 1 and 2 merging with a shorter time frame, with whatever TIF best projections can come forward with that to them, and start to redo the plans that combine the two together. And if we don't have the in-house resources, we need some expertise, hire that expertise to help us get those plans done.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Councilman Weber.
Hold on a moment, please. Oh, go ahead.
Sound like what the recommendation is by our staff, and I want to hear again what that recommendation is, if you would repeat it, your recommendation, and I can't support that motion.
Okay.
I wanna
So,
hear- Go ahead.
so my recommendation is that you authorize us to extend the plan period of
Yeah.
RDA 1
Uh-huh.
by 15 years. That's step one. And then as a second step is authorize the finance director to go work out the best deal we can with alleviating the general fund if possible, and come back to council with options on how we can restructure the bonds.
Right. That's a motion I want to make, but
I think that
We'll
was
have to go.
Councilwoman Breckus's motion. No, it wasn't?
I don't think so.
Well, it was, I think it was all of that and then, but not including the general fund, correct?
If I may, Your Honor.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam, what it's coming down to is this, desire to essentially merge the districts. It's the city attorney's office opinion. You cannot do that. There's only one instance where that is being allowed, and it's under a provision of NRS 279, specifically 279-486. And it was a process that we went through for the financing of the baseball stadium. But short of that, in going through that process, we can't take, for instance, RDA 2 increment, which is supposed to be used for RDA 2 projects, to pay the debt of RDA 1. That's kind of the problem we've been running into. As much as we want to do that, that's just not the way that the statute's set up, we can't do that. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and that's, I believe, the difference between what Councilmember Breckus is requesting or moving for versus what council's staff is requesting. Don't tie the two together because we can't really execute on that.
Well, let me withdraw my motion for further discussion on that in response.
Okay.
So
motion and a second.
okay, so let's
Motion withdrew.
okay, so let's take this extending RDA out to 2043. Can you bring the slide back up, please? The bonds expire when for RDA 1?
Well, for RDA 1, the bonds don't ever expire. We would just default.
I thought they expired when they're paid off, when the agency goes.
The issue would be that if the plan area expires in 2027, the city will no longer receive increment.
Any what?
Any of the tax increment.
Okay. What happens with the tax increment? 22% of that increment goes to the city, correct?
I don't know the percentages exactly,
That's
but
what the city
essentially
gets
what
in property
happens
tax.
is when you set your baseline, all the money above that baseline goes to the agency until such time as it expires. Once it expires, then all that increment goes back to the taxing entities that are split based on how the baseline split.
Well, I think the discussion with the bondholders who knew when they bought the bonds, when the agency expired, is that they will be paid by the city's 22% of the increment until they're paid off, but we're not extending the agency life after that. We send it back to Washoe County to provide the regional services they need to, and to the school district. and we will extend it because it becomes just a debtor agency at that point, correct?
Well, essentially, what'll happen is if you do authorize us to extend it, the increment will keep coming as long as the area is effective.
But what if we don't authorize you to extend it and there's still bonds outstanding and it expires?
Then we will default on the bonds in 2024,
Okay.
2023.
So you have to extend.
Ms.
Right.
Lochner, may I ask a question of Ms. Lochner? So when the bond owners bought the bond, were they under the understanding that this was a redevelopment bond and that there would be an increment coming to pay off this bond? That the redevelopment agency existed for some period of time?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
so typically when you issue a redevelopment bond, I mean, the redevelopment's set in place to incur debt and then pay it off. That you incur the debt at the beginning of the process, you build something that builds up your increment so that you have the ability to pay off those
Pay it
bonds.
off, yeah.
All the investors, they're not mom and pop people. These are people that understand how redevelopment works, but based on the cash flows that were presented at the time, and we took out new money, I believe this was in '07, we took out additional money, did additional projects at that point in time, and those cash flows at that point in time showed that it worked. Well, right after that is when the recession started hitting. And so the development that was planned and some of even the increment itself at that baseline, we went below baseline for the increment in that period of time of the recession. So while they understood they were doing redevelopment bonds, the way that the increment is calculated and flows to the city and the caps, they may not have been aware of how all that works with the caps. But either way, redevelopment investors are not going to be you or me buying a bond. It's going to be some of those larger institutions that are buying them, and it's specifically the Bs and Cs.
But if I may, the problem with the extension is that that's money that should be restored back to the taxing agencies. Under the issuance at the time, the bonds had a period of time to go with the agency, and our public has a reliance to know that we are keeping an eye out of our ability to provide the general services, the essential services. So sophisticated buyers who bought redevelopment bonds, it's buyer beware. And we, I dispute a little bit your characterization of redevelopment. And I started my career in a redevelopment agency because not all redevelopment agencies do bonds, and certainly not all do refis on bonds. So when you have a buyer who's buying redevelopment bonds under that a certain world, they're taking different assumptions on different sort of fundamentals of redevelopment agency. So sending that money out to 2043 is going to hamper this council's ability to, particularly if it's backed by general obligation, to provide the essential services. And if it's bonded out, the bondholders get paid first before our employees. And if we don't have the money to pay our employees, we're letting them go. So I think this conversation should end here. And you should go to the bondholders and tell them that the council wants last option as a default, but there is reluctance to extend out the bonds to 2043, and let them know we have that potential, but they need to make an offer to us on what they'll accept.
Okay, then give me a motion.
That's the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second.
I can't support that
discussion.
motion. I think it's wrong that we are overriding what our staff who does this and has a great ability to know and to work on what she suggested. And I don't support this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, our next item on redevelopment, we'll just continue with this and close it out, is updates on redevelopment agency board. As we only have one, I don't see that there's any updates. General public comment for redevelopment, there is none. So we would be looking for a motion to adjourn. the redevelopment agency, unless staff has something that they need to bring forward. Sorry, I was trying to identify if.
Adjournment. Thank you.
Okay, so we are adjourned from redevelopment. We are back into your council meeting. With that, Madam Mayor, we are on item D2. This is approval of fire apparatus replacement program, medium-term obligations.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
All right, do you have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I have none.
Discussion.
All right, I'm going to, staff, is there anyone here? You, okay. Give me Cliff Notes, and
All
then we'll
right.
have discussion.
I'll give you Cliff Notes and some good news.
Perfect, thank you.
So this particular item is simply for you to direct the city clerk to enter into the minutes that the Department of Taxation approved the issuance of medium-term notes for the fire apparatus replacement program. The good news is we've done our RFP for banking, and we received an interest rate of 1.7%. So,
Nice,
which will be coming back to you in an ordinance next meeting.
good job.
Can I ask a question?
Deborah,
on
you're
this?
fantastic, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I saw it in the staff report that you had a letter from the Department of Finance Administration. Bless you.
The
That was
Department
written
of
to you?
Taxation?
Yeah,
Yes.
taxation. Is it what division within taxation?
It's the, I don't know exactly, but it
Okay.
was the Department of Taxation approving the issuance of the medium-term obligations.
How'd you convey that to them, and does that go to the board?
We
They-
provide a complete packet of information with cash flows and financial forecasts that goes to the Department of Taxation.
Okay, it was an administrative approval, not a board
Correct.
approval. Why,
No.
why didn't it? I was reading the board items that they hear, and they hear a lot of bonding and taxation issues. Why didn't it reach up to the board?
It didn't require it for this.
You don't know.
I don't know. I don't work in taxation department, so I don't know.
You
what
didn't
the
have to
rules
go
are.
down and make attend a hearing
we
for
just
this?
had to submit a packet of information.
Okay. If you could do a follow-up memo to let me know why, because there is a board of local government finance oversight.
Right. No, they look at agencies that are in fiscal distress, and they will look at maybe general obligation bonds differently, but
Okay. So because this is a bank note, maybe that's why?
I'll have to ask them because I don't
Yeah.
know why they did this
Yeah.
administratively, but I know that we've done a couple, when we
Yeah.
do medium-term notes, they do it administratively.
Okay. I'd just like to know because
Bonds are
Yeah.
different.
they're an oversight body.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate the oversight when we're going into deficit spending. But if it's less than, then it's not deficit spending. Now, the fire chief sent out the replacement schedule, and this year we budgeted. How much are you taking from the proceeds of this debt issuance for the fire
It's a little under $3 million this year.
this year? But how much are you going to expend this year?
I'd have to ask the fire department because they have that information.
Yeah.
I think so there was $1.5 million that was appropriated by this body. A portion of that is to pay debt service. So
Debt service.
So a piece of it goes for the debt service side, and a piece of it goes to the apparatus replacement. The replacement program, I believe, is about $3.5 million this year. But I'd have to actually look at their list.
Well, I think that the need was under $1 million. And when you say apparatus, that's not
It's
like
fire trucks and ladder
just
trucks.
fire trucks.
And
Okay.
rescue
Okay.
vehicles, but
Okay.
they're not on
Okay.
the list right now, and other things.
Okay, so
It's all
I guess
their heavy equipment.
Yeah, I'll just offer to the council, this is our last chance to not spend, what is it, $6 million over 10 years in debt? If we can direct her to find about $800,000 in the budget, which I believe there is, rather than going into deficit spending. And that's why I've been advocating. And I'll tell you, the best comparison I have is borrowing $6 million for 10 years is like $100,000 household income, buying a $400 couch on time. It's not a good debt to come on. And I think that we could manage the replacement program through a pay-go approach. And it's really reflective to me. That's why I wanted to see the local government concept, because I thought some of these experts would be like, wow, Reno is borrowing that little for an annual proceeds. They can't bring that out of the budget annually. I'm really, I've said my bit a couple times, but I'm not going to support this.
All right, thank you so much. Deborah,
Madam Mayor?
yes.
Should I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. This item D2, just to better understand this from the point Councilman Beckus just made, my understanding is that we would sort of have a rolling, it wasn't just 6.5 million. Can you address that? I mean, was the idea that we would buy trucks as, over time and through the years while this was underway? I didn't think it was just for a one-time 6.5 million.
So the apparatus replacement program that we presented to council showed us using this $6.5 million. It's actually 6.375. It might not be the full 6.5. We add a little bit for cost of issuance to that, but it shows using that over the next 3 years to put into the replacement program until we're up to full funding.
Right, but then we were going to continue, I thought, with the replacement program over not just 3 years, but 10 years.
Yes, so
the
the replacement program that we presented actually goes out 20 years and shows a possibility of needing an additional $5 million in the 2033 timeframe. But the $6.5 million is so that we could do the ramp up program and also get us to the full funding, which is the council funding $1.5 million in the current budget cycle, $2 million next year, and then going up to, I believe it's around $3 million on a go-forward basis to keep the program viable.
If I may.
Right, so $3 million a year. Right. Go ahead. Thank you.
So this is, may I be identified? So this has changed a little bit, but on October 17th, at Mr. Reese's request, our chief told us that year one, which is this year, correct? And this goes well over, it goes 10 years, and it's well over the $6 million we're borrowing. So presumably, there's general fund coming in on this. But year one, 2 engines, 1 aerial truck, 1 water tender at 3.6. And I think things have changed because we had a fire. We're going to have this insurance reimbursement coming through. But of that 3.6, how much is bond proceeds and how much was allocated through the budget?
So the council allocated $1.5 million towards the program.
Okay, so 2.1 is coming in off of this bond. Okay, so that is 1/3 of the $6 million. So if we're taking 1/3 of the $6 million in year one, why are we streaming out debt for 10 years then?
Because we're using the other proceeds in year 2 and 3, and then we're just paying it off in 10 years because in my mind it's good fiscal responsibility to pay it off sooner rather than later.
Okay. Well, I can't support extending out debt 10 years because it hampers us in the out years in terms of bargaining agreements, staffing levels, and so on. So, and also that issue, Chief, maybe since you're here, you told us before that you needed 1 rig a year, that you were asking for 1 year, but on October 17th or 19th, you said this year you're getting 2 engines. Oh, you're getting, I saw. 2 and 1 and 1.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I don't think if I did, I misspoke, but I don't think I ever said 1 rig a year.
To this first year.
To
this first year. But next year, or you're also planning to get the reemplacement this year?
Correct.
Okay.
And is it correct, Ms. Lochner, there's no prepayment penalty?
On this particular issuance, we are not asking them to give us no prepayment penalty. We felt that this program is really a closed-end program, and we weren't going to prepay, unlike some of the others that we may discuss in the future.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your hard work, because I know that you do a lot to get us there. That's one thing about you. I don't even think you sleep, but that's just, I will say, I appreciate Councilwoman Breckis's concern. She's very smart when it comes to a lot of the city finances, and she, you know, knows sort of, you know, all the different facets. And so I also hear, you know, what she's saying, and I do think there is certain validity to doing a pay-go, and I see why you do that. My concern, and I will just tell you this, and this doesn't mean that, you know, we're not being fiscally responsible or anything to that magnitude, but the concern is, if your house is burning down, your residents don't care about this stuff. They care about their family, their pets, you know, their personal belongings. And to be quite honest with you, we know that we have not put some of that infrastructure back into the fire department. And, you know, I have been on a couple of fire scenes where we have had some real issues with apparatus. I am very nervous whenever, you know, we do pay-go, because what could happen is we get down there and then it sort of stops, and there's, right? So that's what I'm nervous about, because I believe the citizens really want the best public safety possible. And so that's what kind of scares me going down that route, which I tend to agree with Councilwoman Breckis, but at the same time, I think when it comes to your house's burning down, or, you know, something that threatens your life, the residents are not going to care about how we structured this.
And one thing I do want to remind the council of, when we refunded the event center bonds, we saved the general fund revenue about $750,000 a year. And we said essentially the $6.5 million was going to equate to that. But with a 1.7 interest rate, it's less than that now.
Yeah, and then again, I say that we put special events over there, and there's the money for you. Got it. All right. Okay, so, did you give me a motion?
You have a motion and a second on the table.
I have a motion and a second. Sorry, we get off track. Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
What was the motion? I'm sorry.
Councilman
I was
Reese.
sitting right here and I didn't.
To approve.
Okay.
Staff recommendation.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
I'm
those
opposed.
opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries.
Madam Mayor, next item is item D3. This is an ordinance to amend and delegate authority for apportionments. This is a presentation from Debbie Lochner.
Again,
Just a busy
we're not
gal.
going to let you go today.
Well, I think this is my last one for today, so.
Okay, go ahead.
So this item is in order to allow the council to delegate authority for reapportionments of SADs to the finance director. The law allows for that, but our ordinance doesn't currently have that as the language. So every reapportionment comes back to council, and the one I'm bringing forward first is Somerset, who has had 71 reapportionments that have come to council for approval. Going forward, this would allow those just to come to the finance department for approval and not have to come back as a council item.
Move to approve.
This is the first step.
I have a question.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Breckis.
There's a mention into bonds here that are being repaid for Somerset. And was that the Somerset Parkway bond? That's,
Yeah, that would be the special assessment district bond.
and who pays for that?
The homeowners.
Okay.
They're assessed for that under their property taxes.
Okay, are those payments being made by those bonds up there?
When they are not made, we bring them forward to you and you lien the property, and then they pay it.
And what properties do we lien?
Anybody who has not paid their assessment.
Okay. I guess, I understand that Somerset Homeowners Association has a big liability coming to them. And I'm wondering, and I'm not particularly informed, and I know, are you a member of that? So I don't know, I mean, you know, I just am wondering if Somerset is maybe the best or not the best to bring this process forward, because properties could start to be let go if the assessments and there could be parceling that is meant to reduce personal liability and that let properties go. And that's something that was of concern to me.
So this doesn't change at all what is owed on the properties. It just changes who has the authority to reapportion the assessments. So we are obligated under a special assessment district to ensure that every property owner receives the benefit of what they are paying for. And so we do, there's an engineer's analysis that is done to prove the benefit that's received by those those groups, right? So each homeowner receives a benefit of what we put out there and is assessed for their portion of the benefit they receive. The benefit and the assessments, the amount owed, none of that changes. It's just how it's apportioned among the homeowners.
But I guess my point to you is, we've seen people walk from properties as a way to walk from ownership. And I'd hate to see someone who's sitting on a whole lot of land there, apportion out a part and then just let it go to the tax rolls. And then, it get absorbed by everyone else. And so that apportionment will prevent us from looking to see if any of that activity is going on. Have you looked at it from that perspective at all?
The reapportionments don't really talk about that kind of activity. It's really, as for most of the developments, it's as they continue to develop and new houses come online, you have to reapportion the amount owed from bare land to a household, and they get a larger portion of that because they, as a household, receive a benefit.
Okay, so it's
so it's really just for not to bring those forward to council if you're going to combine a parcel or if you're going to split a parcel to reapportion the amount owed amongst those parcels.
So it's only subdivision activity that goes through
Essentially,
the planning
it's
process.
based on subdivision
Okay,
activity
okay.
that requires either a reapportionment or a combination.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
If I could just clarify, I think you were asking about, so what's the remedy if people don't pay?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure. So what happens is a tax lien is put on the property. That tax lien goes out, somebody buys it. We get paid our property tax for the duration. After 3 years, that property, if that tax lien is not redeemed, it gets sold, then and that money pays off. So there's no, and that's how we don't have any exposure to our funds or anything like that. But I just want to make sure you understood the difference between how it gets paid versus the reapportionment piece.
Madam
Because
Mayor,
I think you were asking about that.
if I may, though, that situation can occur right now or in the future or any time that these have ever existed. What's before us now is a question about process. And every time there's a new subdivision, all of these are going to come back to you. Somerset is one example, but there are others where there have been dozens of these that come before you. So what Ms. Lochner is asking for is the delegation of authority for her to be able to do that rather than bring it before this body literally dozens of times.
So Mayor, as a reminder, you do have a motion and a second on the floor at this time.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, any other discussion from council members, seeing that there are none? We have one on the floor. The problem is, Bonnie.
Apologize,
is
I've
you
been
are
a
all
very
the way
quick
down
trigger today.
on the island over here. That's it. And I feel like you feel disconnected, so come on over.
We do have you on the record as the second, Councilmember Weber, so you
You did make the second.
so you were involved.
Go, Bonnie. You just didn't take your multivitamin today like I did. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I do feel like you are far away. You can come sit over here.
Huh?
It's okay.
Did she just get off?
No, we're testing something. She's here.
Okay.
She's
Oh, okay.
all right, Madam Mayor. With that
I
item,
promise you're in the loop.
D4 for Sky Tavern was continued to a future meeting. We are on D5. This is a brief presentation from Public Works on our 2019 winter preparedness.
Okay, I love this because this is when my phone just rings off the hook. This is the one time of year whenever snow hits that it just is, we're bombarded with calls, so I always look forward to these updates. So
All right.
I'm excited to hear what you have planned.
All right, for the record, I'm Brian Heller, Assistant Director of Public Works, Maintenance and Operations. Have two folks with me, Ryan Bird, Storm Drain Maintenance Manager, and Travis Truehill, Street Manager. Just background, we don't do this preparation instantaneously. This, especially for the storm drain, it happens all year long. That is somebody's continuous job. Also, we're really well connected with the National Weather Service, and we watch the storms as good as anybody can. So we're going to outline some of our stormwater preparations for you, and then go into some of our current snowstorm preparations. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ryan Bird.
Hey, good afternoon. I know you guys have a lot on your agenda. You've been here all day, so if you remember one thing about my presentation, this is a year-round operation, and essentially all we do is we manage the good vegetation by getting rid of the bad vegetation, and it's a year-round endeavor. Here you see our guys doing things with weed eaters to essentially get rid of the growth, so as those flows kick up in the typically wintertime or the thunder boomers we have in the summer months, we don't impede the water and we can convey that flow to the Truckee River and out this valley. Our work, it contains a lot of things. We find mattresses, vehicles, encampments, trees in and out of our drainages, so it's something that we need. We can't always use our backs. We need various types of equipment to keep our waterways free of debris and other things that get involved in those waterways. Our bar screens, this is the meat and bread of our waterways because these cross various roadways, and as you can see, there's a tire. Tires don't float, but they do travel miles and miles when those flows are up, and this is something that keeps us busy year-round, particularly in the winter months as those flows get up, because if it plugs up these bar screens, you will wash out a road or flood out a neighborhood. We have about 10 high-hazard dams throughout the community, in which we work on typically in the warmer weather months to ensure that those dams can retain a great deal of water behind them so that we can release those flows pretty sparingly to allow those flows to make it to the river, because typically beneath these dams we have residents and businesses that we need to protect. The last few years we've been busy creating HESCOs and managing flows in our Silver Lake watershed, as well as helping out the county. This is a picture of our folks doing HESCOs. I can honestly tell you, when our HESCO rep came out, some of our work, he says, is the best he's ever seen in the country. So we did a pretty darn good job doing it for something we've never done before. Irrigation ditches, there's a number of companies or private partnerships that own these ditches. We do not own the ditches. However, we have a plethora of agreements that we have to oblige the companies when the flows are on and when the flows are off. This time of year, as you guys drain your sprinklers, it's no different than the ditch companies. They have to eliminate those flows because no one's irrigating. And with that, we have to ensure certain screens are up, certain barriers are in, so that those flows can do what they're designed to do. With that, Mr. Travis Truehill.
Good morning, everybody. So kind of following up on what Ryan was discussing with the flood preparations, the city currently has, we have, yeah, something's changing our slide there, I'm sorry. We currently have about 1 million sandbags on hand though. And so if anything changes or anything does occur in flood vents, anything around the city, we'll be able to mobilize quickly and set up sandbagging locations throughout the city as needed. The city of Reno, for our snow and ice control plans, the city of Reno is right now set up with 19 snow plow routes. That's breaking up about 2,300 lane miles of roadway into those 19 routes. And then we further break it down into priority classifications, priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. I think you guys are probably familiar with that. Our staffing levels right now are about 60 trained snowplow operators, and this is a mixture of both Sewers, Ryan's guys, and mine that'll be utilized at any point to keep the roads clear. We also partner with obviously our fleet department to make sure that we have a mechanic available when needed, keep the plows on the road, and then we also use a maintenance technician that takes care of a lot of the incidental stuff, changing snowplow blades out, keeping hydraulic lines operational, that kind of thing. Our equipment right now is 19 trucks, which corresponds with the 19 plow routes we have. 5 of which are actually the all-wheel drive, and then we have 4 others that are actually for brining on the roadways. We do utilize one front-end wheel loader and with a plow attachment that will chain up and put up in some of the higher elevations, which helps us to basically take care of areas that the big plow trucks can't get into and have challenges getting up some of the roadways. Just a quick picture of some of our equipment. For storm events, we classify the storms as a typical or major storm event, but really the takeaway from this slide is that our operations don't change. If we have snow on the road, our guys are going to be operating in 2 12-hour shifts, so 24-hour shift work schedule essentially, to clear the roads until they're clear. We like I mentioned earlier, we break down the roads into priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, and priority 1 being the arterial, school zones, emergency routes in front of hospitals, that kind of area. Any known problem areas that we need to get to immediately, and then around bus routes. Once priority 1s are cleared, we then move into the priority 2. And the priority 2 are collectors, industrial roadways, the high ADT intersections. Again, a lot of traffic going through there. It's important to get sand and salt out there. And then in other remaining problem areas. Once priority 2 is then complete, we move into priority 3. And those are the residential streets. Going back to this real quick, interesting point or data I just got was that out of that 2,300 lane miles we have, about 2,100 of those lane miles are priority 1 and priority 2 roadways. So we have some of the tools at our disposal are the use of brine solutions. I think I talked last year about that. We were real fortunate to get a state-of-the-art brine making mixer, and we have really good staff that they know how to use it well. So the brine is really just a bond breaker that helps stop ice and snow from building up on the roadways. The optimal time to apply brine is 2 days, 1 to 2 days maximum before the storm event. Where it gets really tricky in our area is that, as you guys are aware, a lot of our storms are preceded by rain events. And putting brine down before a rain event just dilutes it and it's complete waste. So we really have to be aware of how the storms are moving in, really have a lot of faith in the way our weathermen are telling us the storms are moving in. Last year we did apply roughly about 60,000 gallons of brine. This was up a little bit from the previous year, but we, as you guys are aware also, we had quite a storm event last year. The pictures on the right-hand side of this kind of give you an idea if you weren't aware. That's what the brine looks like after it's been applied. We have a truck up in the upper right that's the sprayers. They just spray those nice longitudinal lines, and they'll dry to be those long white streaks that you typically see in some of these roadways. Salt and sand, we store in 4 strategic locations around town. We keep it in our courtyard off Commercial Row, off of Moana, off of Beaumont Parkway, back where the old Northgate Golf Course was, and Stead Treatment Plant. And so that just kind of helps us be able to not have to make so many round trips back to the courtyard and really improves our efficiencies in operation. The post-storm, so imagine as soon as we finish cleaning up or the snow operations, our guys now transition immediately into street sweeping. We're mandated under Washoe County Air Quality to have all the salt and sand removed from the roadways within 96 hours after the event. So our guys they're hot seating from one truck to another essentially. And we have 9 street sweepers. We don't we're able to keep up with the 9 street sweepers. We keep pretty good records as to where we're applying the salt and sand, so we can make sure the guys are sent out exactly to where they need to be. Some of the operational improvements going into this next year. This is not, I'm sorry, I apologize. This slide's a little different. I'm not sure what's going on. So we ended up we amend our maps for each route frequently, and that's one of the things that we are changing. We're especially paying attention to is, you guys see the same thing I do. We're receiving new subdivisions and even phases of subdivisions almost weekly into the city as part of our inventory. So we'll have to constantly keep up on top of that. We also did manage to get a grant-funded replacement truck for one of our older aging trucks, and this is a pretty neat thing because it's pre-wet, and again the slide's missing, so I apologize. But pre-wet is another tool that we use pretty regularly, which allows us, it's kind of a hybrid between the dry rock salt sand that you see go out and the brine solutions. It is that dry sand that gets sprayed with the brine and then placed on the roadways. It really helps to make sure that salt's activated by the time it hits the road. And then lastly, we also update our driver training program. I'm going to be sending all you guys invites this next year to come attend it. It's great. We set up a plow driving course. Give you a real good idea if sitting in the passenger seat how well these guys are trained and how well they do with maneuvering around really tight areas on such a big piece of equipment. Well, I did have the pleasure of driving one for the first time just recently. It's a challenge. And then lastly, we're going to be installing here very shortly some onboard cameras. This will be coupled with the GPS systems that are already on the trucks. And really the intention of this is to reduce our liability as a city and to also add as a training tool for our plow operators as we move into the following years. So with that, that's all I got. If you have any questions for us, please let us know.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all your hard work. Usually every winter I get to stop by, where they make sort of the magic happen. Those guys are working so hard. I don't think people really realize, and it's easy for people to criticize, one part of town that may not look like it's been attended to versus something else. And I just want to say we're really grateful for the hard work. It's tough. One of the things that, and you probably touched on this, and I apologize if I didn't hear it, but sort of what I think part of some of the challenge that we have some years is that we had a lot of rain, and doesn't that make where then that brine kind of gets sort of washed away, and then we had snow come right in after that? And so that really makes it a challenge, and you kind of have to sort of explain to people sometimes that there are measures that are sort of beyond our control, and that was certainly one of them, I think, in the last winter. Am I right? It was like rain, rain, rain. Then it went immediately into snow.
Right, you're absolutely correct, and that also comes into play when we're talking about the priority routes and the way those are established, or the way we work and the operations of those. When we're working on clearing a fairly decent sized storm of priority 1, priority 2 streets, and then we get hit with another storm while we're still in those cleaning or the plowing operations, we may not get to the residential streets for quite some time. And that's where you guys, myself, I know Mr. Flansburgh is getting a lot of calls on this. And we try to explain that to the folks, but our priority is to keep the major arterial roadways, the emergency routes open, the school zones, that kind of stuff.
Right, and I appreciate you reiterating that, because I think people sort of lose focus of that, and we kind of have to, take a bite of the elephant one bite at a time, right?
Absolutely.
But I really appreciate you coming and doing the presentation before we get into winter, because then we have the opportunity to help message and explain. So I think you did a great job. Good job. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I asked for this because it's really important for me to be able to tell constituents I'm aware of what our procedures are, and I think they keep improving each year. I think a lot of accomplishment has been made since I came on in 2012. I think that when you're in a drought situation like those years, when we were an organization that laid off a third of its workforce, maybe, it wasn't as dialed in, but these last 2 years have been learning experiences, and I'm glad we have 3 sandbags for every man, woman, and child in Reno. That's nice visual to have. But I do want to emphasize 2 things. Well, one, a problem area I always hear about is Ferris that goes down to Mayberry. And sometimes it seems like every year I'm calling on a couple problem areas, and it's good to know that those are priorities too, but they're high crash areas also. And then the other one is the ditches. And I recognize that the focus of our city has been on the North Valleys in the last 2 winters. I recognize that. But after the big winter a couple years ago, we had plans for the ditches. And they were going to be improvements, capital project improvements to top the ditches, to bleed off overtopping and send those down into the streets and then into the system. And I just want to know, where are we at on the ditches overtopping? And then confirm that some people feel that the ditches are being relieved the river when the river's too high. And there's flood risk. And those are down, correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. When part of our protocols for the ditches, when those go offline and we are doing the winter maintenance prep and kind of a switch over from the irrigation companies to the city, watching on those operations, we make sure all those gates are down.
Okay.
And then we make sure those gates are down, not just at the river where it first comes in, but even at some other strategic locations, so that we're immediately dumping water back to the river. In regards to your question on the shaving off the tops of the ditches, that's part of our stormwater utility. Those would be projects that would be included in the stormwater utility, would be actually looking at our backbone infrastructure, finding those drainages that would be most advantageous for us to release some water to, and doing that on an ongoing basis as it comes in, rather than having those ditches just choose where the weak point is and have it come where we may not be able to direct it. So those are projects that we have specifically looked at as would be part of a stormwater utility and a future capital program.
I wanted some of those done before we moved into another winter. And I recognize we spent a lot of money in the North Valleys, and it's crises up there. We've got people flooded and defending a lawsuit and so on. But I want to let the council know that I believe that one or more of those projects should have occurred, because I think the risk over there is pretty substantial. And I've been in some of those backyards and basements. So I want to echo that. And then there was some ditch brushing on Homewood, up against some slopey hillsides, that was told to a constituent that brush is just going to have to stay there until the spring. And I mean, are you pulling off all the brush that gets brushed? Are you taking it and hauling it away? Because there's fire danger concerns, and then there's erosion concerns.
So we have worked with the various neighborhood groups around the ditches, and we are willing to make available if they want to bring those, do some cleanups. We've had some coordinated cleanups with some of those neighborhoods that are right around the ditches. So we would bring the brush out. We would leave a truck or something parked there where they could fill it up, and then we would haul that away after the weekend. So there's been like a couple cleanup weekends that have been put together in the past. As far as the ditch companies, when they go in to do their maintenance, they're going to cut that brush, and they are just going to leave it there on the edge. And that's what they have done, and that's through their kind of, if you want to call it prior right, whatever. So that needs to be picked up and cleaned. And I can let Ryan address work that we do to coordinate with them to actually know where they're working and do some of that cleanup. But we've also had success working with the neighborhoods and doing kind of a general cleanup of that work as well.
Okay, I'll talk to you offline. I just don't understand the ditch company can just create drying out green waste that can then slide down someone's hill. But thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that this is really good information, and I thank the Councilwoman for bringing it back to us. I'm wondering if there's not a way that we can get this information on our website with a page with good information for the public that we can refer to them. I just think it's really important that people know what their responsibilities are as well. So I think it would be really good if we could get like a white paper, just, kind of some facts, although the pictures in this whole packet is great information, but some way to get something on the website. So I just wanted to suggest, if we don't have it, they shouldn't have to call Reno Direct. They should be able to go and get the information themselves about what all is happening.
Sure.
So,
A
thanks.
lot of, I'm sorry. A lot of the information is actually on the websites, on the public works section of the website. We do everything on there from operations of sandbagging, locations where we put it. As I was mentioning earlier, we work very closely with Rebecca Venice's group, and we try to make sure that stuff's up to date as much as possible. I know Ryan's group does also notify on the websites about where we're doing weed maintenance and abatement and so on. We can certainly look at maybe doing more of a comprehensive overall, something similar to this, and adding to it, which wouldn't be difficult just based on this.
Well, and I would love it if we could get information out on nextdoor.com in our areas as well, or just to refer people to that. And I don't think it happens a lot in some of the areas, or maybe just in my area, but I know that there's many folks that would appreciate hearing it through nextdoor.com as well. Get referred to you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members?
Madam Mayor, at this time, would council like to take a 30-minute break, or do you want to keep going? It is almost 1:40. Would you like to break until 2 o'clock? Correct. So we will recess and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
All right, Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum present of your council, so we will reconvene your meeting at this time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I really appreciate it. I know we're going to skip around the agenda here only because I think we might have an agenda item that was not published correctly, so I'm going to check on that. And
Yes.
you're going to get back to me.
Yes.
But for the meantime, let's go to a different agenda item.
Okay, Madam Mayor, so let's move to item D6. This is a discussion on public impact fees.
All right. And I believe we also have some very special guests in the house, I think from Reno High, and that is Electra and Hannah. Am I right? Hi, girls. Now, I know this next item might be a little boring to you girls, but just hang in there. We need future mayors, future council people, and so I know sometimes government, you can kind of get a little on the wayside. But anyway, I'm glad to have you here. I know their parents, and they're wonderful people and wonderful neighbors, so I just wanted to say hi to you girls. Yeah. I think, are you from Reno High too? Nice, good. That's where I went to school. How many of you in the audience went to school at Reno High? Just Sparks? Just me? Mr. Gordon, did you not go to Reno High? Okay, well, then you weren't paying attention. We caught him. I love to do that to lobbyists.
I believe he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, see, there you go. I love it. Okay, moving on. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We're on item D6. This is a presentation from staff regarding public safety project and regional impact fees.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item at this time?
We have none registered.
Okay, I'm going to let you take it away, Claudia.
Thank you. Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. I think you called impact fees boring just a minute ago, so I'm.
I actually, this was not the item I thought it was boring. I actually think this is a good item. There's another item that gets a little boring.
Even more boring than impact
I'm just
fees?
being honest about government. Sometimes we can really bore people.
You hurt my feelings. It's all right.
No, this one's a good one. I promise, a good one.
Okay, so today, this is just an introduction to the concept of impact fees. So there's been questions over time about how we can use them, where we can use them, when we can use them. So in your staff report, there's sort of a tutorial on the use of impact fees and the how and when. The staff report outlines the general standards to be used when establishing impact fees. One of the most recent questions is, can we use impact fees for the public safety center and for future fire stations? The answer is yes, under certain standards, certain conditions. There is a list of criteria that should be considered prior to implementing impact fees, and those, I believe 11, are listed in the staff report. There's some that are sort of the primary ones. First being, impact fees must have a rational nexus to the impact created by a particular development. So you have to have there has to be a nexus between what they're building and the impact fee that we're imposing. Another one is the amount of the fee must be a proportionate fair share of the cost of the improvements necessitated by the development. So if you have a project of 20 homes, you can't charge an impact fee where they're going to pay for an entire fire station. So there has to be a balance of what the cost of the improvements necessitated by the development. The impact fee cannot be used to address existing deficiencies. So only the needs caused by the new development. So that might be an expansion to an existing facility, but you cannot address existing deficiencies. So if we have in our CIP that we are short a fire station currently, we cannot use new development to fill that gap.
Okay.
It's only needs caused by new development. Funds received must be segregated from the general fund and only used for the purpose for which the fee was established. So you could not collect an impact fee earmarked for fire or police services and use it to construct the pool on Moana. You have to use the money. I know, sorry. You have to use the money for what you say you're going to use the money for.
Got it. Okay.
Then, make sure I'm not. the fees need to be used within a reasonable time frame. So under NRS, we have to begin construction within 5 years from the beginning of the collection of the impact fee, and then we have to have it completed within 10 years following the collection of the impact fee. And also the big question that always comes up, no, we cannot use impact fees to cover operations, maintenance, or personnel costs. It's only for capital improvements. So a couple examples of this, of where this would come into play, and I'm making up these numbers. These aren't real numbers, so don't hold either of the chiefs to these numbers. So say, for example, we have 6 offices for division chiefs at the existing police station. With our relocation, we cannot use impact fees to relocate those 6 offices for the division chiefs. If we, through the CIP, identify that new growth is going to cause the need for 2 new division chiefs, we could use impact fees to provide the offices for those 2 new division chiefs, but not to relocate them from the existing police station. An example on fire stations. Through the CIP, we identify that we have an existing deficiency of the equivalent of a 3-base station in the central part of the city. Through land use assumptions, we can anticipate that increased demand of services based on the projected increase of population would require an additional 2 bays. So we already have a deficiency of 3, but we can show through the CIP and land use assumptions that we're going to need 2 more with new growth. The impact fees can be used, but only for those 2 new bays. We can't use it to construct the 3 bays that we already need. So it's only improvements caused by new development. And therefore, you cannot assess the impact fee onto existing development, onto existing residences or businesses. So this is the general explanation of what impact fees, how they can be used in our area, in our state. We are looking for direction and comments. If you would like us to continue in the exploration of using impact fees in these areas or any other areas within the city.
All right, thank you. Good job, Claudia. Okay, Madam Vice Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? I think I already asked you, but
Nope.
I just
No,
wanted-
Madam Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Claudia, I just want to ask you, from some of the research I did, a lot of cities structure it this way, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I would think, I know this council has been really diligent about working with developers, and I have to say, the development community has been really amenable and open to providing a lot of the infrastructure needed to provide public safety. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, it also benefits them and the residents, clearly, because people want to live where they have great services, right? And especially in those developments, they do that. But
And
I
it
would
gives them
think,
some certainty also on what their costs are going to be moving
so
forward with the
that was
development.
my next question to you. Have there been developments, because I can't remember any that this council, because every single council member up here works really hard with each developer and says, hey, we're going to need this based on, some of the demands and challenges, infrastructure, whatever. Have there been some that there haven't been where they have provided adequate public safety in some of those developments? I can't think of any.
Where they have or they have not?
They have not.
Well, there has to be, even with the exactions, there has to be a rational nexus. So if we've got a small subdivision coming in for 20 lots, the fire chief isn't going to request a new fire station or a ladder truck. So there's got to be.
We say that, but I'm not to Cochran, but I'm just saying. I think I
current
not
fire
here. I
chief.
haven't heard about it in Reno, but I have heard about it in other cities where sometimes, and I think that's exactly where we want to make sure that we are being predictable, right?
Correct.
But we're also taking care of the public safety concerns, because I think those are super critical.
Correct. And if you look at, there's a couple different projects. So the hospital down south is we don't have any buildings that tall down in that area, and we need a ladder truck to service that area.
make sure, yeah.
So there's a rational nexus on that requirement. Out in the Mortensen-Garson area, within the zoning code, there's a requirement within that, what is an overlay in that area. There's a requirement for a dedication of a land for a fire station. But there's no funding to pay for the construction of the fire station. But if we did an impact fee out that covered that entire area, that contributes to that
It could all
construction.
accumulate, and then we can
Correct.
get there. And I do think, because affordable housing and our housing inventory is, now more than ever, I think anything that we can do to make the process predictable
Yes.
is a good thing. So I really appreciate you putting that together, and you did it really, really quickly, so perfect, good job. Okay, council member, move to approve. Councilwoman, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I know the region has experience with impact fees related to the RTC and the road impact fees, and we all work on those. And I've worked on them a little bit in other jurisdictions, studied about it in school, and read a lot of theory about it. I am not sure that this is the best avenue for us to look at. We're looking at other revenue ideas later in the agenda, and I think there's some daylight there. But I'll explain why. Is one, our deficiency that we're trying to plug is the public safety center, the police station, and that's a project. And that's, we've had a police station in central Reno for 110 years. And so I don't see new growth being able to plug that hole. And the calculus that the law requires you to do in terms of everything, it's a $250,000 consultant job at best. I mean, it's a huge analysis. And we also know we have deficiency with our fire stations. Our central fire station that we've had for 130 years was divided into two. So I do not see a world, even in a great infill scenario where you have, say all of Mr. Jacobs' properties become 3,000 residential units, where you're going to pass the test to show that new growth is doing that, because we have such a deficiency to our core facilities that have been there for 100 years. So I don't think impact fees are the tool for that. Now, where would impact fees be the tool? For fire stations and possibly police stations, although you could argue whether or not you really have, multiple police stations, but certainly fire stations are out in places like Verdi or far north valleys where evidently the council's, approved Stonegate. But then even if you get the impact fee methodology and fees in, we don't have the staffing ability. And we have, another Somerset situation where new development has a station that we can't staff. And I've got a station that's 55 years old up on Skyline that isn't staffed. And I'm sure as heck not going to want to see impact fees generated for a new station up in Stonegate, and then all the staffing goes up there while the Skyline area and Collin Ranch has been shorted for over a decade now. So I think the broader concept needs to be explored a little bit better. I don't believe it's a tool to get rid of our core deficiencies, which are this police station we're trying to come together on a budget for that project, or our two deficiencies of our temporary fire stations. I think they're a core for suburban growth, but when suburban growth comes, we don't have the staffing mechanism. So I do not see a world where impact fees are a solution to this problem.
The only thing I worry about, I understand where you're coming from, but I do worry about if we're not thinking this way, then we're really not planning for the future. And I think the residents sort of want to have stability and know that where they're living, they have that infrastructure already in place. I'm afraid if we don't do it, then we will be behind, when things do change. But that's what sort of scares me, is that I want our residents to have assurance that they have public safety in place. And I understand your concerns with, the staffing, but that's where I think we're not looking into the future. I think that could be dangerous, where it holds us back.
And we're looking for direction to continue exploring it. So we're not, by any means,
Right.
you're not
This
approving
is not
impact
the-
fees throughout the city in 5 different districts. We're not to that level. It will take quite a bit of staff time to look at the numbers that Councilman Breckus has mentioned.
Is it also possible to put in there maybe for schools as well, something to the ability with schools? No?
It's not a city service.
Yeah. Ugh.
Well, excuse
See, I do think we should be part of.
The school district can look into
Yes.
that.
Well, right. I know, but that's where I think we sort of, I mean, I know it's not our responsibility, but I do think education and planning and those kinds of things are so important in where we lay the foundation for, how we build it. But
Yeah, so we would be coming back with more information on it, where it would work, where it wouldn't work. Maybe it won't work for the Public Safety Center. Maybe it will work for a Mortensen Garson Fire Station.
Yeah.
And we'll bring back those numbers and those more detailed information on where it can and
great
can't
job.
work.
Okay, any other questions? That Naomi?
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Thank you. I am very appreciative of the staff bringing this forward. And I'll give you an example. At the flood project, they studied the use of impact fees, and they were going to move forward, and they were going to come up with circles of different levels of impact. So maybe to the point that maybe if you're in the core, you might pay one price because you're already closer to services. Second ring out, you might pay a different price for services, and a third ring out, you might pay a different price for services. So I'm excited about having staff evaluate it, and I'd like to see that at this level of analysis. And maybe there's other groups in our region that have studied this and looked at different ways to establish them. So there's information out there that we could capitalize on. And so I want to encourage the continued evaluation of this. On the issue of the schools, I think we heard from our staff that these impact fees can only be used for capital, not for staffing. And since the school district passed their ability to bond for schools, their challenge right now in my mind is staffing those new schools. To Councilwoman Beckett's point, you can build the fire stations, but will they come? But I think if we know that the fire stations are getting built, or the police stations, and maybe it's substations, maybe we end up with a north and a south substation again. I don't want to debate the pro and con of that right now, but it might allow us to build something like that and then use our general fund money to staff it. So I'd really encourage the continued evaluation of this.
Okay. All right, Councilman Reese, you already threw out the motion. Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
Just a little discussion.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not going to support because our staff resources are pretty limited, and it is very intensive to do the methodologies. And I think there is focus on the school district is a way, because we know the state comes in and funds the operating budgets for school public education. But in my mind, this is taking a Macy's credit card to go buy tires at Costco. And it's just the wrong instrument, and I think that we'll be spinning our wheels quite a bit. And we'll also be subject to challenges from the building industry on this, because it's looking to plug the holes of the deficiencies.
Well, and also, but one of the things is, and I'm just going to call out the elephant in the room, how do you avoid whenever public safety comes in and says, hey, developer, I want to build a $5 million, public safety center right here. Then what do you do? So this is a way, I think, to create an even playing field and predictability, again, in building. And we talk about affordable housing and building more inventory. And again, that's where I really want to stress. I think if we continue to be unpredictable for development, then they won't build here. But I also do have concerns about the quid pro quo that does seem to happen, and I am just being really honest when it comes to putting in some of that infrastructure. So, I don't know. But anyway, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councilwoman Dewar, what did you?
I voted yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion carries unanimously. Oh, no, 6 to Breckus. Okay, go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, with that, based off your previous discussion, we will be moving to item E2. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
All right, thank you. I'm going to send it to you, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, ordinance number 7105. Case number TXT 20-00001, Public Parks and Plaza Shading, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.12, Site and Building Design Standards, Section 18.12.301, Generally Applicable Site and Building Design Standards regarding public parks and plaza shading, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment on this item. First to speak is Harvey Fennell,
Okay.
followed by Mercedes de la Garza, followed by James Lamb. As a reminder to public commenters, you will be afforded 3 minutes to address the council. Please address them as a whole. As a reminder, applauding, clapping, jeering, or yelling is not permitted in chambers. If you proceed with this behavior, you may be asked to
Do any of
leave.
those things?
I promised Mayor Seavey not to do
You're a
that.
pretty even-keeled guy. I don't see you doing any of those things. Nice
I'm-
to see you.
Good to see you and council members. I'm here today really representing Trinity Cathedral. And the cathedral is located next to a vacant lot that's between Island and Court Street. And there's a potential development on that site which could be significant, and it could be impacted by this proposed code change. And my concern is that the property owners affected by this proposed change have had no notice of this proposed change, specifically Trinity Cathedral, but other property owners in the downtown area as well. And there'll be other interested parties besides riverfront property owners, which would include maybe users of the park and fish and game organizations. And I believe this change to the municipal code should be subject to more public disclosure and discussion. And I'm not sure where I stand on the issue because I became aware of this proposed change just recently. I'm generally pro-development, being in commercial real estate, but this change in the code is significant and should have adequate public impact and disclosure.
All right.
Thank you.
Good job.
Mercedes de la Garza, followed by James Lamb, followed by John Lilly.
Good afternoon. Thanks for listening to us. My name is Mercedes de la Garza. I'm a local architect, so of course I'm very pro-development, but I have some concerns about this particular ordinance change. The biggest concern I have is sort of the broad brushstroke that this is sort of tasking that center part of downtown. A bajillion years ago, before any of you were here, maybe you were here, but I was sat on the City of Reno Redevelopment CAC committee for a number of years. And one of the things that we were tasked with was reviewing the properties that were flanking the river because the Corps of Engineers had come forward. They were developing the Riverside development along there and how that should be done. And one of their big concerns was the environmental impact statement they did, the EIS, and their findings was that the shading considerably changed the temperature of the water and therefore the fish habitat. And so they had requested the stepping back of the building and the towering, and they also requested that perhaps that kind of development not occur on the south side without being looked at very carefully. So to me, that's one of my biggest concerns is how the development happens where a southern or a western shade is cast on the river, because again, we need to be looking at habitat in the river, and I think that's very important. The second thing that I'm concerned about is how that would impact the sidewalk on the south side of the river, as well as the street and the sidewalks that are on part of the esplanade on the south side. Those are currently, when we were on the CAC, one of the things that was discussed was that the park towers created a big ice break, and it was very dangerous to pull into Island Street. And so addressing the Trinity's concerns, the shading and how that's going to affect their handicap constituents and how that'll work for them is concerning. And so I think that perhaps these might be looked at on a case-by-case basis, the properties that do have that cast that southerly shade, and maybe have a more inclusive public process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
James Lamb, followed by John Lilly, followed by Joyce Rossi.
Good afternoon. Mayor, you didn't ask, I didn't go to Reno High School, but I have 3 daughters who graduated from Reno High School. Thank you. My concerns are about the issue with the impact on the river itself and on the ecology of the river. I also am a member of Trinity Cathedral, and I'm concerned about, I know of a proposed project that could be like 20 stories next to a 1-story cathedral, and like putting a fly against an elephant. But I'm really concerned about changing the requirements regarding the shading over what is a beautiful city park. Wingfield Park, that's been around for a long time, has a lot of great activities that take place throughout the year. And the other thing that concerns me is that if this project moves forward, the shadowing is not going to be the issue. It's going to be the enormous impact it's going to have on traffic in that area, and the ability for the in and out access for cars and public, and what happens when they close Arlington for a festival and you've got all these people trying to get in and out of the park. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
John Lilly, followed by Joyce Rossi, followed by Helen Heller.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. I also speak in concern for this, where there's been adequate notice. It seems to me it's something that's very significant for the river in particular. The river has become, is becoming, and will become, I think, in the future, the key central notion of the city. And so I'm concerned about how that might fit into this proposed change. This change, as I understand it, came as a result of environmental concerns and has been in place for many, many years. Also concern is whether, I just learned about it yesterday, whether there's been adequate public notice as to the significance of this. But just so that you know, my concern is obviously for the cathedral, on the governing board there, and it's a growing church. It's the cathedral now for the entire state of Nevada. Bishop is in Las Vegas, but we got the cathedral just 2 years ago. So it's a growing operation, and we want to make sure that it can prosper in its location. And we're concerned about the river because we're right there. We have a major fundraising campaign right now, and the theme of that is the river and how important water is as a symbol for all that we do together. So I'd urge you to be cautious about it. Make sure you take care of the river. Make sure that you take care of shadowing, which we think could have a pretty severe impact upon us if a very, very high rise came up just to the west of us. So we appreciate your attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Rossi, followed by Helen Heller, followed by Reverend Dr. William Stomsky.
Hi, my name's Joyce Rossi, and I've lived in Nevada. I came up in 1961 to go to the university, and we stayed. It's a lovely place, and it's a precious place, and we all want to protect it and keep it beautiful. I was interested in the way that the ordinance was written. It doesn't say you shall not build a building. It says you shall not build a building that casts a long shadow. And there's no time limit unless you want to consider as long as the sun shines. It was meant to last. I think that ordinance was meant to last. And I think that it was written by very wise people. And I honor that ordinance and what it says. The writers of that ordinance knew that this very day would come. And that's why they wrote it. To protect Reno's best and most beautiful, its treasures, and what some might call progress or growth. Maybe we need to stop a minute and protect what's old and what's cherished and what's been in our community for so long. I would ask you all to protect the light that shines on the grass and the river and the fishermen and the children that are waiting in the river, and the celebrations, and the festivals, and that wonderful historical building like Trinity Cathedral. I'm a member of Trinity, and I almost weep when I think of the brides coming down the aisle, and the children brought to the baptismal font, and the worshipers who will no longer see the warm mid-afternoon or mid-morning sun shine through those beautiful, historic, old stained glass windows. And once that building is built, the light will never shine the same way through those windows. Light is worth protecting, as well as people. And I ask you to protect the light that exists now in this beautiful old place. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ellen Heller, followed by Dr. William Stemsky.
Hello there. I too am a parishioner at Trinity Episcopal Cathedral, and I want to speak about the river and the environment that it's going to change if this building is allowed to be built. Now, when we walk down the street from the church and we want to go into Winfield Park, it's a beautiful, beautiful trip. It's sunny and warm, except when it's cold in Reno, but you know what I mean. And the issues that I see with this building going forward, or the change in the code going forward, are manifold, not just for the city, but also for the church. People coming for a funeral, hello, a lot of people die in cold winter, and our parking lot is such that it ices over and then the sun melts it. And so when you get people who are older walking along that, it's going to be an issue. It's the stained glass windows. Yes, they're lovely. Already we can't see out of, or we get hardly any sunlight because of the courthouse on our east side. So if we have shadows instead of sunlight on the west side, our church is going to be very dark and somewhat dim. And I think if you look at all of those issues together, the ecology first and foremost, because the fish are important, and a simple change of temperature, as we're learning in the ocean, can have disastrous effects. And we owe it to the city and to the children coming up behind us to protect this. So that's my view. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Reverend Dr. William Stomsky.
Thank you, Mayor Shively and Council. I am the Dean of Trinity Cathedral, but and first of all, I just want to mention that shortly we are receiving National Historic status as a property here in Reno. My concern basically is environmental. As stewards of our environment around us, I am concerned of the impact that this has on a huge asset that this community has with that river. We are in a desert environment. That river is truly a gift to this community. And the park system and what we have there now, I think, is such a wonderful gift that our predecessors have given to us. And I believe that this kind of change is doing injustice to the heritage and the history and the work and the wisdom of our ancestors. And I'm concerned about the environmental impact. And I'm wondering why we have not gone back to that previous document of the environmental impact and learned from what the wisdom of our foremothers and fathers have shared with us. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
David Shute.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting us speak. I'm a retired Navy veteran, 24 years, moved to Reno for the food, the entertainment, the weather. It's a beautiful place to live. Moved here in '95. There's a segment I think we're leaving out is the casinos. They live by people filling up their rooms, and that generates a massive amount of income for our city. We have the room tax and all those, which we'll also have if they build this hotel next to Trinity, of which I'm a member. But where are they going to eat? The casinos, the restaurants would be so overfull in this area, which would be good for them. But that's a business thing of they come and they go as they need to. The Eddie's pretty full as I go by because I just live down the street. The other thing is the historical part of it. Trinity was built in 1920 on its site now. The first part was consecrated in 28. So it's been there 90 years. And we're coming up to our 150th anniversary of the Episcopal Church in Reno. So it's a long history. We're the only church on the river, and we're a beautiful place to see and do things. And I'd like to thank you. That's the shortest I've ever heard Father William speak.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comments signed in. At this point, we will transition to a staff presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Angela.
Good afternoon. For the record, Angela Foos, Planning Manager. We're going to do a really brief presentation. It was about 3 months ago that Council initiated this text amendment. And just to give you a recap of why it was initiated, for one, we have Reimagine Reno. It encourages development. It encourages density in our core areas, specifically in our downtown areas. Two, something to keep in mind is we've had these housing initiatives. This has been a hot topic. Part of that is encouraging development, encouraging density, again, in these core downtown areas. Something else that we talked about today is one specific project. I want to remind everyone that this is not geared towards one specific parcel. It's looking at the downtown area as a whole. We have a handful of projects that have come before us as staff, where the applicants have come and talked to us and asked us questions about developing either vacant sites or sites that are ready for redevelopment. And so there's a number of projects within downtown Reno that would be impacted by this. And these are future projects that are not on the book, so to speak, but we've had interest on properties that would be impacted because they are adjacent to plazas or parks within downtown. So what's proposed here? I put the existing language on top and the proposed language on bottom in red. The way that our current code reads is that if you are a building taller than 35 feet in height, that building cannot cast a shadow on the longest day of the year, which is December 21st, between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., cannot cast a shadow on any property that's zoned for residential, or cannot cast a shadow on a public park or plaza. So, with that in mind, this excludes mixed-use zoning. I want to just bring that to your attention. When we have properties in downtown, they may be used as residential, but they are not zoned residential. However, we do have parks and plazas in downtown that this currently applies to. What's being proposed is that that language stays. The language that we're proposing is to exempt all property that's currently zoned downtown Reno Regional Center overlay. So essentially, all of the downtown overlay district would be exempt from this policy, this language. And here's a map to give you a frame of references to the parcels that we're talking about. This is bordered on the north side by I-80, on the south side by California Avenue, and then on the east side, the boundary is Wells Avenue, and on the west side, the boundary is Keystone Avenue. So this is everything that would be impacted with this proposed language. I also wanted to highlight the specific parks and plazas close to or within downtown. We have a number of parks that you see and you think, oh, that's a park. You know, Wingfield is a great example of a park that you're used to. We also have a number of, I would call them little pocket parks and plaza areas that would be impacted by this. I think another great example, just to give you kind of the full spectrum of projects that we look at. Right now, there's a building that's in for demo next to the Whitney Peak. It's that old historic building, and it is actually adjacent to the City Plaza. That's the old retrack. So based on today's text or today's zoning code, a building, if it was proposed to be taller than 35 feet in height, would be prohibited because it would cast a shadow on the City Plaza. They do have an option to go through a variance. That is an option today, but what we're proposing as part of this text amendment is just to exempt the downtown area from parks, from this requirement. And again, it's specific to shading of parks and plazas. So this is something that went to Planning Commission. Planning Commission unanimously approved this, and now it is up before you guys for review and discussion. I'm going to go back to the language just for you to have as part of your discussion.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Good job. Okay, I'm going to open it up now for council discussion from council members. I don't see anyone's button up there, but I'm going to assume Councilman Breckus. I think, is this your ward?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
The ordinance crosses several wards per the map.
Right.
You know, I've been following and sitting in on the zoning code revision workshops for some time now, and this is where I first heard about this project. And I know we have a lot of priorities as we redo our zoning code. One of mine has been the regulation of short-term rentals, and we haven't gotten to that. And obviously, we're looking at liquor licenses. So I was rather surprised when this came forward. And you're telling me this was not derived, initiated, requested for this one property next to Trinity?
This was initiated by council.
No, when staff brought it to us, proposing that we initiate it.
I thought this was for the entire downtown.
But I just want to know and understand if this is related to this one property next to Trinity and the property owner, seller, buyer, whatever, brought that to council's attention.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. This happened before Angela started.
Okay.
We brought forward this as a topic to consider through the code update, and when that was reviewed by the City Council initiated this amendment to essentially fast.
No, my specific question,
was
if I may, was
unrelated to a single project.
was this concept, because we have so many things in the zoning code we need to tackle, and it's not a problem, but I want to know if this was brought to your attention by someone who wants to see this property develop for this purpose, and this provision of the ordinance is an obstacle to that project.
No, it wasn't. As Angela mentioned, it's a theme that keeps popping up regularly that we wanted to look at during the code
I don't
update.
mean to interrupt, but I will say, and we kind of keep having to talk about this over and over again because we kept saying, look, we want to build up, not out. Downtown needs core services. Downtown is, changing dramatically. And then when we look at, and you know this, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir. And then when we look at affordable housing or housing in general, everyone always says, I want affordable housing, mayor and council members, but just not here.
If I could,
So we have been saying that over and over again, and ways to build infill developments because it is more affordable and also it avoids sprawl, correct?
If I may, I want to
we've been
see this.
saying that.
Okay. I guess my time's over now, but I I want to see this parcel develop that we're talking about, this one next to Trinity. It was on the books 10, 15 years ago, and it didn't go. And I just wanted to understand very well the context of it, because I see 10, 15 people here related to a project, and I just wanted to understand if this came to you by way of this, are we talking about this project, to figure out if there's a fix specific to this project. And I spoke in favor of it because I walk from my neighborhood downtown, and I'm starting to see a value in shading in this hot climate. But I just want there to be transparency and understanding. Are we talking about one property, or are we talking about other properties?
But let me also clarify, this is for the whole downtown core. This isn't about one specific project. And I do think there's validity there. I do want to point out that, you know, from what I heard from many of you, they felt like they were not noticed. Is there another way that you can notice, Madam Clerk, to where, because I kind of feel, and obviously, this project, or, you know, what you're talking about is not on the table, and there's other projects out there actually on those parcels, right?
And I think that's a good point.
So,
Is
just want to make sure.
the one project that we've heard a lot today is a project that's come forward and announced that they plan to develop. Again, we have a number of projects that are more, I would say, confidential in nature, that we've had discussions with the developer or the applicant. And so those projects haven't come forward in a public setting, but we are having plenty of discussions with developments that would be impacted by
So
this.
I want to be clear, would we have a public hearing so all these residents get the ability to weigh in and speak on those individual projects, or how? I mean, usually that's our process.
And the way that this one went down is it was initiated, the text amendment was initiated by council. This went to planning commission. That was a public hearing. It went to, now this is the first reading at council. This was not specifically notified. It's more of a general citywide text amendment. It's not specific to one project, and that's typically the difference. Normally when we have a project, we have to follow the noticing requirements for the boundaries related to that project, but this is a text amendment affecting a broader city policy or city zoning code. So the process is a little different here.
Right, got it. Okay, so this is not pertaining to any one property?
Correct.
Correct, okay. Will the council be notified when some of those developments come in?
Depending on the specifics of the project, the way that our downtown overlay works is, again, it's trying to provide incentives for people to increase density. So as long as they're meeting all of the requirements related to density and to setbacks and to types of uses, many of the projects can go straight to a building permit and do not require a public hearing.
Okay, so it just depends on the project.
It's a case-by-case basis.
And it triggers at a certain height, am I right?
And depending on which part of the downtown area you're in. For instance, if you're in the California Avenue portion of our downtown overlay, if you want to go taller than 45 feet, that would require a special use permit or public hearing.
Right.
Many of the other areas of our downtown area, again, we're encouraging density, so they do not require a special use permit for height.
But I guess I'm trying to explain that some of these do trigger a special use permit. So, okay,
And
all right.
very case by case.
Okay, great.
I don't want to give a broad yes or no.
I got you, because I do think the residents definitely have valid points and concerns and had really good questions. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks so much. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to just comment briefly before seeking to refer for a second reading, but I guess ultimately what I want the folks in the audience who've come out to spend their afternoon here, we really appreciate that. My interest in seeing this move forward, though, doesn't have anything to do with a particular project. Those projects may come back before us, and we may have lots of discussion about what those projects entail, wherever they may be throughout the overlay area. And those are things which, you know, I can't speculate what will ultimately be built there. In my lifetime, I have seen many iterations of proposed projects that may or may not have arrived at the doorstep of this council. And so it's really, for me, a broad policy question about this in the overlay area. And so I'm happy to move to refer.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to actually
Madam
send
Mayor?
it to Councilwoman Dewar. I believe she's on the phone.
Oh, thank you. I have just a couple questions. I'm kind of struck by the number of people that spoke, and it sounds like since this is a text amendment, it doesn't get the kind of publicity, even at the Planning Commission, that a specific project would. And following up on something that Ms. Foose said, she said it really depends site by site if a building or project would require any kind of public review. And she answered in California Street, or that only buildings that would be 45 foot and over, but that for the rest of downtown, as my understanding, they just need to get a building permit. And so there is no public process. So in my opinion, we should either have the public process now and get input on this change, or we should set up, a way to have public process, to your point, and maybe that would be through a SUP permit, meaning you're over a certain height, you have to go through a specific process if we're taking away this protection. So I'd like Ms. Foose to address that. And I guess bottom line, I just feel I'm a little concerned that I support where we're trying to go. And I want the infill, and I want the development, and I understand we need to go taller. But I also don't want unintended consequences or unintended impacts. And I'll just give you an example. If a taller building came in, let's say 10 stories, 20 stories, 30 stories, and maybe the building was oriented east-west and it would cast a bigger shadow to the south, maybe if we had some kind of staff review about shadowing, maybe they could work with them and get the tower, going north-south, so it would have less of a shadow. So my recommendation would be to have a middle ground, to allow the staff to continue evaluating the shading, just like we would want them to look at wind tunnels, for example, which they do, both of which they do in many cities. And so if Ms. Foose could just address the SUP issue, is that an option? Or if another thing is just to have a little bit more public conversation, maybe bring this back, on December 4th. So if you could address both of those.
Sure. Again, for the record, Angela Foose, as an alternative, we could do a recommendation that in the downtown area, the applicant would have to go through a special use permit if they triggered this requirement, the shading requirement.
That's what I wanted to pin down, so that there is public process, so that these neighbors have the ability to be part of that.
Yep, and maybe if we go back to the text language real quick, Madam Clerk.
And also, it sounds like there's not that many. I mean, 6 to 10 maybe tall buildings. We're not talking about hundreds of special use permits.
And we're talking about today. So what we've heard today from developers, like I said, we have a good handful, I would say, of people that today would be impacted by this ordinance, that are currently impacted by this ordinance. That doesn't mean that we are exempting every property. That's just what we know on the books today. There is interest from a number of developments, and they would be impacted by this.
Awesome.
And so going back to the proposed language, what we could do is that, I'm looking at the red language, shading standards apply to all development except within the downtown regional Reno Center overlay district. And we could say shall require a special use permit.
May I ask a question on that?
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Do you have the technology within that map to show us which parcels this applies to? Because evidently it's the parks and plazas, correct?
It is.
So possibly the council could revise that to have it only be parks, or only have it be plazas that are specific by name, in addition to the special use permit process.
You could go to that length and define it. Just as an example, this map that's before you, the green parcels, there's probably, I would say, 10 to 15 different designated parks and plazas within that map that we're looking at that are within the downtown area.
But then you could reduce that and show us how many are already developed or built with, I mean, obviously if the El Dorado is one, we probably aren't going to care that much about that one. And so that could be another level of analysis. And let me ask you, on that special use permit, you said except for the downtown ones, what's the downtown area?
So right now, citywide, the code requires that development that shades public parks or
Oh,
plazas.
citywide. Okay,
Citywide.
okay.
So it's prohibited today.
Okay.
We do have a mechanism to go through a variance process. As you know, variances are very hard to show there's a hardship. So citywide, that language would still be in place. Within the downtown area, you would go through a special use permit process.
And the downtown area, by definition, is this yellow shaded area?
It is, and we define that per our zoning code.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify something, Madam Clerk reminded me that some time ago we changed the definition of plazas so that they were parks. I don't know if that throws a wrench into splitting out those plazas from parks. Just food for thought.
Okay.
All right.
I don't think it.
Let me ask you, Angela, you know, I belong to climate mayors and that whole initiative. A lot of cities are actually sort of putting this in their sustainability plan. Am I right? Because the temperature, it keeps the temperature where we're seeing it rise the most. Isn't that typically what that is? And so conforming with our Reimagine Reno, is that right?
You know, I don't know if this is specifically addressed in the sustainability plan. That's something we can look at and come back to you with, because I think that's a good observation that it hadn't occurred to me, frankly.
Yeah, I just remember a lot of other mayors looking at that as part of their sustainability plan. And I just, you know, I want people to realize, you know, we are really looking forward and thinking differently about that sustainability plan and Reimagine Reno. So I just want people to know that sort of other cities are taking note, and that's why they're doing it. It's not about anything other, you know, I mean, I know Councilwoman Breckus brought up this one project, but, you know, we've been really passionate and have been thinking differently about how we address the future.
I just wanted to chime in, Arlo Stockham, City Director. Ecologically, one of my prior jobs was on the Truckee River Fish Crew, researching fish in the river. So actually the river benefits from shade. So the shade benefits the fish and benefits the river, but there are, you know, real impacts of shadowing on whether it's a church or the park being a shadier place. So there's pros and cons, but I just wanted to mention on the ecological point.
And then I think Councilwoman Dewar was right in that she says, you know, and we always talk about this unintended consequences. We always worry about that as well, right? But I wanted to say, I think there's a lot of cities that are starting to put that into their sustainability plan. And again, you know, going up, not out. So go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I think the
Madam
special.
Mayor?
Yes, go. I'm going to go with Councilwoman
One more
Breckus.
question.
She's got 3 minutes, then
Okay.
you've got 3 minutes, and we're going to wrap it up.
I think the special use permit applicability for this provision would be a good one.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just one point on the sustainability plan. I thought you made a really good point of the benefit of shade, and there's a countervailing issue too, in terms of blocking sun, in terms of things like solar. And you know, we may be going to solar on every roof. You know, even in downtown Reno. You know, using those roofs as collectors. We've already done it on some city buildings, including some parking structures. So I think, you know, I just think having staff take a look at it, I think that potentially these towers could be good. And I think having staff just evaluate it, making sure the shade is a positive, not a negative, and making sure we have public input, and SUP might be the way to get there. That's all I wanted to share.
Yeah, I think you're right, and definitely public process. So, okay, I'm going to send it to at-large member. Usually that's how we do it. Councilman Reese, give me a motion, please.
I think, Madam Mayor, I would move to refer, but I'm not sure that addresses the concern that you and Councilmember Breckus have identified. So I suppose I'll make the motion and see if we can get there with that.
Okay, give me a motion, to refer.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, this is a question for city attorneys. With the addition of the special use permit language, would that trigger a renoticing or no? Okay, just
No,
clarifying.
can go
Thank
ahead
you.
and amend it.
All right.
So a question on the motion? Oh, sorry. I don't know if I got a second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Councilwoman Dewar?
Oh, no,
No?
I wanted to see the SUP added in.
That was that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Aye. No, I would like to see the SUP.
I know.
Permit and.
It's in there.
I couldn't tell. I'm sorry. I'm on the phone.
I know. It's in there.
We have on record, just
Oh,
for
could you clarify?
clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Dewar, just if I can clarify, the record that we have is that the motion was to refer for a second reading with the modification of SUP to be added into the process.
Oh, I vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Madam Mayor, you've taken your vote. This passed unanimously. We will get back in order. Our next item is item D8, applicability of bicycle laws and electric scooters.
Okay, well, this has been one that's been trying to get to the agenda for like 3 months. And then we always go, sorry, Dylan.
Madam Mayor, if I may just ask a question for legal, is this item just confirming what state law is now? Meaning, I'm not sure what we will do here other than to say, yes, we accept what state law is. And so I'm just looking to legal.
Yeah, it's conforming and enabling.
Okay, so I'm going to just move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm so sorry.
Go
back.
Madam Mayor,
Bonnie
my
and I are
concern
trying to
is
catch
that,
up.
my concern is that we don't have a lot to chat about in terms of whether do we want these, do we not want them, do we like one group versus another. This just is confirming the existence of a state law and that we are adopting it into our bodies of law.
Okay, great. Dylan, is there anything you'd like to add? And the only reason I say this, and I'm just going to throw this in there, Councilman Reason, only because I think we were dealing with it a little bit before you were on the council. Are you in talks with any of these scooter companies?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Dylan Shaver, your Director of Policy and Strategy. We are not currently in negotiations or talks with any scooter strategies. Just to reinforce what Councilmember Reese has said, I received clear direction from this body to go to the 2019 legislature and come back with some sort of authorizing language. What we're doing at this point is, with both items D8 and D9, are just sort of adopting into our code what we put into those bills.
Yeah.
And then our intention would be, once you have sort of created this framework, to then begin investigating a way to roll this out in a way that both accomplishes the goals you set forth as a council of providing this service safely for our residents, as well as those goals set forth in the sustainability plan in terms of micromodal transportation.
Yeah. Well, more and more cities obviously are buzzing with, these e-scooters and then like campuses. I'm a big fan, obviously, but I'm a big fan of public safety, of course. So I think that kind of probably addresses it so that you have that sort of wraparound. But the e-scooters are, I just really like them. I think they're, first of all, they're a lot of fun. But second of all, you see the kids all zip around town, and I bet these kids back here, do you like e-scooters? You like the scooters? See, you guys already have started to make policy. Good job. See, you can tell everyone you're responsible for the e-scooter. But anyway, so I do like them. I'm just going to throw this out there. Just be careful when you come back with some of the companies that are doing e-scooters. One in particularly, Lime, that we had some hiccups with. So we look forward to, kind of seeing some other people in the mix.
Understood.
Dylan, good job. Thank you.
Madam
so much.
Mayor, if I can ask council, can you please take a motion on item D8 and D9 as they are both representative of this discussion today?
Sure.
Madam Mayor,
Go right ahead.
I am comfortable with D7. I think that we need to broaden the usability of the right-of-ways, but I'm not so sure that the operators are where we want to go. I think I think 7 lets the technology come in, and it's advancing quite a bit. D7, 8. I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? It always
Yeah,
confused me
I was gonna say
because the
D8 and
7.
D9.
Yes, 8. Okay, I'm comfortable with 8 because it broadens the usability, but the operators I think are not where we want to go. When I see people out in the sidewalk, and it's beyond the e-scooters, it's the, I don't know what you call them. They have the little skateboards with the power in the middle, you know, when they
What
roll.
are those called, Electra? The board, and then it's got a big one wheel.
I'm aware.
Oh, come on, you guys. All right.
But those
There's
are
a name for
becoming
'em.
very popular,
Yeah.
and those with the scooters can fold up and go in a backpack or put under in a locker or under, you know, they are very portable, they're affordable, and I think that we need to prioritize on seeing these come in for our locals who use them for their commutes. When you get into the operators, you get into a whole nother world of storage. Are they more for tourists, which isn't a bad thing, but I think that we should just stick with hoping to see people broaden their individual mobility devices in this area, because I think that's where the progress is going to be made. I think the operators are not the growth area. And this is from being around college campuses lately in bigger cities. And I just see more and more people using these, and you know it's their own, and they're affordable to them to use. And I'm also seeing something of concern to me on the operators is a lot of clutter on the right-of-way that is impeding the disabled, the walkers, the moms with strollers, the litter. So I'm in favor of 8, but I don't really think I'm ready to go and drop ordinances in for 9 at this
Well,
point.
the only reason I would encourage those, and I'm just going to put my 2 cents in, Dylan, and you can totally
Yes, ma'am.
stop me if you need to, that some of those people might not be able to afford some of those. And I know you say, you know, they are affordable, but they are. But to some, I think to some kids, they're not so affordable. So there is that option to where they can, you know, sort of rent it on the fly. And I also think, again, going back to our sustainability model, that I think it's important to look at the different kind of aspects. I think you're right that the model is changing with these e-scooters. I mean, we've seen even in cities where they take them and they, what do they call it, like juicing, where they juice it and they've actually put that money into into their homeless. They'll go and they'll juice it, the homeless shelter, and that creates money and revenue for some of those services at the homeless shelter. So I think the model, you're right, it's changing, but I do think there's still a place for operators. And I would just say, hey, Lime Bike, you might not want to walk through our doors after the last go around with them, because we've kind of had a taste of sort of, and I was a big proponent of Lime Bike. I was a huge fan of Lime Bike until we had a mountain of bikes piled up, which was really too bad, because I think, you know, we want to be a forward-thinking city, and this is, you know, is the future of transportation. So anyway, that's just my soapbox. Go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Again, Dylan Shaver for the record. To Councilmember Breckis's concern with item D9, I'd like to make clear that these really do two things. D8 obviously takes our bicycle laws, applies them to these electric scooters. D9 establishes in section 5 or in chapter 5.9 of the Reno Municipal Code that a franchise agreement would be required for such an operator. It does not necessarily require us to establish such a franchise agreement. And I am, of course, no attorney, but there are concerns that if we do not put that into the code, then in its absence, a franchise agreement may not be required.
And then they
such
can
an
just
operator.
drop them anywhere they want. Am I
Well,
right?
I tried very hard to not say that out loud.
Right, but it's true, because guess what happens? I know, and I shouldn't be saying this out loud either, but what happens is then your citizens love them. And then guess what? Big bad government, mean local government wants to come in and take them away because, you know, you get some bad actors. And then when that happens, you have some pretty unhappy residents. And unfortunately, there's no way to regulate the safety if we don't have the franchise, correct?
Well, with that particular business model, that is correct.
Yeah.
And then the council, of course, always retains the option at a later date, should staff come forward with the potential for a franchise, to say, no, we are not interested in this proposal at this time.
And I'm a huge believer in the helmet laws and things of that nature, because they do see quite a bit of some head injuries. But that could be with anything, on bicycles and things like that.
Council meetings, what have you.
It could be council meetings, for sure. Anyway, okay, thanks. Any other questions? Councilman Reese?
Oh, Madam Mayor, I was just going to indicate that my original motion was just as to D8 for the benefit of our clerk. I was separating them out, so I'll renew my motion.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion from Councilman Reese, a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Good job, Electra and Hannah.
Madam Mayor, with regard to D9, I move to approve staff
So
recommendation.
now you can go tell your friends, e-scooters and Reno. Okay?
May I just interject at the moment, Madam Clerk, Madam Mayor, I do not believe we took public comment prior to the vote on item D8, and I suspect that means we have to.
Oh,
don't
that
think
was
we
my
had
fault.
any.
I'm so sorry. Madam
There's no
Vice
public
Mayor,
comment registered.
Was there any public comment? Can we put their comments into the record, Hannah and Electra? Can we put, so they said we could put them into the record, so there we go. All right, good job.
As to D9,
D8, yeah, I was under the impression D8 and D9.
That's the way I took the motion,
Dylan?
yes.
Is that right?
No, I think I was very specific. I was saying for the benefit of our clerk, who I believe originally asked us, I had only motioned on D8, which we've now, I believe, affirmatively approved, and now I have secondarily moved on D9 to, there we go.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, good job.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are on item D10, which is the FY20 new revenue submissions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Madam Vice Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
None registered at this time.
Okay. Okay, Dylan, it's all you.
Thank you so much. I'm looking over at IT. I think we have a PDF that goes up along with this one. And a handout that went out to you this morning just to make the staff report a little more navigable by numbering the suggestions we got from staff. What appears to you today, I'm sorry, Dylan Shaver, Director of Policy and Strategy for the record, what appears to you today is the end result of a process that you initiated more than a year ago at this point. When you went through council priority setting last October, you directed staff to get creative and come back with some potential cost savings or new revenue solutions. From there, the city manager's office undertook a pretty wide-reaching process to solicit from council members and staff at all levels of the organization ideas to fulfill your specific request. We received many ideas, big and small, and sort of vetted them through a brief internal process that required concurrence between our finance director and the directors of the reference departments where these things would be implemented. And we intended to bring to you a final list in the spring. This has rolled from agenda to agenda since then. And actually in that time, you have undertaken some of these suggestions and we've removed them from the list. Previously, for example, one of the items on the list was the excuse me, was retaining an outside collection agency for the collection of certain fines and penalties. Well, you did that, and so we removed it from this list. Things that we could just sort of do where the cost savings were evident, they did not come here. And so what ends up in front of you today is a list of suggestions that require significant enough research that we were not terribly interested in committing a lot of staff time before we had direction from you. There's nothing worse for a member of this staff to put, 40, 50 hours into a project just to have come down here and say, well, why are we even hearing this? So we wanted to give you the opportunity to prioritize these, to remove some from the
I
list.
love how you did that too. It makes it really easy and just, it's good.
If only I had thought to do it prior to the staff report being printed.
Well, no, I like it, and it stands out. I mean, sometimes this is a lot to get through.
Well,
And so
you
I-
do get a 2,000-page agenda, and we have a 16-row table here for you, and we try to make it as easy as possible. And I'm going to make it even easier. Staff would request that we not really go over items 8, 9, and 14 today. These all have to do with our fire department and our relationship with REMSA, and we've got a fire study coming back to you in December that I believe would be a more appropriate time to have that conversation a little more
Okay, so
comprehensively.
you're saying 8, 9, and 14.
8, 9, and 14.
Okay, everyone mark those off. I got it, 8, 9, and 14. Got it, okay.
And so then that leaves you with a list of 13 options here. I will go through them briefly as possible before the city manager and clerk throw me out of the room. And then we'll take your feedback in the form of normal staff direction for how to proceed from there. So the first two items redirect fuel tax revenues and other transportation funds from RTC. The second being redirect some of the transient lodging tax from the RSCVA. These are items where we are paying basically dues money, for lack of a better phrase. We're getting services in lieu of tax dollars that could come into the municipality and instead are going to these other agencies. The suggestions here are that we, would redirect some of that funding. Those things are outside of our direct municipal control, so you can prioritize them to the top of the list. But realistically, that's something that can't just be done with a council vote. We would have to go to the legislature to sort of rearrange how those funds, possibly against the will of those organizations. Nevertheless, Madam Mayor, you have discussed at length your desire for some of how RSCVA funds should be spent. Councilmember Breckus, I know that the way RTC funds are apportioned has been a concern for you since we very first met. So we wanted to make sure that those were on your list. Suggestion number 3 comes from our public safety departments, basically to provide for the creation of a public safety grant writer position. I think pretty broadly speaking, governments are looking to grant writers as they are more and more under-resourced. So item 3 would require an initial budget outlay on your part to staff the position. Over time, hopefully that pays for itself. That's always the idea with grant writers. Item 4 has to do with the 96% exemption for licensing of commercial real estate businesses. That is to say, when we calculate a company's gross for the purposes of calculating our business license fees, if you're engaged in a commercial real estate transaction, we only really count 4% of your gross revenue when calculating your license fees. That's in Reno Municipal Code and could change that way. Item 5, coming out of what is now Neighborhood Services, was to start charging a code enforcement fee to developers. That's something that could be added to their permit at the front end of a project for the anticipated long-term costs of enforcement along those lines. Item 6 sort of goes in tandem with what you've already done on collections, just gives an option for code enforcement to start attaching fines and fees to a property's tax rolls through the assessor's office. That would require a lot of intergovernmental work, and I think you can start to see as I go down this list the workload that some of these items would require us to undertake. Item 7 ends up in front of you, change from biweekly pay periods to monthly pay periods. It would provide a nominal saving, but would require us to go back to some of our labor agreements and have those discussions there. So it ends up in front of you for that reason. 8 and 9 we are skipping. Item 10, 11, and 12 all have to do with recouping costs incurred by various police or fire functions, depending on the nature of the call. Under 10, for example, and this we saw very sharply during the incident at the university over the summer, that is a major taxpayer, TMCC, or I'm sorry, is a major entity in our community, does not pay any taxes to the city, so we are basically providing those services, municipal services, gratis.
Sorry, Dylan.
Proceed, yeah.
Wouldn't
It's a
that-
lot.
Well, let me ask you this though, but there are other people like Renown that doesn't as well, correct? Nonprofits don't.
Yeah, nonprofits do not. That is correct.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I see the difference.
And certainly in the exploration of those, we can go broader
But St. Mary's does
here. St.
Right.
Mary's does. All right.
because they're for profit.
Right.
Does that go for churches too? So any nonprofit is exempt.
Let the record reflect that Dylan's not here saying we should tax churches for fire service.
Hey, and some of those nonprofits make a lot of money. I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying there's a lot of ways that nonprofits can make a lot of money and pay very expensive salaries. I'm not saying any of these people are. I'm just saying sometimes I think that can be very a way to hide behind certain identities.
Sure.
But I better clarify that because then everyone's going to be like, Mayor Sheeby hates every nonprofit. It's not that. It's not that. I just
think
want
it's-
to make sure because what happens is, you have some pretty big events that happen, and then you worry about making sure that they get, and they do, of course they do, because we take care of that. But you want to make sure that everyone can afford fire service and police service in the city, and that comes down to everyone paying in. Right?
I'd like to reiterate and reinforce your point a little bit. That there is no part of this commentary that is intended to indicate that these aren't valued and venerable institutions in our community. But we have heard time and time again that as an organization, we are simply under-resourced, and we asked the staff to come back with suggestions to recoup some of those resources. And yeah, it's certainly not meant to throw any shade, for lack of a better phrase, at any of the institutions referenced here, be it the hospital or the university or anyone else.
Okay, I gotcha. You did say throw shade. How does that happen? How does that happen? All these puns, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Councilman Delgado, did you want to say
No,
anything
this
else?
is just more of a general conversation that
Yeah.
I'll save us all from.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Dylan. Sorry. I just wanted to figure out who was in there and who isn't.
Of course, and in directing us to come back to you with a staff report, you can certainly determine that as a council. I think I have a question coming from Ward 1.
Yeah, Council, Mayor, if I could, have you gone through everything?
We have 3 more, ma'am.
Okay, what were those?
So the next one is item 13 would be to do sort of a deep investigation for opportunities to streamline the workers' comp process.
Okay.
For on-duty injuries. As it stands, an injured firefighter, we have to pay overtime to fill their spot. And there are a lot of delays involved in the work comp process that end up racking up a lot of costs and a lot of time off for a firefighter who might not necessarily be looking for that.
Okay.
Item 15 would be to utilize authority granted us by the 2017 Nevada legislature to explore the creation of a parks, trails, and open space district. Initial review of the bill said that there may not be any savings there, but this is a concept whereby we would collaborate with the other park operators in the region to sort of establish a parks district intergovernmentally rather than have them each managed by the individual localities. And then item 16 is semi-included in the tree ordinances that are already underway, which would be implement proposed tree preservation permit application and require a fee with that. Again, we bring it to you because it would require the creation of a new fee.
Okay.
And could he hit 11 and 12, which he didn't touch?
I apologize, Council Member Dewar. 10, 11, 12 are all variations on the same three, 10 dealing specifically with recouping costs for serving various Nevada System of Higher Education institutions.
Right.
11
So
having
11 and 12.
to do with responses to vehicle accidents, perhaps finding a way to recoup costs incurred with those from insurance providers. And 12 would be finding a way to, again, similar to 10 and 11, look at the county as a source when we respond to things at the shelter at 315 Record Street. The issue in play there is that NRS 244 and 428 both delegate homeless services to the counties. The city's the lead agency here. It's our law enforcement, it's our paramedics that are responding to calls out there with no backing like the county would have to actually provide those services to such a facility.
Madam Mayor? Yeah, I think this is good that we're getting this at this point of time. I think that the fire ones, we've got to read that study and it's coming forward. Some of the ones that are smaller in number, you know, where you need to go, I feel when we go to budget, we talk about a structural deficit. So we need structural changes. And one, I am surprised that did not make it on the list is not having a building enterprise fund. I've never understood why the coffee shop down the block or the house cleaner gal who has a home-based business, why their business fees go into the general fund, but me, homeowner, when I pull a building permit for a water heater, replace my water heater, that goes into this lockbox. So why didn't that one make it onto the list?
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus, for the question. So again, this initiated from a lot of different places, from both staff and council. To make it onto the final list would require concurrence between the finance department and between the director of the appropriate department involved. So building enterprise, we're talking Public Works or
Community Development.
CD, sorry.
Yeah.
And you know, to the extent that I don't have a transcript of any interaction there between those two, I can say that that would be the most likely culprit in that regard, is that there was an agreement between those two departments to bring it forward.
Sure, if I had an enterprise fund that was dedicated funding source, I wouldn't want to give it up either. But I think it's what we have to do. I think the balance of $6-8 million, you know, will have to stay. But I think the council needs going forward to bring the building enterprise fund into the general fund. And I've felt that for a long time. And if we don't do it, we can just cry all we want come May again. Second is, I feel that we need to look at regional money already on the table, and that is the RSCVA money, and it is the RTC money. And this has been a theme I brought on with me in 2012. And in that time, the RTC money, the fuel tax, has just J-curved up to about 40 cents. And we're never going to have enough money for transportation improvements. Never. But the priority needs to be maintaining the existing system. And the existing system has a lot of local roads that we're scraping and scrimping to get by. And we need to plug our resources with that money. And that's what RTC needs to do. There needs to be a negotiated settlement for the cities and the county on a per population basis to get money into their road budgets from that fuel tax. It's going to make it harder out on the regional roads to do a lot of things, but we're in a constrained world and we need to get transportation right. And I think in time, we can solve a lot of the issues that pound my inbox in Ward 1 about problem intersections, problem
speeding issues, and we can start to do a better job in the neighborhoods on those. So that's number one. Then the other one is the RSCVA, and I think in the staff report, not your table, you said that a legislative change was needed to reallocate the RSCVA funds. Is that true? Does the state statute specify the split and dice? I know it does for certain add-ons into the lodger's tax, like the train trench or the downtown facilities, but the base of the lodger's tax, is that spelled out in NRS, or is that pursuant to an interlocal?
I would need to confer with the attorneys. My understanding is that NRS spells that out, and we have been looking for an interlocal agreement between the city and the Convention and Visitors Authority. Neither party can actually locate one, so we are in the process of redoing that.
We
as
were
speak.
told during the legislative session that was correct, what you're talking about. And whenever I say, and you're talking about something separate, but what I'm also saying is it frees up the money. This is that $750,000. If I think city does not do special events funding anymore because RCVA, that's really their bailiwick. They can do a better job with it, and then that allows us to have that money for police and fire. Those are super, super necessary. So by the council staying committed to police and fire, then special events would just go directly to RSCVA, and they should be funding it. That's how I see that money, but I think we were told during the legislative process that you're right, that it had to be a legislative change. I'm just saying, I think that's one piece of how, if we have to wait until we get to the legislature, because what I was trying to figure out with your RTC, and I think that makes sense, isn't that legislative as well?
These
No?
regional, county, and fair boards, transportation commissions, and things of that ilk are established at the legislative level, as are their funding mechanisms.
Okay,
But if I may, those are enabling to our formation, governance formation. They do not, to my understanding, go into the depths of allocations. When the mayor says she's like to take special events, what we pay, and put that over to the RSCVA, I have a bigger vision than that. I really do. I see money getting backed out to us for police and fire, because we've got police and fire at a lot of these room tax generators all the time. And if we don't have an interlocal, nothing keeps us from doing an interlocal, throwing it over to them and saying, this is our interlocal, these are our proposals, this is what we need to have the safe community that you want to bring tourists to. And if you don't help us with us, we're going to have a harder and harder job, because we are having a harder and harder job. And so I think when you say these are in the NRSs, the last place we want to go is to the legislature to solve our fiscal problems, because we've already learned this last time that they're not that interested in them. So whatever we can keep here in this region with the bodies that are created to serve our citizens is, I think, needs to be our focus.
Well, and I think that's fine, but I think that's a place to start, at least with RCVA. I don't know about RTC, but one of the things I was asking the city manager, because I thought it was interesting, that they give us these roads, and if they're designed poorly, then we end up with a liability to those roads. And that is a concern. That's a concern, right? So I totally get where you're going. It's just not, I don't think it's that easy and that cut and dry. I think there's a lot of different moving parts. And, you start, one step at a time. But I see where you're going, and I think it's wise. Anyway, okay. Councilwoman Weber.
That I think there are so many others that we could be talking about that I would like to even, just internally that I've seen, that there's ways I think that we could have different revenue. But I think we should have this conversation again, maybe at the strategic planning meeting on December 9th, where we can kind of delve into it a little bit more instead of, we can ask to move forward as recommended, but I think it's a good idea to have more conversation if we have a little bit of time on December 9th.
Okay, good job. I like it. Okay, Councilman Reese, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Dewar. She's on the phone for 3 minutes.
Okay, I hopefully won't take 3 minutes, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm like Councilmember Weber in as much as there are some really great ideas here, and I hope what we're doing is providing some direction, although I'm a little bit lost. I don't know if it's I keep looking up at the wrong clock and it's really not that time.
Yeah.
So my brain is all twisted. But at the end of the day, I think the mayor is correct about some of these funds. I think Councilmember Breckus is correct about some of the other funds. Ultimately, all of us are having this conversation because we're trying to plug a structural hole. And until we fix some of the structural issues, I think we're always going to be doing that. That's okay, because I'm not sure we are the ones who are going to be fixing the structural concerns until we have a much heavier lift in the legislature. But the conversations I've heard today from the dais are very encouraging to me, because it does tell me that our body is looking at lots of options, is open to exploring many of them with you, and trying to give you as much direction as we can, but also saying at this in the same breath that there are lots of options, right? And so that I know is hard for you to grapple with. One of the ones that I think on here that I didn't fully understand or appreciate, but I want to know more about, is just this question about who is responsible for indigent services. And at the end of the day, people keep returning to the concept that that is a county responsibility, but yet here we are as a body, and we're the ones who are on the front lines of solving some of the issues that I think should be paid for those funds. Well, then I am inclined to figure out what we have to do to go get those funds, right? And so I don't know that that was really what was intended by item number 2. It may be a much, I'm sorry, I guess it would be
12.
Yeah. Well, yes, so it is included in item 12, but it may be even much more broad than item 12 was intended by you to be. But again, I'm trying to figure out what we have to do as a body. And if it means getting our legislative priorities in order now so that you are ready to roll in another 18 months or so from now, I'm good with that too. And so I appreciate the comments from all of the colleagues. It is an important one. And ultimately, I'm not sure today we're going to fix all of it. But I do think we're going to have important conversations that will lead us to that. So I thank you for the work you've put in already.
I'm good. All right, good job. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I mean, I have a sense of urgency, I'll be honest with you. And so I don't want, more ideas, more time, more thinking. I mean, really, we went through, I put mine in months ago and so on. And with the indigent services, I think you're on the pace on something. But if you look at how the shelter is being run, is the county's in the money, and we're in, but we're only in federal dollars. Those federal dollars cannot be supplanted because there are CDBG dollars to help with our big problems, which are personnel costs, and they're limited. I mean, it would be helpful, but I don't see a world where we would really ever back out our CDBG on that service level. So I think that's a separate and apart. I do have some ideas on it, and I think I'm going to be bringing that forward. I think we need to be looking, I'll just enter, again, is, and I'm very wary about the legislative agenda, because that was not helpful last time. It didn't get us anywhere, and it even was a step backwards with Senator Ratty's not getting what she thought she was going to be able to get. So I'd say RTC, RSCV, I think there is room in the business license fee world, the building enterprise world, and I think there's some room for these agreements with other agencies. And for example, when the university came forward and wanted an alley because they're building a huge garage, that's the time for the agreement on this, and that.
And oh, by the way, I think they have another request coming down the pipe.
Yeah.
So
You need to work with a big player like that on a global area, but understand also they're a public facility that's providing public services too. But anyway, I'm not, that's where I'm at. and exploring what is legislative of those and what is interlocal. And come on, we're an agency that doesn't even have an interlocal with our Hotels and Visitors Bureau that takes in about $60 million a year.
I thought we
I
did.
couldn't tell if that was a rhetorical question or not.
Well, no, I mean, I've heard twice this year that no one can locate the interlocal.
I thought we had one. I'll find out. And let me get with Phil.
We had an audit report come back, and those are all publicly available at
Oh, good.
reno.gov/audits, I believe, that addressed that very issue. And certainly, if there's somebody over there who can find one, they haven't come forward with it. But it is something that we have been working on since that audit came back.
Okay, good. All right, Dylan, what do you need from us?
Madam
I
Mayor?
need to, hold on, Councilwoman. Is this to move forward with different ideas? What?
Do you feel like you have sufficient direction,
I believe the
Mr. Shaver?
conversation here was very illuminating, and it was exactly what we were looking for as we
Okay.
allocate staff resources to these projects. I think you have another council member
I
who-
do. I just wanted to make sure before I cut you off.
Yep.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just thank you, everyone, and I love the conversation. I like to focus too on the big bang for the buck kind of concept. I do want to throw in 3 ideas. One is where we're talking about a grants person. I'd like us to think broader than just police and fire. I think the whole agency could benefit. We used to have one at City of Reno, and I'd love to see us having one to support all the departments, whether it's parks or whoever. Number 2, I just got done with an extensive briefing on parking enforcement yesterday, and I know this is an issue that Councilman Breckes has brought up and others, and they're really focused on creating some kind of a more sustainable parking department or a process. That will be bringing in more revenue, and it might be small, but I think it can help offset the additional parking officers, and the fees that we get for that, I think, could be plowed back in to helping solve some parking issues, even in places where we want economic development, like Midtown. Now, Midtown, for example, is going to be hurting after this construction. I think if we could redirect some fees and maybe rent some spaces, it's just a small revenue stream, but maybe important for our community. And then thirdly, I wanted to support this idea of adding the Building Enterprise Fund back into this list. I don't know if it was actually cut out or maybe it just wasn't ever included on the list. And so I think it's worth exploring. So I just those are my thoughts for now. I think everybody did a great job commenting. Thank you.
Oh, accept all the input and report back to us on how you've advanced on these ideas within this context, or if they're linked up to other efforts going on, like the buyer coming forward. Okay, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, good.
Aye.
Good job.
Madam Mayor, our next item is E1, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney. Ordinance introduction.
You guys, just so you know, the R on that hat, did he just tell you? That's a throwback from the arch when Reno was hustling and bustling. All the snowboarders always ask me for it. So just so you know, it has historical relevance. Okay. All right, where are we at?
E1, which is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney's office.
All right, I'm going to send it to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance number 7106, ordinance to amend Title 12, Chapter 30 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Downtown Streetscape Design Standards, adding section 12.30.10 or 010, adopting the Downtown Streetscape Design Manual by reference, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay, cool. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
None registered at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. So this is kind of cool. I'm gonna just kind of point it out. Wouldn't this also fall under the lines of creative crosswalks, like the rainbow or the piano?
It could. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
For the record, Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager, members of the council, Manager Newby, so good to be with you. Matt Basil is with me today, our urban forester. This is, although it's at the end of the agenda and there's not very many people here to applaud, we internally are applauding this moment just because it's been a long time coming and we're so grateful to be here. And before I jump in, I just wanted to thank a couple people. You'll notice on the cover of the document that it only has my name under the staff's section. It's out of the modesty of the staff that their names aren't there, but I wanted to acknowledge the internal people who participated in this process and really made it such a great thing. Charla, Honey, who's now, of course, left the city, Khalil Wilson, Carrie Koski, Brooke Oswald, Matt Basil, Rishma, and I can't say her last name, so I won't, and Jeff Mann, Alexis Hill, and Jeff Limpert. These are the folks who came to all of the internal meetings and waded through this document for many months and brought their expertise and their diversity of thought. So I'm so grateful to them. And in addition to that, I wanted to state that this was a long process, much longer than we anticipated. But at the end of the day, that process resulted in a very good document. And I want to thank, again, all the people, especially Councilwoman Doer. She's not here with us except electronically today. And her passion helped drive this document and helped shape it. And so I want to thank her specifically and to the Urban Forestry Commission and other members of the community who did this. So just really briefly, I know that you pretty much all know what this document is. This was created 20 some odd years ago originally by the Redevelopment Agency. It was passed, adopted by resolution. It was never a city ordinance. So that's one of the things we're going to do today. We're going to correct that. We'll adopt it by ordinance so that it'll now become part of our public works design standards. So it'll now be enforceable in that regard. The other creative thing about this is that half the document is the text, the standards. The other half of the document lives in the appendix and is actually part of the existing Public Works Design Manual. So things that you may not see every day, like the design of the irrigation, the lines that run under the roots of the tree. The tree well, how is that constructed? All of those details live in the design manual and are just as important as the text that you have in front of you. And so I want to thank again to Matt, to Khalil, to Charla, who really went through and made this happen, in addition to our landscape architecture community, to Barb Santner, to Yana, to, sorry, I forgot his name all of a sudden. These are the folks who put in the time to make these things that you don't really see, but that make this a successful effort. So I want to thank them also. So other than that, I don't have a whole lot to say. I thought I'd let it open to you. I wanted to say that we have letters of support from all these different people in the community. They couldn't all be here. Some of them were here last meeting and actually waited the whole time, but they just wanted me to say that they support it and to thank you for this.
All right, good job. Okay, any questions from council members?
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Doer.
Not a question, just a 1 minute praise. I just want to reinforce what Eric said. This started out as a very simple thing to change the way that sidewalks are made and to take out the stamped concrete. And it evolved into a broader, what should the streetscape look like? Should it have a bench? Should it have a light? Should it have a tree? Should it have some bushes? We didn't finish, and the landscape architects that were involved told me to please get on the record that we need a little bit more conversation, especially about Virginia Street. You know, what would set it aside or really highlight it as a special place? It might be as simple as, again, the old flower basket concept. It might be as simple as, and I'm not suggesting different streetlights, but they wanted to put a placeholder in to just say, we're not quite finished with the whole downtown streetscape, and if we go a little bit further, utilizing the expertise of the landscape architects, we will probably get a great main street like Carson City's done, like Kingsbury's done, like, you know, a number of even rural towns have done. We could bring that to Virginia Street. And so in other words, Virginia Street, we're doing Midtown, we're doing up by the university, but we're not doing through the downtown, and that's what this is about. Lastly, I just want to say, Eric, thank you for identifying everyone that worked so hard on this. And, you know, you may want to consider, and I would recommend, that you actually put their names on the document, because that will stand for all time. This is a 1 second thank you, but having their names on the document would really show who participated. And, of course, if they want their name on the document. I leave that to you, but I would recommend that be added personally. So thank you for your time, effort, in getting this to this point where we could actually vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Doer. I really appreciate it. And I think that's a fantastic idea, and I'll put their names back on the front of the document.
Okay, any other discussion? No? I want to say thank you so much. I know you've worked so hard on this. This is actually going to be, I think, such a game changer on the way that people perceive downtown. This is really going to add personality and thought into how we design downtown, what that looks like, correct? Oh, yes. Right? This is like the big one. And I think we've missed this for so long, but now because you're going to be our savior in the way that downtown looks is really exciting. So I would like to see the rainbow and the piano key crosswalks and things like that, right?
That'll be Alexis.
This is the
Yes, thank you,
perception
Mayor.
that people have of
Absolutely.
your city. So
Yes.
anyway.
So so Alexis Hill and I have talked about that, and so we will be bringing forward ideas for you.
Yeah, I love that. The only one thing I am going to say, and then everyone's going to say I'm a negative Nelly, I do think cities should ban some of that. I think it's probably stamped concrete, but it looks like the pavers, right? Those are a killer on your high heels. If you get caught in one of those, you're toast. Yeah, one of the changes? Okay, good. I love it. I know it sounds crazy, but do you know how many women I've picked up off the ground because they've gotten that tiny little stiletto, you know, right there in that crack? Okay, no more. Okay, good.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
If I may, for one more minute. I just want to mention, too, that, you know, this doesn't create more trees downtown. We have about the same number, but what it will do is really a game changer, as Eric said. It will make sure that the trees we plant actually live, because they'll have soil underneath the sidewalk, and they'll have irrigation, and they'll be able to live, and they'll be able to grow taller. A lot of the trees we have in downtown were planted anywhere from 10 to 20 years ago, and they look like they were planted 3 years ago, and that's because they don't have an ability to grow. And so just by getting in there, fixing that small thing, looking at the species of tree that's planted that's appropriate for downtown, one that might provide shade, to your earlier point about sustainability. I can't say enough about that. That's a game changer, I think, in the urban forestry world. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. All right, good. Do we need anything else?
Just
Nothing
a motion,
else?
Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
I would like to make a motion.
Councilwoman.
My first
Dewar.
motion of the day. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve item E1.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good job. Congratulations.
Madam Mayor, our next item today is going to be H2, based off of those in the audience. This is a presentation and update on pedestrian safety around schools.
Fantastic.
For the record, Kurt Dietrich, traffic engineer. Before council is a presentation on the operation and valuation of school zones. So under NRS, there's currently two types of school zones. The traditional school zone means those sections of streets which are adjacent to school property. We also have another NRS, which is a school crossing zone, which means those sections of streets not adjacent to school property that pupils cross while following a designated walking route to school. So they're a little different animal. So as far as the authority to placement, NRS states that the governing body of a local government or the Department of Transportation shall designate school zones and school crossing zones. So typically the city will designate zones for local roadways within its jurisdiction, and NDOT will designate zones within state-maintained roadways. NRS does allow for local governments to also install an UNDOT right-of-way with their permission. And so we have Safe Routes to School. So the federal Safe Routes to School was established in 2005 as part of the Safe T-Lou federal act. Excuse me. Encourages students to walk and bike safely to school where safety is not a barrier. It incorporates an education component in addition to engineering enhancements. As far as the regulation of traffic control itself, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is published by the Federal Highway Administration, actually oversees all traffic control devices for roads that are open for public travel. This assumes uniform approach to ensure public understanding and applies an application of similar controls for similar situations, which promotes appropriate and uniform behavior on parts of motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists. So each school has a school route plan, which creates uniformity in the use of school area traffic controls. It also serves as a basis for a school traffic control plan for each school to establish a safer route to and from school for school children. It's not necessarily the quickest or shortest route, but the safest route. So this is just a very typical school route plan that was actually published in the METCD from FHWA. So it shows the location of the school, the identification of stop and yield controls, pedestrian routes, marked crosswalks, and crossing guards. So we encourage actually people to use existing traffic controls where it's appropriate. So this slide actually shows typical traffic control that's adjacent to a school. So you can see that you have the advanced warning signs as well as the reduced speed limit markings. Now, granted, this is just the minimum that the FHWA wants to see. Typically, we over-enhance in the sense of we add school pavement markings, typically flashing units, et cetera. But this is just the bare minimum that the FHWA likes to see adjacent to schools. And so this slide here is a typical school crossing. Again, the minimum is the advanced warning signs, as well as the signs and pavement markings at the crosswalk. It doesn't necessarily note a reduced school zone, speed zone, but we typically place that as well. So as far as school flasher systems, they're an optional unit to reduce speed. They're typically more effective than static signs. So static signs typically has the times listed on a sign panel, but obviously the flashers do a better job at that. They can be typically hardwired or solar powered, can be pole or mast arm mounted, and all our units are actually radio controlled for remote timing changes. So as far as costs go, it's typically about $15,000 for a pair of solar-mounted units, and we typically use these as a retrofit. For new development, multi-lane or higher-speed roadways, we typically go for mast arm mounted, and that's around $50,000 for a pair. So here's a couple examples. On the left-hand side is a newer installation on Valley Road, which is a solar unit. You can actually see the antenna pointing to P-Vine, where we communicate with our units. And the right-hand side is, actually Roland Melton, and that's more of a permanent installation where it's hardwired in. So timing of school flashers. So per NRS, the superintendent of the school district, in conjunction with the Department of Transportation and the governing body of a local government, determines when the speed limit times are in effect. And this determination under NRS is made after consulting with the principal of the school and agency responsible for enforcement. School zones, and this is actually more of a rule of thumb, as previously mentioned in NRS, we have to come to a consensus. But the rule of thumb is when we have a school zone adjacent to a school, it's typically active from 30 minutes before bell to 30 minutes after the afternoon bell. And so it runs continuously throughout the day. The school crossing zones, again, away from schools, it's actually typically split times, active from 30 minutes before and then after morning bell, and likewise during the afternoon bell as well. So as far as optional enhancements, again, the active school flasher systems, again, is an optional enhancement. We're only required to have the plaque with the times. The school pavement markings also we have out there as well as an optional enhancement. And we also have a pedestrian flag program. And in that, we partner with nonprofits to carry flags across the street. And you've probably seen that Avenida Delanda, Mayan, for instance. And then also in-street school crossing signage. And so here are some examples of those treatments. The in-roadway signage in the center presents challenges because of snow plowing and street sweeping. So that can be a maintenance issue. And again, the right is not regulated by the FHWA, but we'll partner with nonprofits such as the Girl Scouts to install those. And open to questions.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate the presentation. Obviously, in respect to some of the recent incidences, I called the city manager right away. She was already on it, and I know Councilwoman Breckus also addressed it. You wanted the same presentation. So we really appreciate that. I know there's going to be a lot of questions, certainly, you know, in the area where that little girl was hit. And I kind of feel like, and I would imagine all of this is done, you know, the way they look and the standards, there's a lot of criteria that you have to follow, am I right?
Yeah, that's
For
correct.
the way a sign looks? Because honestly, you know what I feel like we've done? I feel like if you think about it, people are so busy, so preoccupied that they have become completely immune to signage and things around them. And I'm going to make a very valid point right here. And I thought it was very funny. But over the weekend, you know, popped up in my Twitter feed this sign that said Virginia, right? And someone had misspelled Virginia Street. And it came out Virginia. We all saw that, right? Do you know people did not notice that? And I think that's because we have become so immune to the way that streets look, the signage, the repetition, and not only that, and this is not, but I would say this point goes into the school district piece, that think about it, you know what we've been telling children for years, and Electra could probably tell you this. Electra, did we tell you to walk in a crosswalk? We did. Our whole lives we said walk in a crosswalk. And we have to be so careful because the crosswalk it can be a false sense of safety, right? And so I think you have to be so careful. Now we have to tell them, you've got to make sure you have eye contact and all that. They are not going to stop just because there's a crosswalk there, right? Like, I think it has to be just such a different approach. And in the way that we address this. But we've got to do something, because I would tell you it's totally an epidemic and it's frightening. And the reason is, and I think this one's a hard one to swallow because this cause has a cure. This is totally preventable. So I just have a hard time, because like I said, I think you're bound to certain standards and certain design and the way they look, right, John? So what do you do? What do we do? It's not easy. But I do think definitely where this little girl, you know, was hit, I think every school zone area should really be redefined. Not to mention, let me just say this, because I know we got Lindsay in the house, but I do want to say this. So God love her. What's her name? Oh, she's so great. She works at Renown. Last name Sandoval, Annie Zucker, right? And I love her. And can I just tell you, she shared a video with me the other day that she's in a school zone, and a parent, she's in a school zone in a 15-mile-an-hour, and a parent drives around her. Who does that? Again, so it's kind of like, you know, everyone, all of us as a community have to be in this together. But in a school zone, really? Who, you know what I mean? So I don't know. This one is nauseating because I just feel like we can do something. I don't know what that is, but I think certain citizens, as a matter of fact, I think Councilwoman Dewar, if you're on the phone, did you share that, did you guys see it where all of a sudden, so it's a crosswalk like this, and then all of a sudden the lines in the crosswalk jump up? It's so cool because, yes, you shared that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so all these people are
shared
walking and
that.
all of a sudden it pops up like this. So the lines are like
Right,
this.
and
The cars have to stop. They don't have a choice.
Right.
Yeah, they have
And
to
there's
stop.
also some that create a virtual visual wall that shows basically a picture to get you to stop. I also wanted to mention that I've been working as Councilwoman Jordan and Councilwoman Breckus have, but I've been working on some schools in my ward with Priyasha, who you all know, with her flag program, and we've been looking at adding art on the sidewalk, to your point, Madam Mayor, about the different colors of crosswalks. We've been, it's been through the art subcommittee, arts and culture subcommittee, and I've worked with Kurt on this, so he knows about it. But it's about, what happens when we put those kind of flags out, and we have flag people at the schools. The flags, over time disappear, and do we want to help provide a budget to replace those flags? Something as simple as that. And then the other point I wanted to bring up about, like Anderson School, they don't have a flashing yellow. All they have is like a cone on a side street in the middle of the street. And there have been some real near misses on Lakeside. So Anderson School's right near Virginia Lake. And so there's nothing on Plumas, there's nothing on Lakeside, and there are little cones in the middle of the side streets. And I just kept wondering, why don't we have even a flashing yellow there? And I've met with the parents at that school, and they're very challenged about that. So I think we can help do more in this area without even, by just implementing some of these either innovative things or some things we already know about.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, if I may, we do have kind of an innovative approach that I think staff, specifically Rebecca Venus, has really piloted here. And I was hoping, she doesn't know I was going to ask her to get up and talk about it, but, or Kurt can talk about the 3E roundtable, which is education, enforcement, and engineering. I don't know if I got them in the right order there, but talk a little bit about that and how the city has really come together with the various departments to target some of these problem areas, please.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So obviously the 3Es is just that. So what was happening is service requests would come into the city, and so it would be assigned to traffic engineering, and it would be, let's say, a speeding problem. So we would evaluate the roadway, and okay, we have the proper signage out there. It meets all engineering standards, so we would close it out. And so then it would reopen again. And so then we would move it over to enforcement. And so what was happening is the service requests were essentially bouncing around. So we wanted to come together with all the three disciplines and come together and meet on a bi-weekly basis to make sure it's fully addressed from all angles. And that's been hugely successful.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Yeah. The one more thing I want to say before I forget is I know the kids are doing a GoFundMe to do a crosswalk there, and I would like the city to pay for that so these children don't have to. I feel like they've been through enough, and that's our responsibility as a government and as a safety agency. So is there some way, Mr. Flansburgh, that we can make sure that happens between ourselves, the city of Reno, and RTC? Because I don't know where that falls, but I think
certainly. So we'll take a look at the proposed location, just making sure that it fits within, how close it is to the intersection. But we want to make sure it's going to meet the standards that it needs to meet. But as far as putting something in like that, that certainly can be done.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know that those kids would really benefit. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Delgado, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank the school district for being here as well. I know I've worked on a few different issues, and it's kind of, and thank you for bringing this issue out to the council for us to talk about a little bit more. We've often are really placed in a place of being reactive versus being proactive on some of these issues. And a lot of these issues really plague our older established communities because of just the old design, the old infrastructure. But you start to see some more growth taking place. We had an incident, unfortunately, take place a few months ago. We're off of East 9th Street. We had 2 kids in a crosswalk that were hit. But I will tell you, Madam Mayor, to the Triple E that you guys have spoke about, we're currently working with the school district, working with Reno Housing Authority, working with the community, and we're going to pull RTC in place to make some modifications and mitigation factors pretty quick and pretty quickly. But to your point, I think it's going to take those schools that have the old infrastructure, the old community pieces to really start to look at, because usually, correct me if I'm wrong, Kurt, is you end up taking best practices and you apply them to the newer communities, to the new PUDs, the newer places. Not to say that they're perfect, but we're often looking at the older established communities about what's taking place there and whether infrastructure is kept up and updated with the changes that have occurred. So that's one piece. And if, let's see here. I think, to your point, Madam Mayor, I think we could spend all day here kind of talking about the woulda, coulda, shouldas and how to make it move faster. But I think sitting down with staff, sitting down with the school district, knowing that they've got to be part of the conversation, knowing that RTC's got to be part of the conversation, we can't do it all ourselves, is going to be huge and moving forward. I think I want to say the majority of all the schools are in the city of Reno. I mean, terms percentage-wise, so that's going to be a big place for us to look and reconsider how we can make those changes. But RTC's got to be there as well, and we shouldn't have to carry all of the costs associated with that as well. And that's important for us to make sure that we can't do that in order to get ahead of the pedestrian safety issues that are occurring right now.
And to that point, Councilmember Delgado, it's not like we just are only reactive. I think you'll recall it was probably 2 years ago now when we went out to Dodson Elementary and we did a whole refresh out there, brand new signs. And we're still noticing we have some schools that have the old yellow signs. And so we're bringing in the high visibility yellow green signs. So it's not like we're not doing anything or not noticing those things. We are looking at those and trying to do some refresh. And we really look at all of the school zones as far as the existing striping, what's there. We do a pretty good job of putting that into place before school starts. I think what piece we can do improvements on is going to be looking at just what is in place and not just replacing what's there, but what should be there, or is there something else we can do there to give more visibility to that?
Yeah, and forgive Mr. Flansburgh, you are right. You guys do go on, but I think it's what's occurred recently is that extra fire that's driving all of us to jump on it that much more quicker. So, but yes, thank you for especially the work that we did in Dodson over in the Donner Springs neighborhood.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I was hoping that Mr. Etchert or Mr. Searcy, if you would come and join us here at the podium. I know that's a special call out, but I guess I have the privilege of serving on the oversight committees that deal with the school district, and it's the one very limited way, I think, at times that our body interacts with the Washoe County School District. And so I sort of am trying to understand, as between Reno, RTC, the state, and the school district, are any of the funds that are available in those WC1 monies available for student safety related concerns that would include enhancements? And I guess I'm mostly talking about older schools, because I imagine that as new schools come on, it's much easier because we have sort of we make them beautiful at the outset. And so I'm wondering if one of the things that is really something that our bodies could be doing together is talking about the ways in which the money that is necessary, because I see on the presentation that was made, there are things, there are enhancements, there are costs to those enhancements, but I don't always know where the money is coming from. So I'm hoping maybe one of you might speak to that, or to just see if there was a way we could be partners together in protecting the children of this community. I get it. We have Girl Scout troops that are raising money for flags. That's great. And our mayor has asked that we pay for some of the improvements over on Harvard Way, which I absolutely support. But how can we do better by our kids?
Sure, thank you. For the record, my name is Adam Searcy. I'm the Chief Facilities Management Officer for the Washoe County School District. Want to start off by talking just a bit more on that 3E program. That's something that the school district participates in quite actively along with the City of Reno. It is almost the E, maybe the third E, the education piece, where we feel the school district can maybe be most effective and influential. An active engagement through our school police department, through our teachers and principals, through the parents and the students themselves, of course, to educate just repeatedly best practices, habits, and sort of have a continuous evaluation of what's working and what maybe could use improvement in and around our existing schools. Specific to your comments regarding committees, one, Capital Funding Protection Committee is a committee that advises our school board regarding capital funding. There are no restrictions per se related to that funding for safety improvements. Most of the expenditures associated with safety improvements do take a turn, so to speak, at another advisory committee of our school board called the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I'm not certain off the top of my head the composition. I don't believe there's city council member explicitly named on there, but that certainly doesn't preclude someone from being a part of it. That covers a broad range of topics, right? So whether it's secure perimeters, CCTV cameras, emergency door numbering, safety and security can be a wide variety of things. But, I think to get to the point where the school district is spending sales tax revenue dollars on infrastructure offsite to school property, that would be the process to have the appropriate input and conversation. And then just to reiterate the collaboration with the City of Reno, both PD and engineering with our PD and academic staff to enhance that education piece of it.
Well, and let me give you an example, and maybe you can put it in this context. So Roy Gom is one of the older schools in our area, and it's in a traffic pattern that is incredibly complicated. And having my children attend there, it was really concerning to me the way that the traffic pattern is there. And it is definitely a part of his education because you had to educate parents about drop-off. You had to educate children about the crosswalks. But the piece that I observe that's still missing to this day is sort of more of the newfangled technology-driven solutions. And so I guess I'm saying, is the school district able and I don't mean to put you on the spot because that's not the point. We're in this together. But I want to make sure that the dollars that it takes to protect our students are spent. And whether it's us, RTC, the state, y'all, all throwing in together, what can we do about a school like that? And I think it mostly happens around older schools, like I said, because as I've been to some of the other newer elementary schools, the groundbreakings, there's really some incredibly good engineering that's gone into making sure our students are safe, but the older schools are lagging a bit.
Great point. A couple of points to make on that. The new schools, I want to add that as a part of the actual permitting process, the school district and our engineering consultants are required to submit a safe routes to school plan for review and approval and construct all that infrastructure at that time. I know that the GOM location is heavily analyzed by a multi-jurisdictional group of parents, school administrators. We'll let others maybe expand on that, but there are many legacy sort of schools. Worcester's similar. When GOM was built, McCarran wasn't there. It was a very different environment. So how do the communities adapt over time without maybe over inundating or causing unintended consequences? What's the right balance? And then always, always, always layered on with the education piece. You can never say it too many times, but you get a whole new group of students and parents every year. So it's a continuous process on the education piece
Can you
especially.
require that, Lindsay, as a curriculum? I mean, think about it. We teach these core classes of math and English and all that stuff. Great, super important, it is. But you know what? You know what we don't teach? We don't teach life skills. I mean, and these are the things that are also going to save your life. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do we get that, like, as a requirement?
You know, we do, I'd just like to add, specific to the school district, there is we mentioned the Safe and Healthy Schools, or rather the Safe Routes to School program. We have a school police officer who's funded through that program exclusively. That's her sole objective, is to really seek out the 3 E's and evaluate our schools, respond to complaints, but also educate and try and increase participation in the safe.
Yeah. It needs to be a requirement. There you go. And I bet we would save lives, right? If that was required in our school curriculum. I don't know. I just think that that's how it should go. Just required. Road safety, right?
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, to my way of understanding is the rise in pedestrian and crashes is a national phenomenon right now, and it's kind of in this post-recession era. I think it's particularly bad in our region because during the recession, our travel miles were so low, and we ramped up so fast with job growth, and traffic congestion very closely parallels job growth by a little bit more. And so we have a lot of people who are unaccustomed to the congestion that they're experiencing in our community right now. And it parallels also the lack of enforcement that we've been dealt with. And I think our chief is doing a really great job prioritizing, after we did the pedestrian plan, the resources there. But I think with specific to schools, I think the city of Reno needs to send a message to the school district that the legacy schools are a priority. We want improvements on them, and signs, flags. It's going to be costly stuff. Nothing short of moving schools. I feel very lack of parity in our legacy school environments with these new ones we're finding. And then the school district will say, well, we're remodeling, we're doing windows, we're doing refresh. It may be that these legacy schools, and Gollum is one in my ward that I hear all the time. As a matter of fact, I have a request right now to move the school speed zone 35 feet to the west to parallel where kids come out of Edgewater. But it may be a point where the legacy schools are so impacted that the school district needs to start to invest in other products of school sites that can be more manageable. But I think what the city needs to do is, and be mindful of the competition for the transportation resources that we have at RTC and at NDOT, and identify the legacy schools where we want very, very strong geometric changes potentially. And those are the things like the mayor was talking about. And NDOT can come aboard on that too. And the school district, I know, did participate when there was the the hit with the improvements out in front of Reed School. So there's precedent, I think, for the school district using some of your money. But I want the council to say, look, GOM's environment, well, Worcester's environment first and foremost, so that's a message to NDOT. We need a very aggressive calming to that intersection. We need a school zone. GOM, we need something looked at. We've done some things, but we need something very seriously done too. I think Stead and O'Brien need to move. And I think they may be on the books to move. Okay, but Stead and O'Brien are so dangerous and have had so many hits. And I think cranking down to the best technology of design to slow down those areas is critical. And they have to, if this is something the council's very serious about, they need to send a united message to the school district, to NDOT, and to RTC that these jump up as priorities. And they're priorities for me. They really are. I want to see a school zone on Worcester. I asked for that some time ago, and I don't see, and I know it's a freeway off-ramp, and that's very difficult for them to have to deal with. But at the end of the day, are we building a transportation infrastructure for speed or for safety? And when you balance it out that way, your answers on where you prioritize your investment comes very clearly to you. And I feel that we have retooled the wrong way, and I can pick apart the RTC improvement plan, and I can pick apart the STIP too, and put priorities for these school aggressive calming measures, safety measures above other projects, which are probably congestion mitigation. Because we're building for congestion mitigation, we're building for capacity, we're not building for safety, and it's really showing up in these school sightings. So I'd like to focus first and foremost, though, on Worcester.
Okay, I think you make some very good points. I think the council does have to really show that they are serious, that this is something that we won't overlook. Just a couple of questions. As we grow, that's the other thing I've noticed is whenever you go and you pick up your kids from school, it is crazy the amount of kids that are in the street and the way that parents have parked now.
Okay.
I mean, they park in the red. They don't. There is a lot of disrespect going on around those schools, and I wonder, do we go in there and reassess, because as we grow. I kind of think some of that design does become so obsolete, right? Because then you have those clusters of the parents picking them up and the kids. Do we reassess what that looks like and then kind of redesign sometimes? Because it seems like, some of they're probably the legacy schools, I would imagine, but
Yeah,
is that something
I think that's a theme that's coming out of here is let's
Yeah.
identify some of those
Some of
legacy
those?
schools.
Okay.
Let's prioritize items in there that can be done and look at the different treatments for those. So I think that would be a great thing to come out of this discussion.
Yeah, okay. All right, Councilman Delgado. I will get to you in a minute. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I won't push too much. I think everyone's has some great ideas, especially with respect to our older established communities, and I think we're framing them as legacy schools. But also in terms of, I know the big piece too is the enforcement piece. I know we are very much, we only have so much bandwidth at the city of Reno. I know the school district has their own, but I know there's maybe opportunities to, or what can we do in terms of volunteering or giving or training or certifying, whatever we want to call it, giving opportunities for school members, whether they're principals or others, to parents or something, to volunteer to give time to help with the congestions during schools. Because I get it. I mean, if we put up more school zones, people maybe possibly get even more frustrated and maybe even want to circle around someone else, right? So unless we have some enforcement really in place, or how does that play? Because I know if there may be a school, RPDs, you have so many schools maybe you're watching or you prioritize, you send somewhere else. Or have you guys thought about how we can further enhance that piece at all?
Yeah, so Lieutenant Scott Shaw, for the record, I run the traffic division. So the enforcement piece obviously is our bailiwick, or should be our bailiwick. In terms of exploring some of those programs, that's absolutely something we can look at. NRS does have a statute that mandates some training for crossing guards and mandates them to be certified. So we do need to be careful how we approach the volunteer portion of that, but it's definitely something that we can look at.
I figure, I think that'd be a way to look at it in terms of schools or volunteers, or how we get more parents involved, or just whatever staff. I mean, that's going to be a big piece in terms of retraining and getting people to think a little bit more smarter about crossing. Another one too is that we're not talking about our charter schools. So we're talking about legacy schools, we're talking about establishments of schools, but charter schools are setting up everywhere, not in your most traditional schools or buildings. And so those are other pieces that we need to consider, especially such as East 9th Street. You have Coral Academy, you have the Boys and Girls Club now. You have these, you have Innovations High School. We just put up some flashes down the street. That's not a school district. So it's being also considering those other pieces that aren't necessarily just your traditional schools, but other training and workforce entities, places that people are starting to go to.
Yeah, and because of some of the requests that we've received, that was one of the things that we started to look at with the 3E group, is the planning process and what process those charter schools go through, or maybe should go through. I look at it as, you're going to have a school. What do you need? You need teachers. You need a building. Well, you need a school zone too. We need to be safe and smart in the way that we do this. So as this progresses forward, that was one of the things that the 3E wanted to take forward with us. I did want to take the chance to say too that as a department, we've put a huge emphasis on school zone safety and pedestrian safety this year. Starting at the beginning of the year, we started to see that trend, and we've tried to continue to push that as much as we can, working in partnership, of course, with the school district police department, and all of our other partners. So this has been an absolute priority for us, and it will continue to be for the near future.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor? Yeah.
Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you.
Thank you. No,
One
Council.
thing that hasn't.
Never mind. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. One thing I'd just like to make sure our staff look at as well. You may recall, some of you, that I also had a young child on her way to school on her bike with her father, right behind her, also killed on her way to school by a truck. And one of the things I've gotten recent requests to look at the heavy rock truck traffic. And in that case, it was basically a moving truck, FedEx big truck, going quickly through neighborhoods, during the school time, walk to school time. So I'd like to just include a look at that, if we could include that on the list. Okay, limiting these big trucks around school zones at these times or in neighborhoods if it's possible.
Absolutely, and it's something we can take a look at as well. There might be some NRS limitations on that, but we can definitely research that.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And also just another follow-up to Councilmember Delgado's concerns about charter schools is one concern that we have with the charter schools is some of them can be temporary or rental locations. So going back to the presentation where a mast arm installation could be about $50,000. So it can be difficult for the city to install that at a rental location where in a year they could move to a different property. So another challenge that we have as well.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for being here and for having, I see Adam back behind you, and I want to say thank you to you for being here. I look forward to having more discussions about this because I think we could talk for hours on this subject. And I think it's really important to remember that we do have a member that serves from the school board on our regional planning governing board. So we can also have opportunities to have discussions at that time as well. But in the future, I think we need to figure out an opportunity for us to just sit down with, considering our wards, because we're talking about legacy schools and we're talking about all these things. I worked for the school district for 11 years. I was on the neighborhood advisory board when I worked for the school district. And back in the day, the neighborhood advisory board talked about crossing guards. That was my big issue because don't forget, Stead Boulevard is a boulevard with all that traffic coming off of 395. And I know Councilwoman Breckus just mentioned it. It's really, it's been a bad situation for a lot of years. We did some mechanisms to help slow down traffic and do different things by putting the sidewalks out further, slowing traffic down, that sort of thing. But you have a middle school and you have the elementary school on a boulevard. That's one issue. It's been a big issue for a lot of years. We have the truck traffic that goes up and down the boulevard that originally we fought to get the truck traffic not on the boulevard, to use other alternatives back in the day. There's so many things. But the one issue that is really huge right now is Alice Smith Elementary School. With the construction that's going on out there, I don't know if anyone knows about Alice Smith, but it's a great little school in a community. But we have truck traffic, big construction trucks coming into my subdivision, the Cabernet Highlands, with only one entrance and exit out of the Cabernet Highlands, with construction going on, with traffic backed up in a residential area that can't get out another way just to get out of the subdivision with school in progress, and I think it's a year-round school. It has late hours. It is a bad situation. You can't even, the parked cars that are at the school on Beckworth can't get out to go on Golden Valley Road. We need a signal at that road, Beckworth and Golden Valley. Parents have called me. They're afraid about their kids crossing. They do have a light there. I'm sorry to go on, but it's an issue that is of utmost importance in Ward 4, but there's a lot. And I look forward to us not doing it here, making sure that we find a mechanism for us to be involved with the school district and making sure that we are representing our schools and the concerns of our constituents.
Good idea.
If I may.
All right, go ahead.
Just one last
Councilwoman
comment.
Breckus.
I think that if we can say all these ideas, all these things, but they're going to compete up at the RTC board, and they're going to compete on the RTIP. And we can't talk of these projects without pointing somewhere else. And that's how things get done. That's how the money gets expended. NDOT is here today, representatives, and I'd like to hear from them because when we talk about the Worcester environment, we're talking about a road that they manage. And that's where my conversation with district engineer started when a teacher reached out to me. And I'd like to understand from NDOT representatives if they can come up with a design to show us how to make the Worcester environment, because I represent the kids coming from the Uri Grove neighborhood. And there's some improvements that have been made over on Kitsky Lane, which is also NDOT managed. But when they get into that crossing of Plum with the Costco and now an auto place, and auto sales places are where you have a lot of test drivers, and you're on a freeway on-ramp to the airport. Ms. Cinda, hi. If the council, through their representatives on the RTC TAC and working with you, say, we want to see Worcester as a school zone, particularly the hot spot there of Harvard and Plum Lane. And I know the young gal was run over on the Harvard a little bit further, but that spot right there, can you all come up with a design to work that? Whether it's geometric or something, something more than just a slowdown, but a geometric improvements also. Maybe like over on Moana, something that gets a rather safe zone, mid-block, something like that.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy, members of the council. My name is Denise Inda. I'm from the Nevada Department of Transportation. I'm the Chief Traffic Operations Engineer. Absolutely, NDOT can engage with the partners to look at the situation on Plum Lane with respect to Worcester High School. We've already started conversations with Washoe County School District, with Adam Searcy, with Kurt Dietrich at the City of Reno. As you know, you've had conversations with Mike Feast, the district engineer. We can continue to have those conversations. Our Traffic Safety Division is already looking into crash data, evaluating those kinds of things. We can include our multimodal group, the safe routes to school funds come through them. The Washoe County School District is very integrated with those efforts, and they work closely already. But we can look at that. At the moment, I don't have any answers for you. We'd need to look at what the issues are, what the concerns are, and what mitigations there might be. It sounds to me like you're asking for some kind of, in loose terms, some kind of complete street concept.
More of like a Dutch intersection sort of thing where you're really tightening the movements that seem to be very designed for free flow. Everyone likes to play transportation engineer. I don't want to be that person. But from the council's view is we have control over driveway cuts and conflict points. And if there's duplicate driveway cuts on a property, we can certainly take the steps or put the tools in place to stop those, conflict points. Because there's just a lot of busyness going on there, and there's not a school slowing zone.
Absolutely. I think the conversations are, we have discussed having conversations to follow up on this, to look at what options there might be, what opportunities there might be. I don't know what the answers are, but we're certainly engaged and going to be having those conversations.
Thank you.
One of the things I did want to ask you, because you would know this, and I don't know if they've done studies or anything like this, but I do know that even my mentality changed over the summer whenever they take out the school zones because they're not in school that whole time. I mean, it really wouldn't kill us to have it in there full-time and all the time so that we stay consistent. And we know statistics prove that you don't get there any faster. It's only a few seconds that you might get there before someone. It's a few seconds, correct? Before someone. So even speeding and all that. And we could all use mechanisms in our life to slow down and to pay attention. I'm wondering, is there ever been anything done on keeping those school zones consistent throughout the year?
So Lieutenant Shaw, for the record, Kurt, I'll have you come on up here. That might be more of an engineering question in
Yeah,
terms of the
okay.
study portion of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely on the speed side of it, that's been a priority for us because we know speed kills. The faster the car's going, the less chance a pedestrian has of surviving that or a bicyclist. So the
There's
reduction
even
in
certain
speed-
neighborhoods that I think should be 15 miles an hour. Certainly in some of the Newlands area where the density is just, it's so tight. I've seen in Collin Ranch, it's really tight. Did you hear me, Electra? Okay, good. But do you know what I mean? In some of those areas, you know, where pedestrians and pets are really kind of in harm's way. I'm just curious about if there's any study on that.
Just a question of clarification. So are you suggesting to keep the flashers running 20 or throughout the year, or to permanently make those reduced zones affixed without a flasher system? Are we just running it longer, or just removing
So
them?
they stay consistent, so I don't care whether you do a flasher. I
Okay.
mean, it should be that, because you even still have summer school, right?
Yeah.
Or you have activities that happen at the school. I'm just saying, staying consistent all year round with the 15-mile-an-hour speed zone in the school area instead of, because I know on Arlington, you know, over the summer, that went away, right? And people, and the other thing is during certain times, right?
Gotcha. So there's actually different mechanisms for the speed limits. So if we were to run it as a reduced school zone speed limit,
Right.
then NRS states that, the determination is done by conjunction of
Hours.
NDOT and enforcement, the superintendent, but it doesn't really say how the timing comes. It's just we have to be in consensus to do so. So that's tied more to the schools. Now, as far as just having a blanket speed limit, not necessarily tied to the schools, but just lower something down to 15. You brought up the example of Arlington. So that's not, again, tied to the schools, it's tied more to city ordinance. So the current city ordinance states that if you're within a park, it's 15 miles an hour. So that was the mechanism for that. So in a park, 15 miles an hour. But if you were to apply that elsewhere, we would also have to look at RMC. So RMC states that every street is 25 miles an hour unless it's a park or you're making a left turn. The traffic engineer has the authority to raise the speed limit, but not necessarily lower it below the 25. 25 is the ordinance threshold,
Why is
essentially.
that? Why did they choose 25?
That's a good question. It's been in code for a long time.
Okay.
I'm not sure of the origins.
Yeah, okay.
Some cities are dropping it.
And I think
They're
they
dropping it to
should.
22,
Yeah.
20. I mean, I don't think that's our problem. I think our problem is, and I'll just say, Mayberry. It goes from the 25 to 35. Now, it should be 30. Arlington, I think our problem is above the 25s in that inconsistent. I think we should broaden start thinking about 25 on collectors and not go above 35.
I don't know, look
Really.
at Ferris. 25 even on Ferris is a lot, because
Well,
it goes
that-
like this, you
yeah.
know what I mean? Like, it should be 15, I'm just saying. Anyway, I know we need
Yeah.
to move on. Let's wrap this up. I think we could totally do, you know, a full-blown town hall, and I'd love to see the school district actually do, maybe we, let's see, what would be fun for students, like a big arts award for the school that, you know, can come up with the best art project that is pertaining to pedestrian safety, or, you know, something like that. I think that would be really cool to get the students engaged and feel, you know, part of this process. But last but not least, I wanted to ask you, and I don't, maybe the rest of the council feels like this, but how do we know? Because sometimes we hear, okay, that's RTC, no, that's NDOT, oh, no, that's the city of Reno. What triggers that? Like what, I mean, I kind of feel like, whose responsibility is it? I feel dumb here.
Oh, gotcha. So the vast majority of roads are City of Reno roads if it's a public street. As far as NDOT, they publish state-maintained roadways. They're typically either assigned a SR, state route number, or interstate US, and they publish their state routes. As far as RTC doesn't own any roads, but they have a regional road classification. So if it's considered a regional road, then they perform planning studies and recommendations. And
But why is this one NDOT? Is it because of the freeway coming off right there?
it could just be a legacy road.
Don't you think this is confusing? We're
yeah.
always looking to point the finger at someone, so I'm trying to figure this out.
So typically what happens is when we're a much smaller city, the major roads would have been NDOT.
Okay.
And so as we expanded, they tend to go into the city. For instance, 4th Street was originally a state highway because that was the major east-west route, and then we took it over in time. So
Got it.
it
Okay.
changes, actually.
Okay. All right, thank you. So there's no real way for anyone to know who's that. Got it. Okay. All right, thank you. Do we have to give me a motion, Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I'm going to move, I'm going to make a motion that our city staff take into their work on the TAC and in collaboration with the NDOT and the school district, an approach to legacy school safety that looks at all the tools available and even the geometric, improvements, and then brings that back to the council prior to us signing the next POP, and the next POP being done with the RTC. The POP is the program of projects, because I want those program of projects, I want us to say what we want on them.
Yeah.
But hopefully you'll move further, because the program of projects I don't think is coming back till next fall, so.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Breckus. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Thank you so much. Great job, you guys. Really appreciate your time. Good job.
All right, Madam Mayor, based on us being at H2, your next item is your 6 p.m. hearing scheduled for 6 p.m. We cannot hear that beforehand. So if you'd like, council can take a recess at this time and come back at your 6 p.m. time.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm just gonna point out it's 5 o'clock, close to 5.
It's 5 o'clock.
Okay, all right. We'll be back at 6.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor?
What?
We have a couple other items. Do you want to take those? I mean, did we do G1, G2? Maybe I missed it. I don't know.
Hold on.
Did we miss those?
Yeah, I think so.
Madam Mayor, item G11 and G21 are remaining.
Oh.
If you'd like to take those.
Yeah, let's do those.
Okay,
Okay,
Madam
so
Mayor.
let's go with item G1.
G11 is appointment to the Civil Service Commission pursuant to charter. This is a mayor appointment with council ratification.
Okay, at this time, I would like to appoint Mr. J. Oh, do we have any public comment?
You have none.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to appoint Mr. J. Kenny. He is the one that brings those extraordinary donuts.
Yeah.
And he's done a lot
Second.
of really great things in our community and has always wanted to get involved, so I'm excited. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, your next item is G21. This is election of your vice mayor pursuant to your charter.
Yeah, and I was going to actually wait on this until Councilwoman Dewar's in the room, but since she's on the phone, or that's not in the room, but since she's on the phone, we can just go ahead and do this anyway. So I'm sorry that you're not here, Councilwoman Dewar. I want to say thank you so much. I think you did a fantastic job. You certainly, I think you blew the doors on every single event that you attended. And I think you're one of those that didn't sleep because you had to do your job and my job at the same time. And I want you to know I'm really appreciative, and you did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Bye, you guys. Okay, So at this time, I would actually like to appoint, if you'd be so inclined, Councilwoman Weber.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. I'd be honored to do
She's
this.
laughing.
But, I think we have someone else that can do the job right now. And I want to continue doing the hard work that I need to be doing in Ward 4. And so I would like to see if we could recommend that our at-large representative.
Now, let me just say, now Councilwoman Dewar, I think she never ever once complained about anything that she had to do. She was always like there and willing to step up. For some people, I will tell you, it's not easy because you have to put the demands of your own ward in with some of the mayor's duties. And then, I remember there was a time, certainly Councilman Delgado knows it because he was there for a long time, but you have to sign stacks and stacks of papers and just certain things that you might not think will take time, but they really do take a lot of time.
They do,
So,
Madam Mayor. And you know what?
it's not for everyone, trust me.
I would love to attempt it at a later date.
Okay, all right, well, then we'll
Thank
circle
you.
back with you
Thank
in a
you.
year. Councilman Reese, would you like to be appointed to vice mayor?
Can I second that motion? Or to put it on him that much more?
Well, I would be honored to
Councilman
serve.
Delgado, would you like?
It is very
I'm
kind
gonna
of you,
put you on the
Councilmember
spot.
Weber.
Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
I certainly would be honored to serve. It was very thoughtful of Councilmember Weber, and certainly if it's the wish of the body, I'm absolutely willing to do it.
Okay, great. All
Madam
right.
Mayor. Madam Mayor, I am one of the ones who came on in 2012, and I have not served. And not appointing me, I feel, is a slight and represents that the body does not have the confidence in me to have this honorific. And I'm, no, please, it's
But
my
I do
floor.
have the confidence
No,
in you.
my second point is, under the charter, if something was to happen to the mayor and not be able to serve in her duties, there's a scenario, a very real scenario, where the vice mayor elevates up to the mayor. And I don't think it's proper for this body to put an individual into that place who has not been voted into his office by the voters. He's in an appointed position, he's a full member, but he hasn't had the vote of the ward or the city to bring him up there. And I don't think that, under the construction of the charter, is correct, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, so let me just bring this up. I know this could be very uncomfortable. Councilwoman Breckus, here's the thing. I absolutely do have confidence in you. You're smart. That's one thing about you. You're incredibly smart. What worries me about you, and you don't have to agree with, and I think that's a good thing when you don't always agree with everyone up here because it gives you a different perspective. But when you walk away, we have to be rooting for Reno as a team. And I think sometimes when you do walk away, that's not always your intent. I want everyone on this council to root for Reno, root for one another, whether you agree with their policies or not. Because there have been times when you have been very upset with me and you continue to sort of hold that against me. I want all of us to get along and care about one another and care about our city, because I think that's what's in the best interest of the city. And there are just times that I think that, sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I would like nothing more for you to serve as vice mayor one day, but I'm going to be really honest. There are times whenever I think you should have compassion for people over policy. And we can totally disagree. But when we walk out of here, we need to be kind to one another and have respect for each other, because guess what? In Washington, that's not happening. And this is the local level where we live here together. We are neighbors, we are friends. We see each other at Little League. And I mean, you have brought up the fact that you said you would never vote for me because my face was on a billboard. You've brought up the fact that my name showed up on the agenda at the top, and you didn't like that. My position is the same as a council member. Yes, it is, and I don't care where my name shows up on the top. But let's get along. Those are things that are so minor.
Madam Mayor, if
So
I may.
that's where I worry that You know, that's just a difference in how we govern. But when we walk out of here, let's be kind to each other.
Madam Mayor, if I may, you have the rules, right?
Councilwoman Breckus, we're going to move on. I'm just
No,
telling you.
if I could just in response,
Okay.
Code of Conduct 6.1.2A says avoid discussion of personalities in decorous language and refrain from personal attacks and verbal abuse. I know we're talking about the position and the appointment, so it is very personal, but I think that your comments just now went over against this code of
not
conduct, so I
personally
want to call your
attacking you.
reference to that.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
not personally attacking you. I'm just asking you to have a little kindness and compassion for everyone that you sit on this. When I see you back there and I say hello, I hope that you respond and say hello back. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to attack you. I want you to be the vice mayor someday. So anyway, okay. Sorry, you guys. I just feel like, you know, we have all held our tongue for a very long time.
Madam Mayor, if I could
And it
just
just
say,
frustrates me because we could all get along so well, and that hampers the city from moving forward. Anyway, I'm done. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Delgado would like to speak.
Councilman.
just real quick, I just want to say that I have full confidence in Councilman Reese carrying forward, though he was not elected by our body, that full confidence in him and look forward to working with him as our vice mayor here in the next year. So very, very excited for that.
All right, I think that's great. That's a great choice. We all agree. Councilman Reese, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Aye.
So 6-1. And I just want to say, Councilman Reese, we all support you up here. And we look forward to you doing a fantastic job. You will be amazing. All right.
Madam Mayor, our next item is H1, updates on boards and commissions from our council members.
I'm going to change my contact to say
All
vice
right.
mayor.
Do any of you have any boards and commission updates? Go ahead.
I just want to mention two. One is the U City Council is having a vision casting session and also spending some time team building, and I think that's very exciting for them. It's really a privilege to hang out with the young people who care very deeply about this community, and so they are doing that at Rounds Bakery on next Saturday, and then after that they're going to a breakout room. So that's kind of an exciting one. And then the only other thing I would say is, I sometimes in this thing, which we're doing now, this agenda item, we're very late in the hour, and so people don't have the opportunity to. If anyone ever is interested in me attending a board that I don't serve on, and you think there's an important issue for the city, just please let me know when it is, because I don't always know when the boards that you're all sitting on meet. And so I just want to throw it out there that I am available to go to those with you as your guest. It's such a privilege to do it. Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, seeing that there are no further updates from council at this time, we will be recessed until our 6 p.m. hearing. This is an appeal to be heard at that time.
Okay, thank you so much. All
Thank
right.
you. All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, your meeting is now back in session. I believe we have the mayor on the phone.
Momentarily.
She is trying to dial back in. So at this time, we can proceed. Your next item, Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, is item I-1. This is an appeal for the Tumwa equalization tanks.
Okay, let the record reflect that City Council is opening the public hearing on item I-1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and correspondence was received from Jim Smitherman, who provided additional data, which has been submitted into the record. No position was stated.
Thank you. And do any council members need to make disclosures?
I do, maybe. I'd like to know who the applicant in this case is.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. The applicant is the Truckee Meadows Water Authority.
Okay, so the applicant is the Truckee Meadows Water Authority. I sit on the board of the Truckee Meadows Water Authority. I thought when this was over at Tumwa that this was going to be a developer-financed activity, and so I thought it was the developer who is doing that. Who's representing Tumwa here? Who did?
I can't speak to any arrangements between Tumwa and the adjoining land developer, but Stacy Huggins is here representing the applicant. She has a presentation and can address those questions.
Okay.
And Mr. Enlow is here as well.
Correct.
If we can note for the record, I believe, Madam Mayor, can you hear us at this time?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, Madam Mayor, we do have you in chambers at this time. Just to catch you up, proper notice was given on this item. Correspondence was received submitting additional information to council, and you are up to speed at this time.
Ms. Dewar and Ms. Jardin aren't here today?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well, I guess I'm the only member of the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, and so I'm in the interesting position of being on the governing board of the applicant, but also sitting here in my quasi-judicial role as a City of Reno staff member. There wasn't, or a city council member, there wasn't anything in the record to give me any evidence that this was a Tumwa application. Do I have any legal advice of how to proceed in a situation as this?
So you're operating in your public capacity both on the council and on Tumwa. So you don't have a significant pecuniary interest in this application. You don't have a commitment in a private capacity to needs of a third party. You don't have a loan or gift issue. So I don't believe NRS 281-420 would require you to disclose and abstain. I mean, you've disclosed, you're on the board, but it's not. There isn't any disqualifying conflict.
Thank you. Let's start with the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. If you could pull up the little overhead for me, please. A very brief overview presentation. As mentioned, this is an application from Truckee Meadows Water Authority for two water tanks, equalizing tanks. These are located at the divide between Cold Springs Valley and the Swan Lake Valley. The location is very specific to essentially equalize water pressures in each area. The project was approved by the Reno City Planning Commission. It was appealed by Mr. DiMartini, who's here tonight. The primary points of discussion at the Planning Commission were whether this application required an amendment to the Regional Water Management Plan or some type of further action by the Regional Water Planning Commission. I'd point to your attention the letter from Mr. Smitherman that was referenced that clarified that this is a fairly standard infrastructure project, not requiring any change to the Regional Water Management Plan, and further that plan does anticipate the use of imported water to serve development in this area. These water tanks are intended to serve, among other areas, the approved Stonegate PUD located just to the north. Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers is here for the applicant, John Enlow with Truckee Meadows Water Authority. I'm sure they can provide more detail and answer questions as well. I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's what we have for an overview.
Okay. At this time, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Stockham? I do. 3 minutes.
How is this balance going to be let me put this over here. Was it 6?
Perhaps a different condition? That was the volumetric mitigation?
Let me see. Related to what's the playa out there? White's Creek Playa? Oh, no, I think it was 6. Prior to the issuance of any building permit, the applicant shall provide a final hydrology report for both parcels with a required analysis to maintain the elevation of White Lake. I guess my question is, how can these two properties maintain the elevation of White Lake, and how are you going to incorporate other influences that might elevate White Lake? So how do you tease that out?
Sure. This condition relates to the stormwater volumetric mitigation requirements that we've been applying to all projects. And the final hydrology report is a standard requirement that essentially requires them to provide retention in proportion to the amount of impervious cover that they're creating. So this same condition has been applied to quite a number of projects throughout the North Valleys area. It's not intended to be a comprehensive solution to White's Lake or go anything beyond mitigating the impact of these water tanks at a 1-to-1 basis. Or
Do you
1.3.
do you know the elevation, the hydrological volume of White's Lake?
I don't have that on hand. I'm sure we could get that information.
Does the city have that information?
Yes, I'm sure we do,
Okay.
but I don't have that right here at the podium.
Okay, because I remember that being an outstanding question during the Stonegate approval process. Thank you.
Yes.
Any additional questions from council? Okay, thank you for that presentation, Mr. Stockham. Is the applicant present, and does, Ms. Huggins, are you intending to make a presentation? Thank you, come forward.
Just the appellant.
Good evening, Stacy Huggins for the records representing Tumwa in the special use permit. I'm happy to do a presentation. It would be the same presentation I gave to the Planning Commission that they unanimously approved. But if you would like to hear my presentation before you hear from the appellant, I'm happy to do so.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could recommend, I think at this time, from a procedural standpoint, we can transfer to the appellant's presentation. As a reminder to the appellant, they are granted 10 minutes. After their 10-minute presentation will be the appropriate time for council to ask questions of them and or the applicant. Then we will take public comment after council deliberation prior to a vote.
Okay, if the appellant can come forward and make the presentation.
And a note to the appellant, we do have multiple documents that you submitted to our office for the record, so if you can identify which you need to be projected, we'll be happy to put those up for you.
Thank you very much. And good evening, Madam Mayor and council people. I'm Michael J. DiMartini. I'm very familiar with Cold Springs Valley. I've been an engineer for almost 5 decades. I'm a certified water distribution operator. I'm a certified wastewater operator. And I'm a licensed water rights surveyor in Nevada. I'm a geotechnical engineer, a licensee in California, and a civil engineer in California. I did the design of the first private public water system in Cold Springs Valley back in 1971. And I did the subsequent designs for the next 30 years, totaling around the first 2,500 lots in Cold Springs Valley. I've designed many subdivisions in Cold Springs Valley. I've done many drainage studies in Cold Springs Valley. I've done many soils investigations in Cold Springs Valley. And I've done hydrologic investigations in Cold Springs Valley. And I've developed a model for Cold Springs Valley over the last about 10 years. I've put my model on file with the state engineer's office. I know what happens when it rains in Cold Springs Valley. I'm also familiar with what's gone on at the Western Regional Water Commission and the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission. I've served on those commissions, or excuse me, not those commissions, the Regional Water Planning Commission, Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission for over 24 years at no compensation. In all those years, I have a lot of familiarity with the comprehensive plan, water plan process, what's been approved, what's not been approved, what's been looked at, and what linkages have been looked at and which ones haven't. Things have been going awry a little bit in the last few years because the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission is really outnumbered by people that have obligations to support development. That is particular Tumwa, who has been operating, as I understand, under the charter of Sierra Pacific Power Company, which is to provide water. Tumwa is a water purveyor. They are not a flood provider. They are not a wastewater provider, nor are they the county. They're a water purveyor. And I have appealed the decision of the Northern Nevada, or excuse me, of the Reno Planning Commission, because the application for these tanks, I believe, are premature. And I say that because these are equalizing tanks to allow huge pumps to turn off and on, to pump huge volumes of water originally derived from Fish Springs up by Honey Lake, 35 miles down to Lemon Valley, and then pump it from Lemon Valley over into Cold Springs. We're talking about huge amounts of water. This water is way beyond what the Water Planning Commission thresholds have been for 24 years with regards to something that's considered to be a major project. And by the way, I will point out that in my presentation today, I was caught by surprise because there wasn't a discussion in the presentation of the Planning Commission regarding input from the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission, such as what we heard today. I think that's not appropriate, that new information is provided right at the meeting that was not given to me. In particular, the statement that this is a minor project. I haven't been able to prepare for that. I'm taken by surprise. It is not a minor project. It's a $14 million water line. These are 600,000 gallon tanks to allow the pumps to turn off and on. I'm talking about pumping 2,000 acre feet of water per year from Lemon Valley, that's already being flooded, and Silver Lake, that's still flooded over into Cold Springs. Now, I'm proud of the engineering I've done in Cold Springs. The water in Cold Springs from Great Basin Utility is some of the least expensive water in the state. All the wells are working. Everything's in balance. There's bad water out there, there's good water out there. There's bad soils out there, there's good soils out there. Everything's in balance. This project is going to take it out of balance, unless it's properly mitigated. That's not my job to mitigate it. It's the job of the Western Regional Water Planning Commission. The current plan for the period 2016 to 2035 does not include the evaluation of bringing this water into Cold Springs. I have a bunch of documents I submitted, but I don't want to waste time going over those documents. I can just tell you it's not approved. It came up in a meeting of February 1st, 2017. It was unanimous agreement that the mitigations, the consideration of the infrastructure or the need for importing 2,000 acre feet of water into Cold Springs had not been evaluated. It occurs in a note. One can, they look at the documentation. I don't know if I can tell you the number, but right now, but in the documentation, there is a note that's been added, making it clear that the pre-approval draft plan was not approved and it was changed, making it clear that the infrastructure has not been looked at, what was needed. It's also making it clear they have an assumption on there that says that it hasn't been evaluated. So the issue here is NRS, or excuse me, I don't know what the chapter number is, but I'll say the special act of the legislature from 2007 created the Western Regional Water Planning Commission, the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission. Their section of that special act, 51 and 52. The approval of this project would violate both of those sections. And all those sections require is that the project be incorporated into the comprehensive regional water management plan. That's all that has to happen. I brought this up a couple years ago. Nobody's done anything, and here we are. They're talking about a tentative map. Standards for tentative maps have always been, be sure that the water is available. You know, I can't guess whether the Western Regional Planning Commission is going to find that the service areas shouldn't be adjusted differently. You know, the current water provider in Cold Springs Valley is Utilities, Inc., the master company. They're huge. They have millions of customers. They're not just your fly-by-night water utility. Because this project has not been reviewed by the Western Regional Water Planning Commission, who's responsible for doing the review, nor the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission, who's also responsible for recommending to them, hasn't been approved. Utilities, Inc. of Nevada, who I'm not working for, they haven't, or now Great Basin, they haven't had an opportunity to be heard. And specifically, the special act requires that existing utilities be considered in the evaluation. So for all these reasons, I think we could be heading for another Lemon Valley. Back in the late 80s, in working for the water company, we pumped an extra 300 acre feet from the wells near California into Cold Springs, and the lake didn't dry up for the next 2 years, just for that little bit of water that we pumped. Had a little bit of extra rain at the time as well, but it went way beyond it's very sensitive, and the appeal should be upheld. And if nothing else, given more time to try to research the surprise information that I wasn't prepared for that came in from Mr. Smitherman.
Mr. DeMartini, thank you for being here this evening. You'll just have to stay up here for a bit, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Thank you.
And it's obvious that you have a depth of knowledge that I very much appreciate, your thoughtfulness and your approach. We haven't met before, and you probably don't know. I'm a lawyer, so I see the world as lawyers do, pretty tunnel vision. And so I wanted to give you the presentation opportunity to explain to me what the concern was, which I think I've heard. But what I don't understand, and because I believe you to be a sophisticated person who has been involved in these processes before, I'm trying to understand, how are you an aggrieved party? Meaning, do you own property in this valley that's adjacent? Have you been adversely affected by the decision? In what way are you, as the appellant, aggrieved by the decision of the Planning Commission?
I do own property in Cold Springs. I own 5.21 acres that I purchased in 1982 that is relatively close to the White Lake. And yes, I am out of the floodplain at this time, but bringing in 2,000 acre feet is a major impact. And circumventing the process that was put into place by the legislature, originally in 1995, was put in for Cold Springs Valley.
And I appreciate that you believe that some process has been circumvented. I'm trying to figure out what our role in that is tonight. And so I guess I've heard the answer that you provided. I need to turn to our legal counsel and ask, so that I understand where we are tasked with as a body in terms of proceeding or not proceeding. As I understand it, I personally am concerned about the standing issue. I don't know what my colleagues will believe about that, but where are we with regard to that? Because we've been all over the map recently. It's been an ongoing issue, and I'd just like some clarity from legal.
Well, I understand that Mr. DeMartini owns property out there, but I don't understand how he is going to be harmed or negatively impacted by this project. So perhaps he could expound on how this is actually going to harm him individually. Otherwise, I would opine that he is not an aggrieved party.
Well, I mean, not only do I own property in Cold Springs, which would be affected by the importation of this water, by virtue of the flooding and by virtue of the not including the linkages between the sewer and the water and the soils and the flood. I own water rights in White Lake, which I've owned that are, have a priority of 1977. And those water rights, even though more water may help my water rights, I would rather err on protecting the community and not be responsible for people adding water to my water that ultimately will be a problem. I do know that the importation of water, I did testify in the Reno trial as an expert. And
okay, I'm going to turn to my colleague to the right because it looks like you were wanting to comment. Councilmember Breckerts.
I have time and time again stated that standing is not part of our proceedings. It doesn't exist in Reno Municipal Code. You've voted against even standing this point. So I don't believe it exists. I think it's something for the courts to take if issues go on to the courts. But if we were to have a standing determination, you have to would think that in this valley, when these playas grow, roads are blocked, response is delayed, a lot of issues exist, and the ownership of water rights in the lake, to me, demonstrate a role that he has for more water going in there. So I think just getting that on the record and proceeding beyond in our determinations is the way to go.
And I agree with you that perhaps the best issue is sort of the belt and suspenders method. I am going to ultimately conclude that there has not been a finding of proper standing, but in an abundance of caution, I think we can move to the merits of it. And so I'll open up to my colleagues on the council who may have questions for the appellant, if there are any. Okay, thank you, Mr. DiMartini. It doesn't appear that we have. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Mr. Vice Mayor, you do. First to speak is Tammy Holt Still, followed by Denise Ross, followed by Victoria Edmondson. It's actually going to be Denise Ross first. Okay. Denise Ross would like to go first, followed by Tammy Holt Still.
Good evening, Denise Ross for the record. There are some interesting connections in here with Mr. Padlock and the Vidler pipeline and supplying water to Tumwa through the Vidler line and him owning the water rights. To me, it's kind of suspicious since he is the developer of Stonegate as well. And this has a lot of financial implications in the future for the city of Reno by him being in that kind of control. This plan has not been evaluated. It's not in the comprehensive regional plan of 2016 to 2035. I ask that you approve the appeal. The consequences of proceeding down this road, it opens the door for the exact circumstances that have led to the flooding of the Lemon Valley area and Swan Lake. You cannot continue to import untold amounts of water into a closed basin. They still are discussing the expansion of the sewer treatment plant. They don't know what they're going to do with that water. So once again, you're going to bring in all this water. It's not been evaluated. It's not been considered. And Mr. Padlock has quite a bit of financial interest to gain in this. So please approve this appeal. Thank you.
Tammy Holt Still, followed by Victoria Edmondson.
Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. I'd like to start out with the character of Tumwa. First of all, it's part of a charter. It's not sanctioned by the state of Nevada. Let's go back and look at 2016 legislation where Tumwa tried becoming part of the NRS and it was denied. Then we have characters on Tumwa who, when they're asked a direct question, flat out lied to my face and said, we're not doing that. We're not pumping water into the Lemon Valley Basin. We don't know what you're talking about. There's a history here that is happening. You have statute versus chapter. Statute comes first, always and forever. If they have not followed procedure, it shouldn't be included. Now, I'm a Tumwa customer. So Mr. Padlock couldn't get his $56 million from the city of Reno to do what he needed to do. So now he went to Tumwa and said, okay, I couldn't get the city of Reno to help me out. So Tumwa, you do it and we'll play games with the Vidler pipeline, which the Vidler pipeline is what brings the water into our area from Fish Springs, which is on the California-Nevada border, which is something I have recommended that all of you look at because there are new California laws that you should be concerned about, that they should be concerned about. And they're not doing it. I urge you to make them follow the law. As an attorney especially, the law is important. It's there for a reason. It's there to protect citizens like us from being gouged, stabbed, whatever it takes. As a city, you need to follow the law instead of trying to make shortcuts. And why Tumwa is part of a chapter and you're not doing and going underneath the original ones that were made, which was Western Regional and Northern Nevada, I don't understand. And I honestly have enough to learn that I don't want to understand. But I am asking the question, why is it not going through them first before it comes to you? Why is staff recommending to the Planning Commission this is okay? It's not okay. And we're fighting for our lives. Money-wise, living-wise, look at Lemon Valley. It's a good example.
Victoria Edmondson.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a Cold Springs Valley resident, and I am on a well. And I have significant concerns about all this water coming into the valley, and there's no plan for its mitigation. And it seems to me like we have this issue right now in Lemon Valley, and we're just asking for trouble and another lawsuit for inadequate planning down the road if we do nothing. And it says in the Western Regional Water Commission, Section 42, elements of a comprehensive plan, that existing and planned uses for all underground water, including municipal and industrial uses, maintenance of minimum groundwater level and the need for recharge, reserves for drought and future growth, uses to improve the quality of water, uses to provide habitat, and uses in conjunction with surface water. These things are supposed to be taken into consideration. And it seems like it's not. There's many aspects that are not being taken into consideration. So I would implore you to just take a deep breath. This doesn't have to happen now. This can happen later. And I agree with the appellant that it's premature. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment logged in.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Now that public comment is closed, I'll open it up for discussion. If any of the council members have questions or would like to make discussion. And I apologize, I can't see who's on deck.
We have no one signed in at this time for the council.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
I think it was referenced, and I'm having a little bit of a hard time with this device over here, but it said, and the appellant mentioned it, a letter from Mr. Smitherman, and I'm on the Regional Water Planning Commission, Western Regional Water Commission. I am a commissioner. I'm Tumwa's commissioner. And I guess what struck me in that letter, Mr. Stockham, was that there was something to the effect that, and the letter was directed to Mr. Oswald, it said, staff also notes that the 2016 Comprehensive Plan, Section 6.3 Water Balance Model includes future importation of Cold Springs Valley in order to meet projected water demands in the year 2035. And so I'm hearing premature information not fully scoped out for this development and this 2035 year. And maybe someone could address that. What, is this premature? Because isn't the water plan showing it to come not till 2035?
It's through 2035. I think Mr. Enlow could clarify, or someone with the team.
Okay.
Further,
Yeah.
but that's kind of the planning horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Smitherman said, in order to meet projected demands in the year 2035,
And thank you, Councilwoman. Chris Wessel with the Western Regional Water Commission. The reference is for the planning period of 20 years, 2016 to essentially 2035. That's what the reference is making. So during that period of time, it's expected that water importation from groundwater in Fish Springs Ranch would occur during that time period.
Okay, so what's the planning time frame for the regional plan?
It's 20 years.
And what's the first year?
Well, it was released in 2016, the
Okay.
latest plan. So.
And then it sunsets in 2035.
Right. Well, we do have an update coming up, so that date will move forward. We update it every 5 years.
So it'll move forward because of this action?
No, it'll move forward because every 5 years we have to revisit and consider updating the plan.
So it'll go to 2030?
The 2040 actually.
Oh, it goes back. Okay.
Right. So
Okay. Okay. Thank
we
you.
always plan.
It's always good to know the planning horizon. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Weber, did you have any comments or concerns? Okay, if there's no further discussion.
Party. I think that's important to note, but also the Planning Commission did pass this unanimously, and I think we need to support that Planning Commission and their recommendation or their vote. And there was an absentee, and there was someone that recused themselves, so there was 5 votes. So with that, I believe, or I would say that I would make a motion to approve or affirm the Planning Commission's decision.
Okay, there's a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to discuss that. I think this is a highly irresponsible action. When I read the master plan, in concert with the Western Water Regional Plan, I believe that the approval of this is highly premature. It's highly premature in a basin that, as I recall, is not well understood. And I think that this council is on the path to creating its own Lemon Valley when it floods this valley with this water. So I will not be supporting it. But I would encourage the council, tomorrow night, the first of the tentative maps comes forward. It's a 675-unit tentative map up to Cold Springs. I would encourage the council to put a provision in that this approval is not valid until and if that tentative map is approved. Because they really are hand in hand, and how they were bifurcated, I don't understand, but I think it's just a nature of the disconnect, because we're bringing water so far away that the water tanks are usually in closer proximity and a part of the project, so, thank you.
Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Reese?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. Can Councilman Breakfast clarify a little bit more? Because here's the thing. I think I get a little frustrated because we get sort of tainted, with the same brush. And I think she makes some very valid points. So I'm trying to get where she's going and support her. But at the same time, I'm trying to, can she clarify a little bit more when she says we're creating our own North Valleys and really kind of dial into where she feels that way or sees, so that this council is aware and understands. Because here's the thing, I feel like a lot of the hard work that staff does and that we're doing, it's just, there's this perception out there, especially when Ms. Holt still gets up, that, we're not doing enough. We don't care. I mean, it's like, this is one of those issues that keep me up at night. So I need to better understand exactly, what that looks like, because I'm trying to support you, Councilman Breckes, but I kind of need you to clarify it a little bit better so I can understand it.
Well, if I may respond to that.
Yes. Go ahead.
So my understanding of the Lemon Valley situation is that it was this closed basin lake, and these are rare. They're really only in this Great Basin area, Salt Lake to Mona Lake to here, in the world. They're unique hydrologic features. And Lemon Valley has suburbanized like none other. If you look at Mono Lake, if you look at Great Lake, they don't have a bunch of subdivisions and industrial buildings around them. And so as we suburbanize, one thing I've learned through the trial experience is the combination of pumping water, which goes to homes, and then they flush the toilets, and it goes to the wastewater treatment plant, and then the effluent goes into these lakes. The lakes can't accept it all. They can't accept it through the water treatment process, and they can't accept it through all the paving. And what I'm concerned is this valley, which is one over from Lemon Valley, we're about to repeat that same suburbanization, and I don't believe that we can do that without adversely impacting the whole valley, because the lake is going to grow through the pumping and the runoff. And so I think it is premature. I think the understanding of what to do with Lemon Valley, wherein you've suburbanized it and continue to grow in it, because we got to get that effluent out of there. It's going to cost a lot of money. We don't even have a number for that. So wouldn't it be nice, before we think we're going to suburbanize the next valley over with one of these playas, to have a plan for that effluent, because it's going to grow. And that's why I started my line of question with this number 6, and understanding what knowledge are we going to have and hold them accountable to. And I just don't think, per the information the appellant brought forward, that we have the safeguards in measure to not create an expanded playa lake that will cause harm out there.
Okay, and you believe, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I do want to support you in that. I want to be very careful, because I think the staff is working really hard to address these. I think the council is, and you have to be very careful about, I think everyone cares about this. Some of us might completely disagree on some of these issues, but I also want people to know that we want to avoid, those future mistakes. And that was the thing in the Quad Knoth study. Do you know if it addressed that, Councilwoman?
I don't know. What I do have is a master plan policy of implementation nature in front of me, and it says review and update stormwater management ordinances as needed to address stormwater runoff, retention calculations, and mitigation strategies for closed basins, including but not limited to detention, retention of stormwater. And I think that's not a broad statement. I think that means that for each closed basin, you really need to be examining it, the growth you're proposing to bring in, the how it runs off. And we have not done that. We have not done this implementation step. And that's why, again, I find this to be premature. Now, the Quad Knoth study, it's been a while, and there's probably other people in the room who can discuss that better than I can. All I recall from that was a big price tag.
My thought is that we don't want to obviously repeat the mistakes of the past. And I think that's where I'm trying to support you on this, if that's because, you had mentioned that. So.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm going to just rewind a bit here. I had originally called for the motion because I couldn't hear you quickly. So I'm going to do that again. I'll call for the motion.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. And I apologize, Councilman Reese. I can't, for some reason, my phone is going in and out, so I'm having a very hard time sort of catching up with the meeting.
No problem. Madam Mayor, I believe the motion does not carry because we need a four-person majority, and so I'm looking to legal now. Do we seek a second motion? Or
So you can seek a second motion. The other alternative, if an item, according to our rules, if an item is not affirmatively voted upon for passage or denial, this shall not constitute action of the city council on the item, may be placed on a future agenda for consideration. So we might want to postpone it till we have a full panel.
Councilmember Weber, what is your desire here on this item?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interject. Councilwoman Jordan has been watching, is in contact with me, and she's attempting to call in, however, and she's been trying to call in, however, we're having some challenges with our system.
Councilman Reese, do you want to give us another motion?
I think we can do that, but we're going to wait and see if we can get Councilmember Jordan on the phone. She's been watching remotely, and so we're just going to take a few-minute recess so that we can get technically up to speed and get Councilmember Jordan in the call. So
Madam
we'll stand
Mayor,
in recess
this-
for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound. Enter your attendee ID number. You are the first person to join the meeting. Please stand by.
Madam Mayor, is that you or is this Councilmember Jordan?
This is Councilwoman Jordan.
Councilwoman Jordan, thank you. I know you've been trying to call us for the last bit here since we started this public hearing, and we've been having technical issues. We are And I believe, Madam Mayor, do we have you on the phone now as well?
I'm back. Thanks.
Okay, you're back. And just to clarify for the record, Councilmember Jordan has been watching. She's been trying to call in. We've been having technical difficulties. I have both of you remotely on the phone.
Okay, I'm going to call us back to order.
Thank you.
I'm going to attempt to make a motion. I think that's what Mr. Hall indicated would be appropriate. So my motion will be in regards to the appeal of LDC 20-0008. Based on this council's review of the staff report, the record on appeal, and information presented at the public hearing for this appeal, I move to affirm the approval of the special use permit by Planning Commission and deny the appeal, subject to the conditions stated in the approval letter based on my ability to make all the required findings. A motion and a second. We'll take discussion.
All right.
Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor, do you have a comment for discussion?
No, I was just inclined to. No, I'm inclined to support it moving forward. I just want to make sure that we're not, repeating the mistakes of the past. But I think the council as a whole feels that way. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1. 5-1, sorry. Councilmember Dewar is absent. Okay.
Our next item is,
Mr. DiMartini, there's not an opportunity for that in this process, but there is going to be public comment at the end, I believe.
I want to. Yeah, I need to object to.
Can we,
Madam Clerk?
Yes, can, Mr. Hall, can you help out here, please? Ms. Holtstill, please don't make comments from the gallery. We are at the point in the meeting where we've moved, we've done all the motion on that, and so are we moving on?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're moving on to public
Mr.
comment. If you wanna
DiMartini,
make
there'll be
comment,
public comment at
fine.
the end, and you can raise your objections at that time. Madam Clerk, can you?
thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, after reviewing our agenda, you have taken all of your action items today. Your next item on your agenda is general public comment. If Mr. DiMartini would like to speak during this period, he has allotted his 3-minute period. I will just ask that he please fill out a form afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini, if you could approach. Just check in with our city clerk afterwards, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to object to the moving target. The moving target being is my whole testimony was based upon the council people that were presented as being present in the beginning. So it's absolutely another surprise to have these procedures that are out of order, whereby additional council people are called in at random depending on what people want to do. It's not fair to the public. This happened a day ago as well in another hearing. It's not appropriate. And so I need to put this objection on the record. I will be trying to ask for relief regarding the procedure that I believe is out of order. Thank you.
If I might, under public comment, is I saw this exact same proceeding happen with the Washoe County earlier this week, and I have concern that it is a procedure out of order also. And I want to bring that up because a natural first step is for someone to file an open meetings violation. And when those come, they come to all of us. And so I think it's incumbent upon an individual, if they are going to be subject to an open meetings inquiry and they object to how the meeting went, to be able to be of record that they objected to it, and I do.
But of course, for the record, Madam Mayor's vote was in the affirmation. Without Ms. Jordan's vote, it still carries. Thank you. There's no further public comment?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
So I'll be looking for a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.